Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Chapter 502, Demon-like Judge of Fire 2. Odin from the east, Nuwa from the west, and Osiris from the south. We were somehow maintaining a precarious balance within this cauldron of great fables ceaselessly pounding on us. Your incarnation body is breaking down. I forgot how many times I've heard that message by now. Yu Jung-hyuk's body right next to me wasn't okay. Either he was left in tatters after taking on the combined attacks from both Odin and Nuwa meant for Han Suyong and me. Our gazes met for a moment there, but he scowled at me as if to ask, "What are you looking at?" before pulling something out from his inner pocket to swallow it. Incarnation, Yu Jung-hyuk, is using life and death pill. In the end, he had consumed the very last life and death pill Iseolwa gave us. We didn't have any left now. Gwa. Endure. The Korean peninsula's constellations roared out like untamed beasts and wielded their weapons. Kim Yushin did, so did Gaibik too. Guanchang as well. Constellations that crossed swords once upon a time were now turning over a new leaf together in a single fable under the shade of the Shindansu. Chiak Junjayong could be seen standing at the forefront cutting enemies down. This is why I can't abandon this land even though I curse it so much. Only a few dying will resolve the issue, yet everyone's jumping in to die together. Even Pungbik stayed by his side to raise winds and roared out like a lion. The one who was at odds with us back in the Great War of Saints and Demons was now standing up for our sakes. I can aid the descendants of Hongik. I don't need any compensation. Pungbik's winds writhed violently, and the Hongik's constellations rode on that wind to rush forward. Isunshin's ghost fleet kept firing their cannons, while Giant Huan's arrows pierced through the hearts of many stars. However, the number of enemies didn't seem to be decreasing at all. Where is this Korean peninsula even located in? These measly historical figure-grade bastards dare to, you insects, sweep them all away. Even then, the Korean peninsula's constellations were enduring well. Great fable, Shindansu, is raising the strengths of all constellations from the Korean peninsula. If the enemies had Odin and Osiris, then we too had a myth-grade constellation, the myth-grade that could greatly enhance Shindansu's power, Constellation Virtuous Wangam. Constellation Virtuous Wangam says that this is all the aid he can provide. Unlike other myth-grade constellations, his sense of presence seemed quite faint. It was probably due to the effects of this world line. Hongik didn't have a whole lot to do during this world line, after all. And it was quite likely that Hongik's constellations couldn't get out from the Ark's cabin due to the pressure exerted by other myth-grade constellations. Do not show them your backs. We shall never retreat. Fable, Burning the Boats, has begun its storytelling. Chiak Junjayong raised his sword, and Isunshin continued to command the others. These heroes from the mythical history who had never yielded to any myth continued their battle against the actual gods from various myths. Even though their flesh was torn apart and their entire bodies were wrecked, they never knelt down and continued to wield their blades. The Korean peninsula's surface area was getting smaller and smaller. John Wuchi, who had morphed into a tiger to fight, finally collapsed. COAE one stroke of Brush's personal brush broke, and Isunshin's ghost fleet sank one by one. Even Chiak Junjayong's sword, capable of cutting down thousands of enemies, mountains and seas, was getting dull as well. I already expected this. I was supposed to harden my resolve several times over by now. The fable to be written from now on would consist of texts stained by the blood of these stars. Starstream's final great fable is sprouting new buds. Right next second, Thor's hammer came flying in at Chiak Junjayong's neck. It was an attack that not even the Korean peninsula's greatest warrior could dodge. Constellation, demon-like Judge of Fire, is unleashing all of her status, and it was Uriel that blocked the incoming attack. Kim Dokja, archangels have arrived. Han Suyong shouted out. More archangels descended on the battlefield, accompanied by blinding rays of light, and in the center of them was Uriel wielding the flames of conflagration. It's like me and Gabriel want to join Kim Dokja company too, you see? Uriel said that to us just before we left for the final scenario. She wanted to join our nebula and wanted to become our strength, she said. The constellation who has changed the most from the original Kim Dokja Nu. I never figured out why Uriel liked our story so much. Do you really wish to go that far just to help us? All I could do now was to cowardly take advantage of her goodwill. A new great good has appeared in Eden. Uriel's status whipped about stylishly. She was now no longer the fable-grade constellation Uriel. Kugugugugu. A new great good. Myth-grade constellations looked at Uriel and began freaking out. The new great good of Eden, an existence meant to replace the myth-grade constellation, Metatron. Uriel had become Eden's leader and chose to help us. All seraphim advance. Along with Raphael's signal, archangels collided against the fable-grade constellations from Papyrus and Vedas. Most ancient good is searching for its enemy. Do you really think that the likes of a destroyed nebula can overturn this battle's outcome? Odin remained unflustered even then, and raised his spear to point it at Uriel. And the god's spear that reputedly no one could evade, Gungnir, flew towards her. Get out my sight. The statuses of Flames of Conflagration and Gungnir collided. Odin's thunderclaps tearing through the heavens, and Uriel's conflagration that incinerated hell, clashed face to face. Two statuses fought intensely in the battle between two myth-grade constellations where neither of them would normally back down. It was surprisingly Odin who withdrew first. His left arm summoning the spear back was trembling ever so slightly. How pathetic, Odin. Allow me to help. Myth-grade constellations were far more sensitive towards danger than any other existences. They were the oldest stars in this world that hated unexpected variables. And that was why they would never allow any sort of danger to blossom. Myth-grade constellations exchanged glances in less than a blink of an eye and commenced bombardment on Uriel simultaneously. Quaqua. Even if she was now Eden's great good, she still wouldn't be able to defend against such an attack. However, she didn't back down. Even though feathers of her wings were ripped off, and crimson fable splattered on her pale cheeks, her sword didn't weaken at all. None of you are my greatest enemy. Uriel, who had always been watching our fable from high up above in the sky, her eyes were now shifting in my direction. Nebula, Eden, is readying its great fable. Dokjasi. From afar, my companions, including Zhang Huiwen, were rushing towards us. Maybe she already knew the truth. Knew what Uriel was planning to do here. Such a chuchit. Eden alone couldn't fight against all of these great nebulas. The strengths of the myth-grade constellations permeating within this arc would even equal the whole of Starstream itself. So, if one wanted to defeat them, one required a great fable with truly incredible probability. The stage transformation is activating. Simply put, a massive myth that could bring all the other myths to their doom was needed. I am the demon-like judge of fire. Uriel slowly blinked her eyes, currently burning up like a real demon's. I wish for an evil that will validate my modifier. As her words came to an end, flames erupting out from her, flames of conflagration, burned through the stars in the heavens. Something began writhing from the other side of hell. The most ancient good called out to its enemy. Right then, Gilyong's eyes suddenly became white, and the demon curled up in hell's deepest pit answered that call. Something resembling the pitch-black storm clouds rolled in from beyond the burning sky. Something that was not Asgard, not Vedas, and also not Papyrus, flooded in towards this side while emitting truly despicable and insidious aura. Constellation, ruler of the deepest pit, is opening the pandemonium. Demons began waking up from the skies of the burning hell. Most ancient evil is searching for its enemy. Wall that divides the good and evil is drawing out its theme. The master of pandemonium, biding its time for an innumerable amount of time, finally revealed its true strengths in place of the absent demon kings. And so, the two representatives of good and evil began colliding with myth-grade constellations caught in the middle. And there was an ancient being observing that great battle between good and evil. The chimera dragon, flapping its wings in Shin Yusung's side, suddenly began emitting light from deep within its body. It was a scene that happened in the original, too. Finally, her dragon was evolving into an ancient dragon. Soon, radiant golden luster blinded everyone. The chimera dragon, now enjoying the status of a complete ancient dragon, roared out to the heavens above. The dragon call. The howling of a dragon that summoned its kin by sacrificing its own life. Gwawa. And from the other side of the darkened sky, howls of dragons could be heard. Traces of electricity and flames danced everywhere. All dragons living in this world heeded the chimera dragon's call and were flying over here. The stage transformation's degree of reproduction is rapidly rising up. Rather than tearing into the stars, the dragons started fighting tooth and nail against each other. Instead, even the gold dragon's heart, replacing my original heart, was writhing powerfully as well. It was a sight we all witnessed back in the great war of saints and demons. A dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns will awaken from the center of the hottest hell. He is the dragon among all dragons. the leader of dragons born in the center of chaos, the oldest hatred in this world. The Dragon's Festival, the riot of dragons taking place in the hottest place in hell, had commenced. Myth-grade constellations belatedly realized what was going on here and cried out in sheer astonishment. Could these bastards be? Make them stop. Everyone here knew very well what kind of calamity would crash the party if another great war of saints and demons took place here. You bastards dare. The great Dakibis, not many remaining now after Baihyung's sacrifice, revealed themselves inside the ark. The great Dakibi Garong, with its horn now broken off, was yelling out loudly. Suppressed that great fable's probability. Great Dakibis activated their authorities, and the myth-grade constellations inside the ark used up their own coin reserves as well. Constellation, Master of December 25th, does not want great war of saints and demons. Constellation, Great Mother God who created man out of earth, does not want great war of saints and demons. Constellation, One-Eyed Father, does not want great war of saints and demons. Constellation, Master of Abydos, does not want great war of saints and demons. The probability of the unfolding stage transformation was being suppressed as an incredible amount of coins got injected simultaneously. The star stream's probability flowed towards the direction the majority wanted to see. And at this stage, there didn't seem to be anyone out there capable of going against the will of those possessing the most amount of coins in this world. With an exception of one being Dot. I heard the soft hum of an engine coming from behind, followed by the familiar scent of a cigar. You've come. The mass production type maker stood on my side and spoke up. This is the type of fable that I love the most. He also said something similar back then, when we first met during the Gourmet Association. He was the constellation that loved all the fables of this world. He formed an unreadable expression while looking at the fable of great war of saints and demons writhing violently before his eyes. He was also a constellation that spent his life mass-producing SS rank items. It has taken a really long time. My apologies. Honestly speaking, I felt puzzled when I first heard what my would be. I believed that no such would ever come knocking at my door. And are your thoughts different now? The mass production type maker wordlessly stubbed his cigar and killed it off. He then watched the fable of the great war of saints and demons with me. The history of all our battles was now being recreated in that place. The mass production type maker laughed out. At the very least, I think I understand one thing why my fable coaxed me to amass such a large reserve of coins until now. Coins began floating up from his fingertips. There were so many that I couldn't even dare to attempt at counting them. It seems that it was for the purpose of completing the one single stage. Coins, along with his life itself, got sucked up into the sky, and his coins collided with the will of the numerous constellations. The myth-grade constellations roared out in anger, and the mass production type maker calmly opened his mouth. The constellation possessing this world's greatest authority replied to them. Oh, my dear constellations, I apologize, but I simply must see this stage. And when all of his coins were injected into the probability in the air, its powerful storm began enveloping the entirety of the ark. Meanwhile, the mass production type maker's body suddenly aged at a visible rate. Constellation, mass production type makers is depletion. The deficient probability has been satisfied. Great fable, season of light and darkness, is being completely recreated on this stage. Such a chuchit. A horrifying howl exploded out from the sky. Along with that explosion, dragons fell towards the ground. I quickly pulled both Han Suyong and Anna Croft closer, and along with Yu Jung Hyuk, evacuated towards where our companions were. Finally, the last verse of all the scenarios, the destruction of all constellations, was fast approaching us. Do not get sucked into this measly little great war of saints and demons. We've won against many so-called great apocalypses time and time again, and got this far. The great fables of the myth-grade constellations began waking up all at the same time. Every great fable found in this world howled out, as if they were unwilling to be overwhelmed by the scale of the great war of saints and demons. However, it was too late now. This dragon will look at the heaven once, and at earth once, and will strike with its tail. Stars will fall from that single tail flick, and a direction of the world will disappear. A pair of eyes began gleaming from within the darkness. Han Suyong shuddered uncontrollably the moment she heard the violent howling of a dragon. Kim Dokja. Could this be? It is. You crazy? If you wake that thing up again now. We aren't planning to wake that guy up. I looked at Yu Sang-ah sitting in the lotus position in the corner while focusing all of her mind on something. Sweat drops trickled down her forehead. Wall that decides samsara is maintaining the seal on the apocalypse dragon. As long as the successor of Sakyamuni was alive, the sealed apocalypse dragon would never be summoned to this place. The flustered Han Suyong asked me again. Then what? Don't you get it? She looked up at the dragons falling from the sky with a dazed expression. The Dragon's Festival was a ceremony to decide the strongest dragon. And the single dragon that managed to survive until the end would become the final dragon of Revelation. Since when did it start? Han Suyong's left arm was trembling like crazy. The new final dragon of Revelation has been selected. Cool. Eventually, a massive dragon revealed itself through the destroyed ceiling of the ark. It was so huge that it easily tear apart your regular giant star to shreds. Bewitching black flames were dancing on the jet-black, slick exterior that had shed its last layer of skin. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, has incarnated into the final arc. He's the Apocalypse Dragon now. Episode 96. Demon-like Judge of Fire 2 Fin. Chapter 503 Demon-like Judge of Fire 3. The Final Dragon of Revelation. The great calamity that decides the end of great war of saints and demons as well as the most horrifying apocalypse of Starstream itself. The stage transformation's degree of reproduction has exceeded the percentage limit. The lightning bolts powerfully tearing through the storm clouds now took on a different hue than before. Both Asgard's Odin and Papyrus Osiris' jaws dropped in sheer astonishment. Black Flame Dragon. The Apocalypse Dragon's gaze lingered on Han Suyong's face for the briefest moment in time. It's possible that Uriel isn't the only constellation different from the original. Back in the original novel, this guy was the constellation backer of the Demon of Delusions Kim Na-moon. He was the leader of evil dragons that represented the absolute evil, not to mention the ruler of the nebula Black Cloud. He raised his head high up to the sky and cried out. The entirety of Starstream shuddered from the screech that announced the arrival of this world's final pages. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragons is something that can't be found. I had read what his was from the original novel. His description showed up when he became Yu Jung-hyuk's ally for a little while during the 1863rd turn. The evil dragon suffering from the worst possible depression in this Starstream. The reason why the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon believed his age to be 15 was simply that he'd not be able to continue on if he didn't. A life stretching for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years, made an originally solitary dragon into such a creature. In order to stop itself from decaying, he chose not to age. He chose not to lose his curiosity of the world. He chose to torment incarnations or play bizarre pranks. And for his final prank, he even chose to betray the absolute evil, too. He stood on Yu Jung-hyuk's side and while mocking the Starstream, breathed his last. Constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon has reached his "what about this world" line, though. Did he finally manage to find his within this empty universe? Constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragons is pureness. The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon looked at me and smiled. His childlike eyes were now dyeing the world in the night of apocalypse as if he was satisfied by the role he had found. Fully satisfied probability has recreated the Apocalypse Dragon in the final scenario. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, has achieved perfect unity with the scenario. The myth-grade constellations began roaring at the top of their lungs at the reproduction of Apocalypse Dragon. This is impossible. Every constellation alive was well aware of the fable of Apocalypse Dragon, the great calamity capable of destroying a section of Starstream with nothing but its first tail flick. Stop him. Kill him before the tail flick commences. The clearly freaking out myth-grade constellations ungainly lost their composure and issued their orders. Han Suyong, Yu Jung-hyuk and I all looked up at that spectacle. None among these myth-grade constellations have experienced the Apocalypse Dragon before, because their peers that did fight it had all perished back then. After all, these bastards had been hiding inside this ark, the safest place in the entire world, and watched the moment of the Apocalypse Dragon being unshackled as if it was a form of entertainment. In other words, they had absolutely no clue what this fear was like, the terror, and what it meant to risk their lives. Yu Jung-hyuk next to me asked a question. You have been preparing for this moment all along, haven't you? I slowly nodded my head. That's right. From the moment the first scenario began, I had been calculating a certain something. Just how much fable would I need to compile in order to massacre the constellations in the final scenario? I couldn't get to an answer. A human's lifespan was short, but stars were eternal. Since our starting lines were different, the battle would never be fair, and most important of all, I wasn't a regressor like Yu Jung-hyuk. I couldn't live a life of 1863 regression turns and fight them afterwards. It was wrong to even think about compiling fables to fight them. Whether it's a legendary or mythical fable, you can't suppress those beings in terms of pure status no matter how many fables you manage to amass. And so, this is what you came up with. I nodded my head and stared at Kim Yushin and Gaibeek fighting together with Shindansu behind them. Kim Dokja found the answer to this battle within the stage transformation. The stage transformation, although it was imaginary, this power would grow closer to reality as probability expanded. I confirmed the potential of this power when defeating Suryabak in the Demon King selection battles, and the first outlines of my plan formed in my head when we defeated Olympus back in the Gigantomachia. And I grew even more confident after we experienced the great war of saints and demons, then won the journey to the west. The more they succeeded in the impossible odd scenarios, the greater the power of reproduction their great fable possessed. The air they breathed, the emotions they felt on that day, the fear humans felt while facing the apocalypse, their eyes fixed to the outpouring of the stars. And now, it was the turn of the constellations to feel the fear people felt on that day. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, is continuing on with its storytelling. The Apocalypse Dragon's first tail flick commenced. Qua 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 qua. The Apocalypse Dragon's tail flick was divided into 3 separate shockwaves. The first was electrical wave, the second was heat wave, while the true tail flick and the third wave was the wave of chaos. I shall block this. Thor, who had defended against the electrical wave with me back then, stepped forward. He must felt confident this time too, since he had dealt with it in the past. Unfortunately, that was a terrible misjudgment on his part. Thor's scorched black figure crash-landed from the air. The reason why he could defend against the electrical wave back then was because Dionysus, me, and my master were there to aid him. However, no one was helping him out this time. Just as the fear-stricken constellations turned around to run, all the myth-grade constellations unleashed their statuses. Along with the incredible storm of aftermaths, all the stars in the sky flickered unsteadily. And then, the exploding electrical wave blanketed entire surroundings like fine fog particles. Once the view cleared out, one could clearly see that the Apocalypse Dragon's electrical wave had been weakened by a great deal. And it only amounted to this much. Such a chuch it. The one who defended against the electrical wave was the leader of Asgard, Odin. His dignified beard, which was his pride and joy, was scorched black. His clothing had all melted down, too, leaving him buck naked. He revealed his skin, horrifyingly deformed by that wave, and laughed out loudly. With such measly little shususususit. Right in the next moment, Asgard's constellations manning his side began scattering away like dust. Their lives were exhausted completely while dealing with the probability necessary to offset the shockwave. Odin's eye grew large from shock. Gray-colored powder spread about helplessly in the air. With that one attack alone, half of Asgard was wiped out. It was a similar situation with Vedas and Papyrus as well. Nuwa. Osiris belatedly understood the severity of the situation and looked behind while shouting that name out. That was where he discovered Nuwa leading the forces of Emperor to withdraw from this cabin. She had recognized the unfavorable battle situation and prepared to retreat from very early on. Gong Pildu. After I called out, Gong Pildus Castle moved. His armed fortress accurately blocked off the path leading to the Emperor's worldview, and its turrets began spitting out flames. You're going nowhere. At same time, the Apocalypse Dragon's second shockwave exploded out. The flames of the heat wave boiling over from the deepest part in hell began melting down the constellations in the air. Bureau. How long are you going to sit back and watch? Odin's scream prompted the great Dakibi Garong to raise its hand while Fable endlessly gurgled out from its mouth. Fine. If you wish to use the stage transformation, then... Suddenly, I felt this ominous foreboding. Suchachuchu. The stage transformation's authority was now in full display. A powerful deluge of sparks caused me to hurriedly look behind, only to discover blood trickling out from Sang's lips. Sangasi. The lotus pedestal spinning next to her suddenly developed cracks. She vomited out a chunk of blood and spoke in an ashamed voice. I stopped one from coming out, but a portion of the other has. There were 2 great beings sealed away in the Isle of Reincarnators by Sakyamuni. One of them was the Apocalypse Dragon, while the other was... Wall that decides samsara is violently writhing around. Wall that decides samsara is unveiling its theme. Existence from another world is breaking past the wall's seal and has been recreated in this world. Such a chuch it. Black fog was distorting the heavens as it rushed in here. Countless eyes could be seen beyond that dark fog. It was star streams cleaner, the one that should have been imprisoned within the eternal darkness after Sakyamuni had sealed it away. Oh, the indescribable distance. I realized what the Dakibis were trying to do. They were trying to use the same method I used back in the Great War of Saints and Demons to stop the Apocalypse Dragon. And so, the 2 calamities representing the absolute worst-case scenario of Starstream collided. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. You shall never reach the final verse. You shall never. With those final parting words, the heads of all the great Dakibis exploded. The indescribable distance sucked in their fables and violently writhed. And then, this outer god that had earned the great Dakibi's fables, and the black flame dragon that earned the power of Apocalypse, glared at each other. Third shockwave is now commencing. The Apocalypse Dragon's tail moved. The calamity moved very slowly, its speed very measured but assured. Nuwa grew impatient and yelled out loudly in the air. Just what are you all doing? Fushi, Shinno. All of you damnable 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, just for how long are you planning to enjoy the slumber of abyss? Kugugugugu. Nuwa's true voice managed to wake up the emperor's ancient constellations. The blessings from the myth-grade constellations that hadn't shown themselves until now completely enveloped Nuwa's incarnation body. The truly explosive rise in her status forced going Pildas, armed fortress back. We needed to stop her. We couldn't afford to let them escape back to their own worldview. Great Fable, Journey to the West, has begun its storytelling. The Nebula Emperor's great fable began its story. Nuwa transformed into a gigantic Imugi, and her flames began amassing within her maw. Just before the Emperor's constellations gathered their fighting spirit and rushed towards us, Karururung, rumble. Lightning bolts struck down from the sky and Nuwa screamed loudly. Great Fable, Liberator of Forgotten Ones, has begun its storytelling. The sight of Tong Tian spread out in an instant, and an existence draped in the golden tiger hide defended me. Quaqua Quaqua. He was the sole existence capable of standing up against the Emperor's vast myth-grade constellations. Constellation, most ancient liberator, has incarnated into the final arc. He was also a star that became my brother. Mai Hao Wang is looking at you. Bai Mowen is looking at you. Duzhen Shengfo is looking at you. All of the Sun Wukongs addressed me. Great Sage. Heaven's equal is turning his back to you. Go now, Macnia. We could see the apocalypse dragon's tail colliding against the indescribable distance in the distant sky. We all knew very well the likely outcome of that collision. He dreamed of every star's destruction. But did he really wish for such a result? I had never forgotten the final moment of the 1863rd regression turn. The great sage turned around and rushed towards the Emperor's constellations. Even before I could reach out, Yu Yung Hayak and Han Suyang grabbed me and ran away. Gong Pildu continued to shout something, or rather, while Isiol Hua was pulling out all the recovery medicines in her possession. I couldn't tell whether Yi Hyunsong's forged steel covered us first, or the pure white flash of light managed to blanket the world before that. It felt like my whole body was melting down from the incredible heat, only to become deathly cold as if I was exposed to a cold snap. When I came to, we were already cast outside the cabin. Fables leaked out indiscriminately from the gaps of the crumbling walls, painfully singing the end of the stars. The prop storage's door hadn't been closed yet. Ash drifted out through the half-open doorway. The fourth wall is violently trembling. Maybe, somehow, everyone inside that cabin was shussit. There was a faint presence of someone beyond it, and Han Suyang's voice entered my ears almost at the same time. Kim Dokja? I crawled towards the door. My heart didn't want to stop pounding away. I barely managed to reach the rim of the doorway and saw someone standing there. Torn white feathers were cascading downwards one by one. My lips bobbed up and down. I wanted to say something, but in place of my mouth wanting to open, Uriel slowly bent down first. Dokja. I couldn't hear her true voice properly. I tried so hard to get back up as Uriel reached out to me, and her white hand brushed past my face as if she was stroking my cheek and brows. I saw the enemy constellations standing back up from beyond Uriel's broken wings. Some stars somehow managed to survive even from this utterly horrifying calamity. The stage transformation has concluded. I could no longer sense the status of the indescribable distance. I then saw the huge body of the abyssal black flame dragon now lying unmoving on the floor and the constellations from the great nebulas pouncing on top of him, as well as demons tearing into the wings of archangels. Countless enemies were approaching Uriel. Yuri. I was about to open the door, grab my sword, and cut them down for Uriel. However, the door didn't open. Uriel held fast the doorknob from the other side and didn't let go. Zhang Huiwan's cry, as desperate as a real scream, resounded out. Uriel, hurry. Hurry and get out of there. It's okay. I didn't want to hear what she was about to say next. Uriel smiled at me. You guys, you've only seen up to this far in the story, that's all. The cabin's door was closed shut. You have accomplished a feat that no star in Starstream has ever managed to accomplish. The story beyond the door could no longer be heard. Some of us screamed out while some despaired. The ark seemed to tilt out of balance, before it crashed against something along with a loud boom. I rolled around on the floor ungainly. The vibration of the ark had already come to a stop by the time I lifted myself up, the wave of vicious dizziness washing over me non-stop. I didn't have any energy left to even stand. I could only manage to raise my head and look ahead. My eyes followed after the broken partitioning walls to discover a new location. That unknown something colliding with the ark had become connected to the vessel's interior. All the stars in Starstream will never forget you. None of those stars were looking at us now. But there was one existence remaining still looking at us. King of Stories is waiting for you. A yellowish mineral-like object rolled down the slope of the destroyed ark. I recognized what that was. That gemstone was what we had been searching for inside this ark all along. After all. However, neither me nor my companions had any energy left to focus on that gemstone. I left the ark and slowly scanned our surroundings. We were greeted by a wall so vast that its ends couldn't be seen. Fables leaking out from the ark was permeating into that wall. And so, Kim Dokja has finally arrived at his destination. That wall was now talking to me. The end of all these stories. The final wall was right before their eyes. Episode 96. Demon-like Judge of Fire 3 Finn. Chapter 50 For the Star That Can't Be Seen 1. The smartphone inside my coat vibrated and emitted woong noise. This whole story began the moment he read that novel. Texts rose above the phone. The expansive wall before me seemed uncannily similar to the screen of this device. From Yu Jung Hyok's third regression turn all the way to the 1863s, the wall that, most likely, had recorded all the stories that I knew of. Kim Dokja used to think about a certain thing back when he was working for the QA team. What if I'm the only one who knows about this bug? You! I turned around and found Han Suyong there. She seemed to have something to say, but was unable to find the right words. The bandages imbued with the abyssal black flame dragon's grace wrapped around her left hand were slowly scattering away. I took a close look at each of my companions. Zhang Huiwen was on her knees, her visibly shaking hands pressed to the ground, while Yi Hyunsong was carrying the unconscious Yi Gilyong. Yi Seolhua and Gong Pildu were supporting each other while exiting from the ark. And in the distance, I spotted Zhang Haiyang, who had narrowly escaped from the cabin along with our masters. Juicy. Shin Yu-sung was looking at her hands. Rather than calling out to me, though, her voice was much closer to a murmur directed at herself. A lone piece of scale from the Chimera Dragon rested in her palm. Yu Sanga approached her and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. As her hand felt the soft, trembling sob, Yu Sanga wordlessly shifted her gaze over to the exit we all escaped from. The stars they used to know had grown dark. My vision shook from the dizziness. I couldn't sense the gazes of the stars. Was it because every single one of them was extinguished? But that couldn't be. No, this was simply because all the great Dakibis had disappeared, that's all. Every channel operated by the Bureau had received massive impact and that caused system errors. Had to be. He wouldn't be able to go on if he didn't believe in that. I staggered but still managed to find my balance. The last person I spotted was Yu Jung Hyok. His dark, heavenly demon sword was currently stabbing through the corpses of great Dakibis. Fables from dead constellations dripped steadily from the edge of his blade. He was staring at me with his usual expressionless face of his. Is this the conclusion you desired? The fourth wall is violently shaking. The fourth wall is activating even more strongly. My mouth opened slowly, only to be shut again. Completion of the final scenario is imminent. The ark's core I had been searching for all this time rolled around on the ground. It was a piece of mineral emitting a brilliant yellowish hue. The powers of countless great fables drifting around in this world line were condensed to create this hardened essence. The ark's core. It was the source of energy for the great fable weapon Final Arc. Destroying it would bring an end to this 99th scenario and conclude our battle. The completion of Starstream's final fable is around the corner. Suchu. Suddenly, my steps came to a stop. Vines sprouted out from the ground and wrapped around my ankles. Zarathustra's appeared from seemingly out of nowhere and used restriction skills on me. Selena Kim was avoiding my gaze as if she was apologetic about this. Soon afterwards, I could hear the prophet's voice. Thanks to you, our workload has been greatly lightened. Demon King of Salvation. Anna Croft, already holding the ark's core, was looking in this direction. Humanity's hero that dreams of a different conclusion to Kim Dokja. You shouldn't be too surprised about this. I shall be taking this core with me. I had already heard about the world she dreamed of. The perfect night. She dreamed of complete freedom from the gazes of all constellations, and that dream entailed migrating safely to a different world line along with every incarnation from this world. However, the ark is already destroyed. Can be rebuilt. Anna Croft looked back at the wrecked ark. It was broken beyond salvage, unable to be reused ever again. However, she didn't lose hope. One of the human incarnations is proficient with crafting fable weapons. Aileen under your care is another person capable of doing that as well. Now that there aren't any myth-grade constellations to hinder us, give me that core. I see. There is still a myth-grade constellation remaining. Isn't there? Her eyes glowed in red. The eye of great demon, her power to read this world's past and future began tying me down. She had completely awakened the power of that eye, and currently, she enjoyed status rivaling a decent fable-grade constellation. The opponent of all the stars. This was the same as the original, too. Anna Croft hated all the constellations in this world, and that was why she swore to use the power of stars to destroy the stars themselves. In order to complete her night, she'd not spare me either. If the story was really the same as the original, that is. The tip of her blade pointing at me seemed to be hesitant over something. It's not too late, Kim Dokja. The event that had never happened before in the original. I sensed you, Jung Hyuk, standing not too far while holding the dark, heavenly demon sword's grip, being faintly surprised. Anna Croft lightly sucked in her breath and began telling her story. I do not know the conclusion you dream of. My precognition can't read that far ahead, you see. However, I can make an educated guess. The fact that my precognition can't see your conclusion means that it's related to that final wall. However, please consider this carefully, Kim Dokja. Consider whether that is the best course of action for us all, for the rest of humanity or not. This would be her first time speaking so many words at once. I silently listened to her. Isn't this enough already? You have experienced enough tragedies by now. You've lost so much, and your most precious things have been ridiculed upon. Even then, are you still curious about this world's one single fable? Just for something like that, are you going to forsake the survival of the human race? Every word she spoke contained desperation. Words that emphasized her justice, while resenting mine. And soon that had become a fable too. A blindingly bright fable wrapped around Anna Croft and the Zarathustras. Although not as clear or flashy as a constellation's, it nevertheless was indomitable and beautiful. Every facet of the fable they had compiled together contained their unyielding belief. The emotion that countless stars had forgotten about a long time ago. She got this far because she hadn't forgotten her pledge. Kim Dokja, please give up on your... I ask of you, please, let us head to my perfect night together. Those words caused the eyes of several Zarathustras to grow wider. That was understandable, however. The offer she made just now was basically the same as going against her own beliefs. What Anna Croft said was tantamount to asking me to become the lone star that would shine in the night of the brand new world. Although I was thankful for the offer, I'm a constellation. I could never accept it. Suchichuchu. I lightly aroused my status and the vines restricting me all fell away. And as if to mock her goodwill, all of my fables began telling their stories. Great fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. The horn of the Demon King grew up on my head and, great fable, torch that swallowed the myth is howling out. The unbreakable faith that slew gods viciously cried out and, great fable, season of light and darkness, is looking at the world of humans. Wings I received by betraying the archangel spread out next. Then, great fable, liberator of the forgotten ones, is mocking Starstream. The ominous and evil aura of chaos enveloped my entire body. Anna Croft's eyes were trembling uncontrollably. They shifted around urgently, as if to find any remaining trace of humanity from my appearance. However, there was this thing that we both knew. How could you call an existence a regular human when you had to search so hard to find his humanity? In the end, you're the same, is that it? Demon King of Salvation. Deep anguish was thickly pervading her murmurs. Rather than a calm revelation of the truth, her voice contained her determination over a certain something. Instead, I shall kill you right here. Stupendous status began flooding out from Anna Croft's figure. I already knew that she had been conserving her strength while getting this far. Even if you're a myth-grade constellation, you can't stop me with your current physical condition. Besides, your companions don't seem to be in their right frame of mind, so Zhang Hui-1, Yi Hyun-song, Yi Gil-yang, and even Shin Yu-sung, too. They still hadn't recovered themselves yet, it seemed. Even Han Suyong was wordlessly staring at me. Her eyes, the ones that always trusted in me, were shaking for the first time ever. Perhaps it was inevitable. They had witnessed their sponsors getting slaughtered right before their own eyes, after all. Let's end it here. A dozen or so Zarathustras all dashed towards you, Jung Hyuk, in an instant. And right next second, Anna Croft approached me like a streak of light, her dagger stabbing towards my neck. I calmly watched the tip of that blade, before opening my mouth. Enough with your pranks, Loki. Along with those words, Anna Croft's movement froze up. I lightly raised my finger and brushed her dagger aside. Looking clearly astonished, she muttered out in sheer confusion next. What is the meaning of... Constellation that likes changing gender is cackling away. Loki, this is not what you me. A massive amount of status bore down on Anna Croft and the Zarathustras. The so-called constellation that liked changing gender, the final star of Asgard, Loki was now standing there. Not one among the Zarathustras could resist his power. Because it was precisely him who freed them from the Asgard's control. But, I'm doing this for Humani. Those were Anna Croft's last words before she passed out. The core fell out from her hand and rolled on the ground towards my feet. I bent down and picked it up. It's really been entertaining, Demon King of Salvation. I straightened my back to discover a man standing before me, a man with green hair and a mischievous smile. Constellation, one who changes his existence, is looking at you. The one who changes his existence. One of the highest-ranked constellations in Asgard, Loki. Also, a constellation who helped us many times during our journey up to this point, someone with an agenda that we couldn't figure out before. He had safely escaped from the Apocalypse Dragon's calamity and chased after us. Thanks for your help. The conclusion to this world is literally right before us, so I can't afford to let that go to waste because of a measly little human. Besides all that, there isn't anyone left for you to frighten here. So why don't you undo that scary appearance of yours? I dismissed my horn and the wings, then spoke up. Why don't you reveal your true self as well? What do you mean? I thought we both tacitly agreed to drop the pretense? My words caused Yu Jung Hyuk, observing the situation, to address me. I glared at Loki. The constellation, one who changes his existence. If my thoughts were correct, then this guy was no constellation. Constellation, one who changes his existence, is revealing his true identity. Constellation, his identity? Blinding light blanketed Loki, then his silhouette began changing next. His height shrunk down a little, and creases on his face rapidly increased in number. And eventually, 2 large growths ballooned out with his cheeks as the middle. The existence capable of exploiting the Starstream's bug at will. The irreconcilable enemy of every Dakibi in the world, and the founder of the Seekers of Apocalypse. I had encountered this being once before. Back in the journey to the West's Tongtian River, he opposed the great Dakibis trying to obstruct me in my stead. His lips distorted slightly to form an insidious grin. That's right. You people aren't the only ones dreaming of Starstream's end. The Weni King, having discovered the creature's true identity, Yu Jung Hyuk unhesitantly unsheathed the dark heavenly demon sword. Why don't you put that thing away? I have no thoughts of fighting you. The Weni King playfully waved his hands about and continued on. What I wish to see is only one thing. The unknown something found beyond this final wall that you've been searching for. That's all. And also, Gugu. I don't think now isn't the time for you folks to worry about me. The moment I looked back, someone angrily grabbed hold of my collars. Ijihai's face was pressing right up to mine. Fables of rage and resentment leaking out from her entire incarnation body was pounding down hard on my body. Juicy. What the hell is this? Was this a part of your plan, too? The spirit of the ocean that used to permeate her could no longer be felt. That gentle scent of saltiness wafting in when I first met her back in the subway could no longer be picked up. Kim Dokja. Ijihai was crying as she shook me around. No one tried to stop her. Not Yu Sang-a, not Zhang Hui-won, not even Shin Yu-sung. Everyone's head was lowered, their eyes fixed to the ground. And Kim Dokja understood their feelings. All of their resentment was my burden to carry. However, there was someone who didn't think that way. Ijihai. It was Han Suyong. Let me go. Ijihai's reaction to Han Suyong's hand grabbing her shoulder was vicious, to say the least. However, the latter didn't let go. Her dogged hand swept back Ijihai's bangs, wiped the thick teardrops away. Then she continued with what she wanted to say. The Black Flame Dragon, Uriel, the maritime war god. They are not dead yet. How do you know that? I can sense them. It's really faint, but I can definitely feel they are still alive. Also, her voice sounded cold yet caring, to the point and didn't waver once. Only Han Suyong could have spoken in such a voice. Wipe your tears away and take a good look. Look at the state of the bastard you're choking right now. The stupid-looking Ijihai had dropped her head, only to raise it back up again. And for a very long time, she hesitated and stared at me. I didn't try to avoid that gaze. But why? Ijihai's voice was trembling. Why are you crying too, Ajusi? Her hands grabbing hold of my collars let go. Han Suyong quickly seized that opening to dig in and punched me in the face. Get your shit together, you idiot. Now, give us a proper explanation. You probably didn't come here without a concrete plan, right? If one were to flip her words around, then she was threatening to really kill me if I caused such an event without thinking too much about it. She continued with her questioning. There is a way to save our sponsors, right? Right? There was no such method. Lights from many constellations were turned off in the Starstream's pitch-black night sky. However, you'd still be able to spot a few that flickered away when taking a closer look. They were stars with lights faintly discernible only after staring at them for a very long time. Kim Dokja hated the constellations. He had never forgotten that emotion, not even for a second. Right? However, this world scenario managed to change such a Kim Dokja. I looked at the final wall. The wall where all the fables were recorded on. The wall that existed solely to record the one single fable that all the Dakibis longed for. But it might be too late now. All this tragedy existed to be recorded on that wall. No, hang on. Maybe it was the opposite. All these events happened because it was already recorded on that wall. However, it's also possible. Changing what happened already was impossible. It should not be possible to revive those whose souls had been extinguished and get rid of the pain as if nothing happened. Indeed, it shouldn't be possible at all to save a world line that had been destroyed already. Because the damn probability of this world wouldn't permit that. Because such a story would be the same as the squared circle Han Suyong mentioned earlier. However, what if such a thing was possible? What if a wall that could bring the squared circle to reality existed in this world? I squeezed the core gripped in my hand tightly. Main scenario number 99 enemy of the story has been cleared. Calculation for the completion reward has begun. Currently, no great dakibis exist to take the role of calculating the reward. Reward calculation is being delayed. You have earned the qualification to meet the King of Stories. The blinding wall opened its jaw for us. Episode 97. The Star That Can't Be Seen 1. Fin. Chapter 505. The Star That Can't Be Seen 2. Starstream wishes to name your last fable. You are now given the choices of final fable. Nebula Kim Dokja Company's epic, Stars That Will Be Born in Starstream will extol your fable. While reading the messages popping up one after the other, we took stock of our current situation. Although they all still looked shell-shocked, we simply couldn't afford to stop here. Gong Pildu suddenly raised his voice. Will the main scenario end with this? Unlike how it usually was, no new scenario was issued even though a main scenario had come to an end. What entered our ears instead was a system message. Starstream's main scenario system has entered the closing sequence. It was a message none of us had ever heard before. Curtains were finally closing on the vast world of scenarios. We all formed blank expressions, not knowing what to say. If this thing ends, what will happen to the world? Gong Pildu stared at the wall with a hollow expression. Countless texts blooming on the wall must have sensed his gaze, because they repeatedly scattered only to reform again. Some among those texts were even related to Gong Pildu himself, the man who lost his family at the start of the scenario. He seemed to be deeply fatigued. Somehow. I could have been mistaken, but I thought there was something welling up in his eyes, too. I hesitated for a bit before addressing him. There is one more being remaining, the one that controls all the scenarios. That bastard has to be killed off too? If you're too exhausted, it's fine to remain here. After coming all this way, pure rage bubbled up on Gong Pildu's face. I can never forgive that bastard. It won't nearly be enough for me to rip him apart into little pieces. It felt as if I was the one being attacked the moment I peered into his eyes. At the same time, I thought I saw the fables of regular people who died during the scenarios reflected behind his back. And all those fables seemed to blame Kim Dokja. That bastard took away my family and my lands. I must definitely... Gong Pildu spoke up to there, and keeled over as bloody foams bubbled out of his mouth. Isiolwa quickly supported him and felt his pulse. The damage to his incarnation body is extensive. During the battle inside the cabin, Gong Pildu protected the companions along with Yi Hyansong. His proud, armed fortress was seriously damaged. The status of his sponsor, the defense master, could barely be felt too. It was quite likely that this was as far as he could go. They'll take him with us. He also has the right to witness the end, after all. Please take care of him. Isiolwa activated her unique skill, Stretcher, and placed Gong Pildu on the bed made out of magic net. In the meantime, both Iji Hai and Zhang Huiwen regained their energy and stood up from their spots. Let's go, Dokja-si. Whatever happens, we should still try to see the end, at least. I was ashamed by the fact that Zhang Huiwen had to say those words, because she must have been the one to resent me the most among our group. She lightly tapped me on the shoulder. Don't think about anything unnecessary. My sponsor told you, right? We only got to see that far in that story. Meaning, no one knows what will happen next. Her voice contained an icy determination. Yi Hyansong put Yi Gilyong on his back and nodded his head after hearing her. Huiwansi is correct. It was the same story for both Shin Yusung and Iji Hai. Even though so many things happened, the companions still believed in Kim Dokja. Could my companions see that sentence? Was it okay for someone like me to read that sentence? Suchichuchu, will you enter the interior of the final wall? A new message floated up soon afterwards. The probabilities sparks whipped about madly above the wall. With those sparks as the center, the wall seemed to retract. Letters above the white surface rescinded and a small entrance we could go through was generated. Han Suyong asked in a suspicious voice. Do you have a plan for what's beyond here? Grayish fog filled up the inside of the entrance. It was a veil of fog I was familiar with from the sentence that I had memorized after reading them over and over again. Finally, Yu Jung Hyok, who lost everything, was looking beyond the fog. This passageway was the very same one that the 1863rd turns Yu Jung-hyuk had passed by. You said that what happens next isn't even mentioned in the ways of survival. I nodded my head. The only remaining thing was to enter. Although my last concern was, please go ahead. Zarathustra's can't go any further. We've been informed that we don't have the qualifications to enter. Unlike Anna Croft, her subordinate Zarathustra's didn't possess all that many fables connected to Kim Dokja Company. They looked at me with sorrowful eyes for a little while, then silently moved out of the way and created a path. Incarnation. Selena Kim has accepted her. Incarnation Selena Kim's is unreachable dream. Please take care of Anna. Selena Kim's voice was transmitted through voice projection. I slowly but deeply nodded my head and turned around to leave. Footsteps belonging to my companions could be heard coming from behind me. My companions had become one constellation my companions, who didn't emit light in the same direction as everyone else. Let's get going. Even then, everyone here all wished to confirm the conclusion. It was right then. A shadow suddenly appeared drifting around in the fog before us. Anna Croft's blonde hair spread in the air. However, the one controlling her body wasn't her. Yu Jung-hyuk focused on the Weni King's movements while tightly grasping the hilt of the dark, heavenly demon sword. Are you thinking of trusting the Weni King? He hadn't lowered his wariness since a while ago, and continued to emit intense bloodlust towards the Weni King at every opportunity he could find. I also didn't like the Wenis. They tried to kidnap Yu, and even tried to pull a fast one on me back in the demon world, too. I don't trust him. We're just entering a temporary alliance, that's all. We made a deal in the past, you see. A deal? I didn't offer up a detailed explanation. Because the one who could do it for me made his appearance, that's why. Looks like you don't trust me at all, regressor. Seeing the Weni King speak through Anna Croft's mouth, I couldn't help but think that this had to be the worst combination imaginable. To think that two individuals Yu Jung-hyuk hated had been combined into one. Yu Jung-hyuk wordlessly sent his magical energy to the dark, heavenly demon sword. He was getting ready to strike down at the slightest hint of provocation. I heard the story from other Wenis. It seems that you've cut off the lumps of my children. And do you wish for yours to be cut off too? The Weni King cackled as if he was deeply amused. What's so funny? I truly enjoy your unnecessary aloofness. You were the same back in the demon world and in Murim. I had been spending a really long, boring time there, but things became rather entertaining all thanks to you. One more word, and I shall cut off your lumps. Oh, Yu Jung-hyuk. Yu Jung-hyuk seemed to be more fired up than usual, so I quickly stopped him. Nothing good would come about by getting into a scuffle with the Wenis here. Why did it happen, though? His unfocused aura was different from his usual self. Maybe his thoughts had gotten complicated now that the end was upon us. The Weni King alternated his gaze between Yu Jung-hyuk and me before opening his mouth. I see that you two are good friends. Even as the scary glare in Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes was rekindled, the Weni King carried on. I too had someone like that once upon a time. He used to love the stories a lot, just like the Demon King of Salvation over here. I don't want to hear about your sob story. We carried out the scenarios together. We overcame many close shaves and fought against the absolute beings that ridiculed us. We compiled fables to create more fables, and after compiling great fables, we even created an epic yarn, too. And with that epic, we eventually reached the final wall. The Weni King had reached this final wall before? This information never appeared in the ways of survival. You probably never heard about it. That story doesn't even remain as a fable anymore. Maybe someone like the Apocalypse Dragon, who had gone insane from the repeated history, might be able to barely recall it. There was Starstream even back in your day? Back then, it was called a slightly different name. The name Starstream was given only after we saw the end of this world. Here was a being that saw the end of the world before us. What was the for them back then? And just what happened back then that caused this creature to become the Weni King and drift around the scenarios? And that bastard is now called the King of the Stories. The sound of something collapsing heavily could be heard from beyond the fog. That's why I'm looking forward to your last verses. I'm genuinely curious. Curious on who'd end up as the final winner of this scenario. Suchichuchu. The fog before us began rumbling loudly. Looks like it's time to go meet my old friend. Along with those words, all traces of the Weni King vanished. However, his message continued to be heard. It'll be wise for you to start moving soon. Before you all get devoured, that is. Devoured? A juicy. Ejihai following us from behind suddenly cried out and disappeared through the floor. And then, hands-like things suddenly emerged from the floor and nearby walls to grab and yank at our arms and legs. Jihaya. Character Ejihai has become a part of the great story. Zhang Hui-won reached out towards Ejihai being sucked into the floor. However, it was too late. Even Zhang Hui-won herself was being sucked in now. Walls transformed into bottomless quicksand and swallowed her up. Character Zhang Hui-won has become a part of the great story. Hui-wansi. I watched Yi Hyun-sung dash towards Zhang Hui-won, but that only made me lose my bearing. Did something like this happen back in the ways of survival? Just what the hell? Yu Jung-hyuk was the only person crossing this passage back in the ways of survival. I had overlooked that simple fact. Not even once did Yu Jung-hyuk try to cross this passage with these many people before. Everyone gather around me. Unfortunately, it was too late by then. Yi Hyun-sung, Lee Seol-hwa, Gong Pil-do, and even Yu Sang-ah and the kids were all snatched up by the hands of the walls and got absorbed. Character Shin Yu-sung has become a part of the great story. Character Yu Sang-ah has become a part of the great story. My heart was racing non-stop. The word character especially got on my nerves amidst all those messages. Han Soo-young. Yu Jung-hyuk. He was already half sucked into the floor by now. There wasn't even enough time to resist. Step back. The sword wind Yu Jung-hyuk fired pushed me back. I barely managed to evade the texts trying to grab my ankles. Character Yu Jung-hyuk has become a part of the great story. Eventually, even Yu Jung-hyuk was taken away. Han Soo-young was the only one remaining. However, one of her arms was already being swallowed up. Hurry, this way. I used every ounce of my strength to pull her out. The effects of the way of the wind permeated into my feet and the explosive forward momentum wrapped around me. Final Wall is exposing its greed over your epic. Final Wall is looking at the individual not yet included in its story. Such a chuch it. Han Soo-young's body was trembling as if she was having a seizure. The only other person who wasn't a character besides himself was Han Soo-young. I ran as hard as I could. Unfortunately, the wall's pursuit proved to be persistent. What's worse, I had no clue where exactly I was running off to. Front, back, side, up. I looked everywhere, but couldn't see a place I could escape to. Poof! Along with the sensation of stepping on air, the ground vanished. This was the same tactic that took away Lee Ji-hai and Zhang Hui-won. The wall was now sucking me in, too. Han Soo-young and I began falling as if this was an endless emptiness. The gray fog rushed in with every heavy breath I took, constricting me. Kim Dokja was scared of the stories he didn't know. Texts with incredible density interfered with my breathing. I couldn't recognize this fable due to the inordinate amount of letters. As the term implied, the great fable was crushing me. I struggled and flailed about trying to escape from this fable somehow. However, the more I struggled, the more this vague fear dug into me. It felt like everything inside me was emptying out. Texts were escaping from the tip of my fingers. Fables that formed the basis of me were disappearing. It was then. The fables that constitute you exist through what you see, experience, and feel. That one sentence got stuck by my fingertip. That was the fable control method Yu Ho-sung taught me back in the Isle of Reincarnators. Let them know that you're looking at them, too. I grabbed hold of that sentence. When I did, the things that constituted the fable along with that sentence began popping up inside my head. Kim Dokja calmly controlled his breathing. I decided to stop my escape attempt from this vast cosmos of texts. Fables opened their maws wide as if to swallow me up in one go. These things wouldn't even exist if I don't look into them. There was no need to fear them. These were just fables. Suchachuchu. I stared into the words rushing in. I didn't even blink and glared at those texts, to let them know that I was reading them right here. Right next second, the words scattered around like fog, before coalescing together again. In order to not get devoured by the fable, one had to become a Daksha/reader. As if to express their gratitude towards the one discovering them, the sentences began circling around my feet. Soon, they became footholds for me to walk on. A person who loves fables yet still reads on without getting drunk in them. Only then will the fables become viable means to oppose the formless emptiness. My falling stopped. I lightly stepped on the sentences piling up below my feet. They were not the texts from the ways of survival. I'm Dokja. I used to introduce myself to other people in this manner, but that would lead to the following misunderstanding. Even then, they seemed somewhat familiar to me. While reading those sentences, I walked forward a step at a time. Some among them were stories that I already knew, some that I didn't, and some whose memories had faded now. When Kim Dokja was young, he began thinking about a certain thing. The young me was scribbling something on a notebook. It was a well-organized power balance sheet of the way of survival, as well as hidden peace locations. And also, what's this? I wouldn't have done it that way. I began cooking up my own methods of conquering the ways of survival. What an idiot. You should have conquered that pitch-black place like this. The item you'll need is... Getting the ampoules from the laboratory is the core of the Cinema Dungeon's conquest plan and... You definitely need to get the Ganpyeongwi at this point in time. It's even more important than getting the 4-in demonic beheading sword. The sense of déjà vu grew stronger as I took more steps forward. There's no other choice but to kill all the constellations. There's no other way at this point. To become stronger without regressing. As I thought, the best route is this. The first great fable must be earned in the demon world. The sentences my younger self wrote now illuminated the path I was walking on. I began thinking as I tread on those words. To save everyone. Maybe this path began long before the time I could recall? Tuck. Eventually, the sentences were cut off. And a small, white door waited for me where the words had ended. It was the exact same door the 1863rd turns Yu Jung-hyuk had opened. The epilogue to all the stories he hadn't read yet was beyond that door. I wordlessly stared at the doorknob. Just to turn this doorknob. The entire story that began with Yu Jung-hyuk flitted in and out of my head. And in this very moment, that one question I had from a very long time ago, but never spoken out aloud, floated back up to the fore. What kind of an epilogue did TLS 123 want to write for the ways of survival? I reached out towards the door's handle, only to unwittingly look behind me. There was a path made out of vast fables. This sight felt bizarrely alien now that I looked at it from this far. I stared at that road for a long time. Then opened the door. Episode 97. The Star That Can't Be Seen 2, Finn. Chapter 506. The Star That Can't Be Seen 3. The universe in the beginning was one. When I regained my wits, that sentence was floating in front of my eyes. I couldn't tell whether that was just a line of text or a memory of something taking possession of the sentence. The One was truly omniscient and omnipotent in this world. Because the One was the universe itself and the universe was the One. The One was perfect, and it was perfectly alone. Right after that, a blinding explosion went off. And that's how one became 2. That was the first explosion. People later on would call it the Big Bang. One was no longer omnipotent afterwards. An incredible dizziness assaulted me, and I fell down on my hands and knees. This was inside the door, the deepest part of the final wall. The wall didn't try to suck me in anymore. Maybe I had already been sucked in. I looked around to discover Han Suyong collapsed on the floor. I placed her unconscious figure on my back and stood up. I raised my head to realize that Anna Croft was now standing before me. Looks like you saw the first fable. The Weni King currently possessing her was smiling in my direction. I made the exact same face as you when I first saw it too. I didn't reply. I had no time to shoot breezes with him like this. Where did my companions disappear to? Maybe he read my anxiousness, because he continued to speak to me. Aren't you curious? Why does this thing called fable exist in this world? I didn't come here to discuss such things with you. However, it'll be impossible to go any further without talking about it first. It was the same for me, you see. I could hear Han Suyong's breathing coming from my back. Her breaths soon became a fable and unfolded before me. The world seemed to distort, and a passage decorated with display shelf-like things appeared next. The universe became 2, and the One grew lonely. Things that weren't necessary back when there was only one began appearing. Figurine-like beings were engaged in combat above these display shelves. The history of scenario that began in countless planets, including Earth, was on display right there. The good and evil was created to differentiate the 2. Agars and Metatron were bitterly fighting each other. That was the great war of saints and demons, where angels and demons, even as they bled crimson-colored fables, never compromised on their ideals. The communication was invented to soothe the 2's loneliness. Citizens were battling demons within the walls of the industrial complex. And I saw Zhang Haiyang trying to dissuade this battle between those walls. And samsara, a wish to return to when it was one, was created. Next up was Sakyamuni gently stroking a certain incarnation body trapped within a water tank inside his chamber. It was the incarnation body belonging to the now-dead Tang Sanzang, who loved Sakyamuni once upon a time. However, 2 could never go back to being 1. All the fables I had been reading were displayed here. These battles were repeating themselves within the predetermined conclusion. Han Suyong must be slowly waking back up, because I could feel her tremble a little. The 2 needed something to connect the divided 2. An existence that would live through all the fables, and act as a proxy to their good and evil, their communications, and their samsara. My feet came to a dead stop just then. The character. I couldn't leisurely watch on anymore. The Weni King walking next to me like a ghost spoke up. It's such a malicious joke. Don't you agree? He cackled before hiding within my shadow. The number of individuals appearing on the display cabinet grew. Some were simply put on display like some plastic figurines, while there were some still trapped in the wall with only their faces exposed as if molding hadn't been completed yet. Jihai, Yusunga. I recognized those faces. I tried so hard to free them from there, but the more I struggled, the deeper their faces sunk into the wall. I ran along the display shelf. E Seol Hwa, Gong Pil Du, E Gilyong, Yu Sang Ah. Everyone from Kim Dokja Company was here. And also, Yu Jung Hyuk. Yu Jung Hyuk's figure revealed itself from beyond the thick fog. His entire body was currently tied up with copper-colored chains, his eyes closed and unmoving, and a faint silhouette could be spied below him. That was none other than the king of the stories. The fog obscured his face, so I slowly walked over to him. You have encountered the king of the stories. End of the main scenario is here. There never was much info on the Dakibi King within the pages of the Ways of Survival. However, not appearing in the novel didn't mean that no information regarding him could be found elsewhere, because I knew of those that had met him already. However, none of them mentioned what the Dakibi King looked like. At the end of the final fog, the king of the stories was waiting for me. The king of the stories is smiling at you. And then, the fourth wall is intensely trembling. I had to doubt my own eyes next. This was from a very old memory. The head-pounding dizziness assaulted me as my vision shook greatly. There is no way. No, such a thing is simply impossible. Finally we meet the apostle of... No, wait. Small bits of sparks danced before my eyes and removed the filtering altogether. Oh, the apostle of eternity and epilogue. Kim Dokja roared out like a thunderclap and rushed forward. I didn't even have enough time to think. I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. I wanted to choke him to death right here, right now, but for some reason my hands wouldn't listen to me. That man was tall. He always looked down on his son from high above. This man, he couldn't be here. The man with an always flushing face. Always drunk, and because of that, the son never really met gazes with this man. No, the son prayed that their gazes would never meet each other's. Dokjaya. Kim Dokja. The world would turn into a nightmare if their gazes met. That's why. I really did come up with a splendid name for you, didn't I? Such-a-chuch-a-chit. I threw out a punch with all my might. His height that seemed so tall back then was now about the same. The time seemed to be slowing down. Those protruding veins only served to make him look emaciated. Instead. Such-a-chuch-it. The son thought he could win now. He was not a powerless little child anymore. The fist I swung with all my power was stopped right before his nose. Sparks exploding brightly illuminated the man's face. The Dakibi King, his eyes glowing bright blue, smiled like a devil at me while standing there. What do you think you're doing to your own father? I roared out. I was not cognizant of what I was saying nor even doing at that moment. The fourth wall was crumbling down. Kim Dokja, get yourself together. And then, a voice could be heard. There was this warmth still pressing onto my back. Han Suyong's fable was being transmitted to me. This was the Daksha/reader's fable. The story that protected me. The fourth wall. What are you doing? Wake up. The fourth wall is strongly revitalized. The fourth wall is growing as thick as an impregnable fortress. It was then the expression on the Dakibi King changed. You're obstructing me? It seemed that he was now looking not at me, but the thing inside me. The last fragment of the final wall, your duty is now over. The fourth wall is viciously growling. You have safely reached the end of the entire story, along with the successor that meets all the requirements. The fourth wall was speaking from inside me. Techat is for Kim Dokja to decide. I gradually regained my calm while listening to those words. This creature before me was not my father. The memories shared with my mother became a fable and flowed right before my eyes. Her memories got swallowed up by the fourth wall. Her sentences floated up above that wall and tried to speak to me. He died on that day. You are not my father. How can you be so sure? Stop with your pranks. It's impossible for you to be my father probability-wise. Probability, is it? Haha, I've no excuses after hearing that. I thought it'd be the most natural thing to see this face at this point in time. The Dakibi King smiled even as I continued to grab him by his scruff. His face then began transforming. In that case, how about this face? He morphed into my mother's appearance, and then, these faces aren't too bad either. And then, he even changed into Persephone and Hades. I swung my fist one more time, but my whole body was flung away in the opposite direction as powerful sparks danced in the air. Show me those faces one more time and I'll kill you. Fufu. I guess my pranks have indeed crossed the line. My bad. Change back. Show me your true appearance. I'd love to, but I can't. I have already forgotten what my real appearance is like a long time ago. I lived my life as far too many different beings, you see. He maintained Hades' appearance and slowly blinked his eyes. When he did, fables began leaking out from behind him. Fables that were somewhat familiar. On that day, the world's most ancient demon ascended in awe. I was a king of a demon world once upon a time. All the archangels of Eden ceaselessly worshipped him. I was also the Messiah to the archangels. Cold sweat trickled down my back. These fables, they were stories that I had heard before. The vanished great demon king, the Messiah of Eden. I also sensed founding fables of other myth-level nebulas from him, too. Emperors Pangu, Olympus Cronus. Hairs began standing up all over my body. This existence before my eyes was on a completely different realm compared to every other myth-grade constellation I had encountered so far. The oldest existence in this world. I remained tense while gripping the unbreakable faith even tighter. All of those things, they were your doing? Even Eden, the demon world, all of them? Is that what you want to tell me? My words prompted the Dakibi king to vigorously shake his head. No. In the end, everything is simply reincarnated from the old stories. We are all nothing more than a part of the massive tale reincarnating itself. You, me. He was now staring at the flow of starstream in the distance. The sky where stars had fallen was spreading out in emptiness. That sky resembled a huge wall. The final wall, that seemingly stretched on forever. This world was, in the end, a story taking place within that vast, endless wall. I saw faint stars falling down like ink spilt during scribbling. So many stars had fallen by now, yet there were still some remaining up there. Stars that couldn't be seen unless one took a closer look. I remembered the names of those stars, and that reaffirmed what I came here to do. Release my companions. They are just the means to an end that served their purpose. What meaning is there for you if I release them? They are my everything. The Dakibi king slowly approached me. Han Suyong used midday tryst to talk to me as she stood at my side. Kim Dokja. She tightened the tattered bandages around her arm and began rousing up the last bits of her fighting spirit. They'll count to 3. We subdue him together on the signal. 1, 2. Stop whispering amongst yourselves. I can hear you clearly. We stood there frozen stiff and exchanged glances. All settings found in Starstream had to go through the Dakibi king first. In other words, there was no sentence in this world that he couldn't read. Han Suyong and I, gripping my hilt tightly, glared at him. Now that our plan had been outed, whatever we did couldn't be called a sneak attack anymore. The Dakibi king stared at us as if he was greatly amused, before slowly extending his hand towards me. The successor of the stories. Only you have arrived here at the perfect timing. Wah! Son of a bitch, can't you see that I'm also? Along with that such-a-chuch-it noise, Han Suyong's voice disappeared. Trapped inside what looked like a water tank, she began pounding on the transparent walls surrounding her. You have cleared all the main scenarios. You will be recorded in the cosmos-spanning unified starstream. Accompanying the system messages was a sudden rise in the status of my existence. You've already shown the world such a cool fable, so how come you're still stuck in the old-school mentality? You are in possession of the Noble Walls fragment, so I need to ask why you can't detach yourself from this world and watch it from afar. The owner of the voice seemed to be criticizing me. His awe of all these stories could clearly be felt within the depths of that very voice. He gazed at the wall near his position. No, more correctly, he seemed to be imagining a certain something beyond the wall itself. There is no meaning in the things you treasure. This world is simply a story dedicated to the great, noble existence. Everything in this world is nothing more than a fleeting daydream to the noble existence. The great, noble existence's daydream, was it? Is the final wall recording the dreams of that existence? Correct. I figured out who that existence was. The instigator of all these tragedies. I recalled the first fable I heard when entering this place. The universe in the beginning was one. The first one. The existence who regressed Yu Jung Hyok, and also gave birth to all the myths in this world. Is that bastard TLS 123? Episode 97. The Star That Can't Be Seen 3. Finn. Chapter 507. The Star That Can't Be Seen 4. TLS 123. The Dakibi king's expression as he murmured to himself looked rather strange. Bluish sparks were dancing on top of his lips that trembled as if he was suffering from some kind of lag. I changed my question. I'm asking if that guy is the author of this world. The Dakibi king tilted his head before replying. Rather than an author, you could say that the most ancient dream is much closer to being a reader. It's not an existence that writes stories for someone else. It's lazy and can be quite greedy, you see. The most ancient dream isn't TLS 123? If that's true, then who had been sending me the text files? The author responsible for writing the novel I had read for over 10 years. Just who? You seem to be quite curious about the beginning of everything. However, there is no meaning in trying to guess it. Doesn't matter how this world came about, if there is no one to look at it, then it's the same thing as this world not existing in the first place. The Dakibi king stared at the Starstream's universe. Blinding fragments of fables rode on the stream of cosmos and flowed to somewhere. Wherever his gaze stopped, the fragments repeatedly created meanings only to lose them again. I shifted my own gaze towards Yu Jung Hyok suspended in the air with chains wrapped around him. The empty star stream's universe could be seen behind him. There are things that exist without being seen. The darkness in the universe was simply too wide and expansive. Its vastness couldn't be crossed even with the speed of light. However, that light would eventually arrive at its destination. Unable to see it didn't mean nothing existed there. There were some things that emitted light where no one was around. Faint starlights could be spied within the deep darkness of the space. Stars that rose up among the darkness. Stars that hadn't lost themselves yet. The light from those stars became fables, became sentences. As those sentences were lowered on top of the final wall, the already closed story's door opened up again. The abyssal black flame dragon raised itself up as black blood trickled out from its whole body. The moment I saw that sentence, I gasped out loud. The sentences soon became video footages. Not too long afterwards, I saw the abyssal black flame dragon raise its body up within the devastated battlefield. Han Suyong was right, although he had lost the powers of the Apocalypse Dragon after the stage transformation came undone. He was still none other than the Black Flame Dragon. The great sage, heaven's equal floating in the skies of a different world, opened his tired eyes, and... The great sage was still engaged in a bitter struggle against the surviving constellations among the thunderclaps continuously going off. The final great good was forging her way towards the end of the good and evil. And Uriel, too, she was wielding her flames of conflagration to brighten the darkened night skies of Starstream. No, they do not exist if no one is there to see them. Along with that declaration, the fable footage scattered away. I unknowingly reached out towards the fable, scattering in vain. The Dakibi King addressed me as if to mock my actions. There is nothing more futile than a story continuing on when no one's reading it. Everything is created the moment they are observed. That's how this universe has been constructed. If no one observes it, that fable can't prove its existence. They definitely do exist. You still wish to see what happens next. Starstream is waiting for your decision. The final wall is waiting for your decision. The whole world was waiting for my answer. I hesitated with what to say. Han Suyong was still struggling within the transparent walls. Will I be able to see what I wanted if this fable continues on? The Dakibi King chuckled as if he could understand my hesitation. The final wall viciously shuddered about. Sentences were flowing above the wall as if it was providing a free service. The fable was lazily being reproduced once more. The great sage, abyssal black flame dragon, and Uriel began fighting again. Hey, Flame Dragona. Don't you dare to cry because your Nuna is no longer here. Kiki. You're too quick to give up, Archangel. I still have one arm left that I haven't used yet. But it looks like that arm's been already sliced off, Black Flame Dragon. This body of mine is perfectly fine without an arm. You dumb monkey. The good and evil constellations, and one that was neither, had gathered together and were participating in the final battle. While watching that spectacle, the Dakibi King addressed me. Your fable was truly amazing. Even the greatest great fable Starstream decided to side with you. Although many parts of your epic are still unfilled, it's more than enough to stand as the foundation for the beginning of a new world. I didn't continue my story just to become something like that. Fables were shining brightly behind the constellations. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is continuing on with its storytelling. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, is continuing on with its storytelling. Great Fable, Liberator of the Forgotten Ones, is continuing on with its storytelling. Those were our great fables. Fables weren't Kim Dokja companies alone. Those that watched a certain story for a long time would eventually emit the same light as the story itself. Constellations that had watched our story were now emitting the same light as us. That is the end of the story you have created. The black flame dragon roared out viciously as its tail was cut off. Uriel's broken conflagration was scattering away like ash. The great sage, heaven's equal, swung his broken Rui Jingu bang towards the Emperor's constellations. The sentences written on the final wall were steadily losing their light. I reached out towards that light. Such-a-chuch-a-chit. You don't have the qualification to interfere with the final wall. Pain rushed in from my fingertips. Sparks had scorched them pitch black. I gritted my teeth and shouted out. I do have the right to control that story. I have already cleared the main scenario. The reward for the last scenario was the final wall. The Dakibi King smiled. Indeed, you do have the right. However, you don't have the authority to change that story. Doing that will violate the probability. I stared at the sentences floating up on the final wall in real time and unleashed my true voice. Stop that story right now. All the fables I had compiled until now were screeching out. It wasn't too late. For Uriel, Black Flame Dragon, and the Great Sage, too. They were still alive. Hades, our is here. could be changed if it's right now. Those flowing sentences, they could be fixed. I could grab the ends of the unfinished sentences and write something else over them. Do you wish to save them? The Dakibi king asked. I too was like you once upon a time. The world he had been living in spread out from behind his back. A planet I wasn't familiar with appeared. The scenario was underway on that planet. I too had experienced horrible misfortunes. Tragedies that no single existence could ever handle alone. By the time tragedies no longer felt like tragedies to me, I found myself arriving in this place. Like a dam bursting open, a portion of the wall rained down on me. The enormous story held in the final wall's embrace began flooding in towards me. Such a chuchikachichu. My mind felt like it was breaking down. The stories that I already knew, and those that I didn't, fables of the whole universe was accumulating within my soul. The fourth wall is violently resisting. The fourth wall is protecting your crumbling mind. The deaths I had experienced, and the deaths I had witnessed were overlapping with each other. Why did so many bad things happen to you? These stories that could easily be categorized as misfortunes began crushing down inside my head. Do not get drunk in the fables. Because this is merely one of the countless world lines you will create in the future, after all. Little by little, the emotion of sadness grew dull. Lamentation and despair, too. All these emotions of sorrow were lumped into one clay-like mass, and became something that couldn't be differentiated. So many misfortunes exist in this world. So is there a reason to feel sorrow for every single one of them? Far too many things would grow stale eventually. You asked me who was the author of this world. You can be that existence. The Dakibi king continued on. If you wish to save them, you must acknowledge the fact that everything you love has no meaning, that the already written fables are simply illusions that can be changed easily, and that they are just shadows of the great, noble daydream. Along with the Dakibi king's whisper, the great fable's probability began shifting. Become the architect of the brand new world, so that you can lead the next generation of Starstream. It was an incredibly tempting offer. If I accepted the Dakibi king's suggestion and become the new architect of the Starstream, then I'd be able to save everyone. I'd get to save this world line by rewriting all these fables. And there was only one price to pay for that salvation. To give up loving that story. It was then, someone grabbed my hand. It was soaked in blood as if it had been hitting something for a while. It was a hand of someone who had been writing stories for a very long time. Wake up, will ya? You are not a writer. When did she escape from the transparent walls? Han Suyong spoke to me while tearing the bandages with her teeth and wrapping them around her fists again. No, you're a reader who promised to become the first reader of my novel. At the end of her words, fables exploded out from her entire figure. Fable, predictive plagiarism, has begun its storytelling. Such a chuchachit. The sentences written on the final wall began growing restless. Incarnation, Han Suyong, is activating her attribute. Even if there are lots of tragedies in the world, a sad thing is still sad, you dumbass. The moment Han Suyong slammed down on the floor, a portion of fable clinging onto the final wall tumbled down. The Dakibi king's eyes grew wider. The wall, you dare. He couldn't finish what he wanted to say, because someone's hand broke past the gap of the wall where the fables had fallen down. It was a smooth, pale-skinned hand. A hand of a certain someone who was more righteous and stronger than anyone I knew. She's right. Sorrow is still sorrow. Just like how happiness is still happiness. The wall that decides samsara is distorting the gap in the final wall. Yu Sang-ah and her refreshing smile was escaping from the wall. Shin Yu-sung and Yi Gilyong sticking close to her side could be seen, as well. A juicy, young. The rift Yu Sang-ah created spread out wider and wider, and eventually even reached the wall on the other side. And the voices of people I knew well could be heard coming from beyond that wall. The wall of impossible communication is raising the volume of the inaudible voice. Demon King of Salvation. It was Zhang Haiyang's voice. Along with crumbling noises, something small popped out from the opposite wall's gap. It was Kyrios. You pathetic fool. Did you get swallowed by a measly little fable? Soon afterwards, noises akin to a bulldozer flattening the ground resounded out as a man-sized hole appeared in that gap. The wall that decides good and evil is re-establishing the boundary between good and evil. Dokjasi, we came to find you. It was Yi Hyun-song and Zhang Hui-won. The gap where my companions popped out rapidly recovered. Stories recorded on the final wall were quickly filling it up, and the stories of the stars began streaming again above the wall. Dokjasi? Just what is? Hyun Seongsai. Over there. Zhang Hui-won's voice prompted all my companions to look at the final wall. Stories of the constellations still fighting inside the closed-off cabin was being displayed there. It was a hellish landscape where the dead easily outnumbered the living. Uriel was kneeling down, and the abyssal black flame dragon was collapsing. The great sage was fighting right until the very end to protect them. Stand up. Magne's story hasn't ended yet. Sentences continued to just stream by. At this rate, they would all die. Uriel, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, even the great sage, they would all die. While still being subjected to intense pain, I reached out towards them. Pain severe enough to almost completely take over my soul meant I couldn't speak nor use my true voice. Stop it. The fourth wall is speaking in your stead. Stop th at stiori from conti nuing on. Companions dashed towards the final wall. Even if I didn't say anything to them, they already knew what they needed to do. That story wasn't over yet. If only we could prevent the next sentences from being written. Tsuchichuchiku. The violent aftermath storm burned away at the companions. The Dakibi King's power was suppressing them. Despite that, they didn't stop. They endured against the blinding sparks dancing all over their bodies and walked forward a step at a time in their own paces. All fables of Kim Dokja Company refused to be recorded on the final wall. Fables we had created were speaking up now. The Dakibi King muttered as if he was replying to them. "IC. So, you still wish to carry on with the scenario, is that it?" He then stared at me as if he was rather amused by this. The moment I met his gaze, goosebumps broke out all over my skin. The Dakibi King was the strongest existence in this world line. No myth-grade constellation could ever contend with this creature. Everything within Starstream was nothing more than some toys to him, after all. With a single wave of his hand, the new scenario's contents floated on the final wall. Starstream's final scenario is being reset. Starstream's final scenario will be... Crack. The streaming sentence came to a sudden stop. A single sword was stabbing into the spot where the sentence had been cut off. The aura containing the ominous power of chaos was disrupting the order of the sentence. And then, a new sentence was generated instead. The sole existence who had seen the end of this world after wandering for the inordinate amount of time. The broken chains clanged in the empty air. Shadows from countless regression turns were overlapping on top of a certain black coat as if thousands of afterimages were gathering as one. Right at that moment, I realized that my judgment was wrong. There is one person who did. A being who had already killed the Dakibi King before. Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. Episode 97. The Star That Can't Be Seen, for Finn. Chapter 508. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 1. A man named Yu Jung Hyok was there. From the 0th turn all the way to 1863rd. The history compiled by Yu Jung Hyok overlapped with the ends of his coat and whipped about wildly. As if to speak up for his fable. His words floated up on the final wall. I will never forget. Not even one thing. Fable, Comrade of Life and Death special effect is currently in activation. The fables of the third turns Yu Jung Hyok and the secretive plotters were resonating together. Terrifyingly resplendent powers of chaos extended out from the tip of the dark, heavenly demon sword, buried deeply in the wall. The entire wall seemed to grow restless from the disorderly aura of chaos. That was obvious, though his story should be occupying the most important part of this wall, after all. The protagonist of the 3 ways to survive a destroyed world, Yu Jung Hyok. This whole world couldn't even have gotten started without him in the first place. The Dakibi King spoke up as if to ridicule him. Oh, the puppet of the most ancient dream. Your film is truly lengthy and extensive. He sounded as if he already had predicted this appearance. No one could have accompanied you in your boring and unwieldy story, even if it was the most ancient dream. Such a chuchit. Yu Jung Hyok slowly blinked, and the sage's eye was unleashed along with a radiant golden light. His eye glowed brightly as if it had absorbed every starlight existing in this world. The owner of that eye spoke up. Have I come too early this time as well? The moment I heard the secretive plotter, I recalled a certain memory I saw through the disconnected film theory. A memory from the 1863rd turn when he encountered the Dakibi King. Oh dear unfortunate puppet. You have arrived too early. You can't complete this universe. The Dakibi King tilted his head as that memory was transmitted to him in real time and muttered out. Is that what happened? I see, the me of the different world line told you such a thing. Your manner of speech is different from the one I met. Just like how your regression turns aren't the same, I too am different. The Dakibi King shrugged his shoulders as if he found something rather amusing. Then, he yanked out Yu Jung Hyok's dark heavenly demon sword and threw it back. The latter caught the flying sword with his bare hand. Only the sword scar remained on the final wall like a cursor. Soon, though, the scar was gradually forced close, and sentences appeared on the wall's surface. However, all these world lines existed for the sake of treading the same path. The Dakibi King addressed Yu Jung Hyok while sounding immensely proud of this story. The completion of the great, noble world is at hand. You shall be able to fulfill your long-cherished wish now. I knew very well what Yu Jung Hyok's wish was. Great fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, has begun its storytelling, and that was to be freed from the chains of this horrifying curse. The 1863rd turns Yu Jung Hyok only lived on for that very purpose. However, his aim wasn't only that. The secretive plotter turned his head to look at me. The meaning behind that stare was rather obvious. He was telling me not to forget the deal I made with him. The Dakibi king read that sentence floating above the final wall, and muttered out, "Kill, is it? How amusing. Do you still believe such a thing is possible?" Of course it is. And to make it possible. A pair of swords were now held in his hands. The pitch-black blade of the dark, heavenly demon sword was now joined by the chillingly pale blade of heaven-shaking sword, "You bastard need to disappear first." Along with a loud kaboom, sparks began pounding the entire wall as if to break it down. An explosion of light occurred right afterwards, revealing two figures locked in combat midair. I saw the sturdy barrier-like wall of the fable surrounding the Dakibi king. He was an existence that used the oldest stories in this world as weapons. Great fable, First Messiah, has begun its storytelling. The fable in possession of the master of Nebula Eden was now streaming out from his fingertips. Sentences tightly coagulating scattered sacred light around. The light from a great constellation was now raining down on all the creations on the ground. There was no doubt that anything touched by that status would melt away without a trace. Dokjasi. Ihyensong freaked out and hurriedly ran towards where I was. Forged steel extending from his body spread out to protect me and the companions. However, I simply shook my head. "There is no need," Hyenseongsai. "Pardon?" Instead of a reply, I simply pointed to the front. Even as the pulsing migraine continued to assault me, I didn't stop looking at the view unfolding before my eyes. Other stars were right. I too might be nothing more than a mere constellation. Maybe I endured over a dozen-plus years to witness the spectacle. Exclusive attribute, Terror of the Stars, is activating. The brilliant radiance of the Dakibi king was splitting apart. A man wearing a black coat was using two swords to defend against the light of Messiah capable of ending all evil in this world. Zuzuzuzu. The fables on the wall melted down as the light touched them. The secretive plotter, no Yu Jung Hyok, was walking forward step by step while scything past that light. Sweat drops formed and dripped down from the end of his chin, and the edges of dark heavenly demon sword and heaven-shaking sword grew increasingly dull from the light, yet he didn't back away, not even once. This caused the Dakibi king's expression to shift gradually. As expected. How about this, then? Great fable, First Evil, has begun its storytelling. The first evil. That was the fable of Baal, the great demon king who had ascended to heaven. It was the absolute power that no good in this world could ever dare to oppose. Now carrying the entirety of the demon world on its back, the Dakibi king dropped a pitch-black bolt of lightning on Yu Jung Hyok. It was the thunderclap from the corrupted heaven that no archangel could withstand. Isiolwa cried out in the distance. Jung Hyoksi. Yu Jung Hyok didn't avoid the incoming lightning bolt. No, he instead raised his sword up like a lightning rod and faced the attack heathen. That wasn't the end, however. The stage transformation is activating. Through the stage transformation, souls of demon kings were being revived. There were some that died by our hands, while some were killed off by the apocalypse dragon. All demon kings had been summoned to the battlefield once more by the first evil, and they were now howling towards Yu Jung Hyok and me. Hua. The weapons thrown by the demon kings were enveloped in the malevolent magical energy, creating a purple-colored storm of lightning. It was so powerful that not even a myth-grade constellation would be able to withstand it. As the lightning flooded in, Yu Jung Hyok's pale face was illuminated like an evil apparition. He remained utterly calm even as the ominous storm of status raged on. Just like someone who had been waiting for this very moment for a long time. "They are all bastards that I've killed before." Exclusive attribute, Demon Kingslayer, is activating. Yu Jung Hyok leapt into the air and marched forward while deflecting the incoming weapons. Everywhere his swords drew arcs, fables of evil crumbled down. Like a monster born only to destroy, he swung his swords again and again. Every single one of his sword strikes contained the resentment of the worlds he had lived in. Such a chuchachit. A huge rift was opening up in the corrupted skies of the demon world. The martial prowess powerful enough to dissolve the stage transformation all by himself, the monster created by Starstream was now working towards destroying Starstream itself. Guak. The blade of dark, heavenly demon sword cut off the head of the revived black mane lion Marba, while the heaven-shaking sword's trajectory pierced past the heart of the merciless hunter going against heaven's will, Barbados. No demon king could announce themselves as a king in front of this man. The Dakibi king growled and shouted out as if he too had finally acknowledged the threat. "You arrogant puppet. You are not the protagonist of this world line. At the same time, the surrounding terrain began changing again. Great Fable Star Stream game system has begun its storytelling. The stage transformation is activating. The wall's appearance was changing as if pixels were breaking apart. Yu Jung Hyok's figure seemingly grew smaller and smaller. The path he needed to tread became a maze, as if he was now trapped within the maze of Deadless. Even a monster with a large mouth chasing after him could be seen, too. Automated turrets, suddenly popping from here and there, began firing at him, while the ground his feet landed on morphed into a deep quagmire. It was as if he had entered a video game. Yu Jung Hyok was laughing. Exclusive attribute, Ruler of Games, is activating. He overcame the exceedingly simple traps and flung himself forward like an arrow. He tore the approaching monster's head off, then proceeded to utterly destroy the maze's walls. As if he already knew the method of clearing this world, he didn't even permit a single attack to land on him. Applicable stage cannot deal with the target's status. The maze collapsed, and Yu Jung Hyok was already standing right before the Dakibi King. The latter's eyes were now dyed in the colors of fluster. Is that all? It was only obvious why the secretive plotter would win against the Dakibi King, however. His whole life existed solely to fight and win against Starstream. He must have killed the Dakibi King in a similar manner during the portion of the original I didn't get to read. The latter was hastily retreating, his eyes now shifting towards me. What is Yu Jung Hyok's weakness? The moment I read that sentence floating above the final wall, the back of my neck grew icy cold. The sights of a different world line were projected onto the Dakibi King's irises. Memories not from this world, but another world line was currently entering him. He stopped looking at me as if he had found the right answer, and with a chilling smile, shifted his gaze back to Yu Jung Hyok. Oh dear puppet, is your mind as sharp as your sword? I wonder. The king of stories is forcibly reproducing your fable. The stage transformation is activating temporarily. The similarity of the surrounding terrain is greatly enhancing the level of stage's reproduction. Corpses of demon kings were strewn about everywhere. Yu Jung Hyok and his devastated expression standing on top of dead constellations and demon kings was now slowly taking in the surroundings. The final world he used to live in was now unfolding in this place. There was no way he didn't recognize this world. It was none other the secretive plotter himself who had sent me to that place, after all. The 1863rd regression turn. The last world of the ways of survival. The Dakibi King approached Yu Jung Hyok like an encroaching shadow as the latter dazedly looked up at the sky. No, he was no longer the Dakibi King. With every step he took, his face and his silhouette changed. The pale cheeks, two eyes gleaming like stars, were now looking at him. The white coat, perfectly matching mine, was dancing in the wind. Do you remember it? Back in the 33rd regression turn. What E.G. Hai said after clearing the 40th scenario. A voice exactly the same as mine was now speaking up. Sparks danced in the air as Yu Jung Hyok's body froze up stiffly. The Dakibi King easily reached out and grabbed hold of Yu Jung Hyok's collars before continuing on. Now remember, you weren't always unhappy, right? In all the regression turns, there were always moments of happiness, even if they didn't last long. Both the heaven-shaking sword and the dark heavenly demon sword trembled powerfully. And in the midst of the tremor, they drooped powerlessly. The regression depression. That was the only weakness of Yu Jung Hyok, who had repeatedly regressed for a very long time. In the 173rd turn, you managed to protect Earth for a pretty long time. You got to see E.G. Hai receive her high school diploma, and you even got to see Isiolwa smile with another's child in her arms. The light in Yu Jung Hyok's eyes was wavering. It wasn't despair that could defeat Yu Jung Hyok. Small feather-like memories settled down inside his head one by one. The Dakibi King was using the exact same method I relied on back then. The breathing got harder, and the lungs were getting tighter. A man drowning in water would sink even deeper under the surface from the weight of a mere feather. I couldn't afford to idly watch on anymore. I shouted at Yu Jung Hyok, telling him to wake up and not to fall for such an illusion. However, my voice couldn't reach them, as if a non-conductive barrier was set up between us. And the Dakibi King was smiling away, perhaps to mock this entire story. Yu Jung Hyok, have you protected all that you wanted to protect? Slowly, Yu Jung Hyok's knees sank down. I roused the status of fables. I needed to undo that stage transformation right now, but how should I grab? There was a hand still tightly clutching mine. It was Han Suyong. That's not a battle you can interfere in. But if he's left alone, even a star that can't be seen still emits light. You said that, right? A star that can't be seen? Her words made me look back at Yu Jung Hyok once more. His gaze being lowered had come to a stop. Blinding sparks were completely enveloping him. Tsuchuchuchuku. Something was waking up his fading consciousness. Great fable, ones that remember the apocalypse, has begun its storytelling. That was a fable I wasn't aware of. As the sparks lessened gradually, several silhouettes revealed themselves. Now that I took a closer look, Yu Hyuk wasn't alone. No, for others were standing beside him. A tall man, a young man with blonde hair, a girl with a ponytail, and finally, he couldn't protect anyone. That's why he now stands in this place. An archangel with blinding pure wings. Astonishment quickly dyed the Dakibi king's expression. The fable from the destroyed 999th turn was now burning brightly like the conflagration of end times on the edges of the archangel's blade. Because he believes there are still things left to protect. Episode 98. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 1 Fin. Chapter 509. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 2. The Dakibi king's brows quivered. The fables from the 999th regression turn were now looming before him. The fables discarded by Starstream had begun telling their stories one by one. They were waking Yu Hyuk up from the depth of regression depression. The Dakibi king frowned deeply next. Why are you here? Did you not make a deal with me? You don't have a pretext to help him. Sentences began floating up above the final wall. We made a deal with the Dakibi king, you see? If we destroy this world line, he will send us back. He will get in touch with your sponsor, the most ancient dream, and ... Those were the words of the 999th turn E.G. High. The Dakibi king spoke once more. It was I who summoned you all to this world. Do you wish to be cast out of the world line again? I ask you. Do you wish to taste the everlasting pain while wandering the horrifying gap between dimensions without an end in sight? His words continued on as if to threaten them. This Yu Hyuk is the enemy you've been searching for. He's the very culprit who destroyed your world line. The one who thrust your fables into misery. There was a slight hint of agitation on the expressions of the outer gods. The Dakibi king was right, just like how it was with Yu Hyuk. They too came this far to settle the score from the world they used to live in. It was then, someone opened his mouth. What dog's hit are you yapping on about? It's you, asshole, who dropped us into this damn game. Isn't it? If the scenarios didn't start in the first place, would I even be standing here doing this shit? The monarch of the great abyss, 999th turns Kim Na-moon spoke with a thuggish attitude. As if he had already finished making up his mind. Truly incredible power of chaos was being unleashed from his entire figure. Great fable, delusional design has begun its storytelling. Kohu. It's been so long since we fought together. Kim Na-moon cackled as he undid the bandages from his hands. He was a monster that even surpassed his own sponsor, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. His pitch-black obsidian hand, filled to the brim with thicker, more evil aura than anything Han Suyong could ever produce, began sucking in the star stream's night. Great fable, heart sealing the sorrow, has begun its storytelling. Right behind him, there was another man raising his huge figure up as well. It was the 999th turn's Yi Hyansong, the king of Silverlight Heart. The completed fable metal armor wrapped around his entire figure. Dakibi king, am excluded from that deal since I have never agreed to it. Next up, the master of the sunken island, 999th turns E.G. High summoned her gigantic battleship up in the air. Great fable, wanderer of the eternal horizon, has begun its storytelling. The atmosphere of the great ocean could be felt from her twin dragon sword. She wordlessly unsheathed her sword and protected Yu Hyuk's right side. With that, the king's decision became clear. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, is forcibly activating. Their thoughts and determination were being transmitted to me in full. They all hated the secretive plotter. However, that hatred was born out from the deep-seated yearning they all held. No one treasured Yu Hyuk as much as them in any of the universes out there. It was all thanks to Yu Hyuk that they got to reach this far. To make sure they would reach here, the 999th turns Yu Hyuk sacrificed everything of him. His arm was cut off, his legs were torn off, he lost both of his eyes, and in the end he even sacrificed his life too. It was Yu Hyuk who saved them, and killed them. They only lived for Yu Hyuk. How could people like them ever forget about him? The wrath that had to be chained within the sinking island. The sorrow that could only be endured after turning your heart into steel, the pain that could only be forgotten by throwing yourself into the abyss. Great fable, flame of eternity, has begun its storytelling, and the ache that could only be appeased by burning oneself away. They repeatedly connected the film that threatened to be cut off at any time, and eventually reached the final pages of the story. Step aside, Dakibi king. We only want one thing. The 999th turns Uriel, the living flame, spoke up. And that is to witness the end we didn't get to confirm back in our world line. At the end of her words, the flames of conflagration moved. Quaqua. The hell flame that utterly devastated the Nye's forest was now burning the interior of the wall. Almost at the same time, the right hand of the 999th turns Kim Na-moon stabbed into the Dakibi King's thigh. Ha ha ha. Let's kill a Dakibi for a change. Kim Na-moon's madness-filled stigma sliced past the time and space, destroyed fables, and aimed at the Dakibi King's figure. The two exchanged the exact amount of fables during their attacks, and defenses weapons created from the delusion grew out of Kim Na-moon's right arm, while star relics summoned by the Dakibi King appeared from several spots of the wall and blocked off the former's weapons. Such a chuchit. The final wall was the location where the Dakibi King's fable could display the greatest level of power. With the stage being what it was, the direction of the battle soon flowed disadvantageously for Kim Na-moon. Oh, the spear that rips the oceans apart and draws the borders in the seas. Oh, the arrow that shot down the eye of the sun. Sentences leaking out from several spots on the wall soon became reality. Shushik. The star relics matched the Dakibi King's signal and flew in, turning the entire figure of the monarch of the great abyss into Swiss cheese. A spear stabbed into his thigh, while the arrow pierced into his arm. However, even as the pitch-black fable dripped out from him, Kim Na-moon was grinning. Go. Taekwon Hyeon-song. Along with Kim Na-moon's cry, a figure taking the spot behind him rose up. Kwadudududu. It was the 999th turn's Lee Hyeon-song. His powerful, sturdy arms wrapped tightly around the Dakibi King. Then forged steel occupying the space grew out from his entire body. As the powerful sparks exploded, the steel tightly secured the Dakibi King's arms and legs. Ji Haya. At the end of the 999th turn, Lee Hyeon-song's signal, the master of the sunken island, made her move. Load the cannon. A massive battleship floating in the night sky could be spied within the wall's gap created by the impact with the arc. Along with a powerful whirlpool swirling about, something was being loaded in front of the ship. The status emitted from there was more than enough to blow up a planet in its entirety. When taking a closer look, it was not a shell that had been loaded into the gigantic cannon. Fire! And while issuing a huge explosion noise, a shooting star fired out from the ship. It was the living flame, descending like a star with a blindingly bright tail behind her back. She had willingly become a bullet and now was flying straight at the Dakibi King. The 999th turn's Uriel shot forward in a shocking turn of speed while melting everything getting in her way. The 999th turn's fable concentrated on the tip of her sword began burning up violently. It's not only the conquering king that have killed you before. This was the method the 999th turn's characters used to clear the final pages. The incandescent sun shattered the wall's exterior and advanced forward. Fables clinging onto the final wall writhed in pain from that incredible heat. This was the attack that no one in this world line could possibly defend against. Yet, the Dakibi King was doing exactly that against such an attack. Kriewak. The Dakibi King's eyes glowed sharply under the hellish heat. Aeya. Countless stigmata engraved on his body screeched out. They were texts seemingly taken from the final wall. Great fables began directing their exaltation towards them. Even the fables in my possession were getting agitated as well. The modifier king of the stories was not just for a show. The king of the stories that existed at the peak of Starstream. His face looked noble, evil, beautiful, and sorrowful all at the same time. Once upon a time he too was a human. The weapons pouring out from the final wall collided with the flames of conflagration, and he was a demon. The ash-colored fable leaking out from the Dakibi King's horn stopped the approaching Uriel's movement. He was a savior, and the divine light emitted from white wings restored the Dakibi King's stamina. And eventually, an existence that became a Dakibi. The unending fables began enveloping him, as if this world couldn't end in this place. This place was not the 999th turn. I sensed the 999th turn's characters now shifting their gazes in my direction. Now make your move. You must be the one to finish it. You haven't forgotten your promise with us. Yes, unfortunately I couldn't move. Great Fable, Guardian of the World, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Guardian of the World, is now looking at the next Guardian. Because the Dakibi King's fable was also looking directly at me. Kim Dokja, the Dakibi King shouted in my direction. Do not go against your predetermined destiny. You love the fables more than anyone in this world. I too was like you. I understand the feelings you have towards this world better than anyone in this universe. The fable extending from his body reached out towards me. Han Suyong next to me covered my ears and growled angrily. Don't listen to him. It's not even worth it hearing him out. Zhang Hui-won and Lee Hyeon-song stood before me, while Yu Sang-ah, Shin Yu-sung, and Lee Gil-yong stood around me to protect me. And from behind my back, the howl from Lee Ji-hai's sword resounded out. All the stars in the Nebula Kim Dokja company are shining brightly. However, there were some things that would become more visible the harder you tried to obscure them. Some words would become clearer the more you tried to cover them up. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is going out of control. Black Flame Dragon. Black Flame Dragon. God damn it. Open your eyes already. Kim Yushin. Wake up. Our Wangsanbeal is not yet. Great Sage. Those were fables streaming on the final wall. Constellations were collapsing on the battlefield where an even fiercer battle than ours was taking place. Fables were endlessly leaking out from the Great Sage's body, now tattered to resemble a torn rag. As if he had lost both of his eyes, his once blinding golden gaze fiery eyes were currently not emitting any light. I can't see my Magne all that well. Uriel was supporting him. He's alive. There he is, still shining. The constellations still doggedly surviving until now rushed towards them from among the chaotic night sky. The scene then changed to show Persephone embracing the fallen Hades. He was trying to say something, but she simply shook her head. Do not worry, my ancient knight. Olympus' sun was setting above her head. All these endings became wretched sentences and rushed above the wall. These sentences were being written only for the purpose of finishing them off. Do you not wish to save them? I felt vomit rising up from the deepest part of my body. The Dakibi king shouted out. The current, you can't save them. The one who loves the story can never change that very story. Can't change it because you loved it. Only the one who overcomes the story, the one who understands the trivial nature of everything, can escape from the suppression of the probability. The surrounding storm of aftermaths was growing even more vicious, accompanied by the Kagagagic noise. The power of the fables flowing out from the Dakibi king was gradually overwhelming the combined might of the 999th turn's characters. The Dakibi king tore off Hyeonsong's fable medal and extended his hand in my direction. The one single fable you have compiled is more than enough to inherit the position of Starstream. Take my hand. What you want is the same as what I want. I do not wish to see the stories of those stars be erased. His voice even sounded desperate, too. The light in his eyes and his fable all acted as proof of his sincerity. The Starstream's fable glowed brightly from his figure. The story he had been reading for a long time had eventually become a part of him. He was now the Starstream itself. He genuinely didn't want this story to end. Continue with the story. Become the protagonist of a new world line. And along with the fable you have created, continue the banquet of the most ancient dream. You are the existence born solely for that purpose. You were able to reach this far only for that purpose. While listening to those words, I began recalling all the lucky moments that happened to me so far. Starstream is looking at you. Why was the Starstream's probability so generous towards me? The Dakibi King's fable was telling me the reason for that. The lights continued to explode before my eyes. Do not forget what you truly want. You're not the last verse. No, you're the eternity. The constellation's fable streamed behind the Dakibi King. He was right. I didn't wish for those stories to end. The great sage, heaven's equal, watched the falling star and sensed his own approaching demise. I slowly turned my head around and saw Jung Hyuk, now almost freed from the regression depression. His seemingly empty eyes were locked on me. However, there were some stories that had to end. Episode 98. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 2 Finn. Chapter 510. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 3. Chapter 510. Episode 98. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 3. That was an old promise. They'll finish your story for you. I couldn't keep that promise during the 1863rd turn. Your has begun shaking unsteadily. I pushed myself up while gripping the unbreakable faith tightly. The hilt of the sword that accompanied me from beginning till now through almost all the scenarios could be felt in my hand. The tip of the sword touched the ground and sentences began rising up. Sentences that I had never seen before. He was more curious about the end of this world than anyone, and more than anyone else, he wished for this world not to end. My last fable had begun. Kim Dokja? I removed Han Suyong's hands covering my ears. Her eyes were trembling. My reddened appearance was reflected in her irises. A lengthy wound was running across my cheek, wings were torn, and the Demon King's horn was broken. I was truly in a mess. And Han Suyong believed in such a mess of a man until now and came this far. Have you made up your mind? The Dakibi King in the center of all the exploding sparks asked me. The beings from the 999th turn, the Outer God Kings, were doing whatever they could to fight back. The battle so far had been evenly matched, but judging from the direction of the storm of the probabilities aftermath blowing in, it should be the 999th side falling into a disadvantage in the end. That's right. I replied to the Dakibi King. I shall cross the final wall, and then meet the one behind it. The culprit of all these tragedies, the most ancient dream. He'll meet that guy and stop all of this world's tragedies. The Dakibi king grinned as if he was satisfied with my decision. Indeed. Very good. That's eminently possible when you become my successor. Now come this way. Hurry, and inherit the star streams will. I never said it'll take you up on your offer. I activated Way of the Wind and the Lightning transformation at the same time. This world's fastest movement technique was soon enveloped by the pure white electrical energy, transforming my body into a single streak of light beam. With the fastest speed I could ever produce, I shot past both the Dakibi king and the outer gods. The destination I chose was the deepest part of the final wall. I heard the stunned voice of the Dakibi king. I also saw the sentences dashing across above the final wall in the distance. The place where the abyssal black flame dragon's last scale and Uriel's last feather had fallen. I roared out in panic and dashed towards that very sentence. The place where Persephone's last teardrop had fallen. I needed to stop those sentences from finishing. Even if I saw the end of this world, I must never let those words come to an end. Perhaps he had realized my intentions. The Dakibi king was shouting out in sheer astonishment. No, stop. You are not a permitted being yet. You can't even touch that wall, let alone cross it. Such a chuch it. The moment he was finished, the storm of the probabilities aftermath suppressed my entire body. The sparks exploded with enough force to utterly crush my incarnation body right down its atoms. And for a moment there, the inside of my head blanked out from the pain. The final wall is rejecting your approach. The wall was rejecting me. It was stopping me from touching its sentences, to change them, and even from crossing over it. As if I couldn't even be permitted to reach it at all. In an instant, the words on the wall widened the space and retreated to a far-off distance. Those sentences weren't Kim Dokjaz. Powerful gusts of wind knocked me off my feet. I was like some words cast out to the distant empty blankness, miserably rolling on the ground towards my rear. Then, my back collided with something while issuing a loud thud. You idiot! You think you can achieve something by rushing out all alone? It was Han Suyong. I replied to her with a grin. I wasn't rushing forward alone. The Kim Dokja Company's members were running towards us from behind. I didn't want to lose anyone. I simply couldn't afford to lose anyone. Dokja-si, keep running. Zhang Hui-won, her hour of judgment activated, rushed towards us while scattering the reddish glow from her eyes. Yi Hyun-song and Yi Ji-hai were positioned either side of her, while Yu Sang-ah and the kids were right behind them. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyong and our masters were taking up the rear of the group. Take this with you. It's the last life and death pill. Isiolwa couldn't come with us because of Gong Pill Do, so she threw the pillbox at us. Instead, I took a life and death pill out right away and swallowed it. My wrecked incarnation body began recovering rapidly. Stop! Along with the Dakibi king's cry, bizarre-looking creatures revealed themselves from among the contexts of the paragraphs recorded on the wall. They were outer gods, two beings that hadn't earned fables worthy enough to be recorded on the wall. Black small square 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 black small square. Not all outer gods followed their kings. There definitely existed some that chose to become the Dakibi king's underlings despite possessing great powers themselves, and voluntarily worked as the slaves of the scenarios. Quaqua quaqua. Stop them. If you do, I shall record your fables on the final wall. Our martial art masters discovered tentacles rushing in from all directions and unsheathed their weapons. Leave this place to us. The Breaking the Sky Saints, Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship, and Kyrgios, Purist Sword Force, combined into a single ray of light, and engraved their sentences over the wall. Great Fable, the first Murim, has begun its storytelling. Two greatest experts of Murim stopped the tentacles and a desperate struggle soon ensued. Unfortunately, the time they could buy was only for a fleeting moment. There were simply far too many outer gods flooding out from the context the Dakibi king had opened up. All fables of Kim Dokja Company are emitting bright light. We couldn't afford to waste the time our masters bought for us. The wall's surface recording Uriel's and the great sage's fables had already grown that far away. There could only be one answer. We needed to approach it fast than its retreating speed. But how could we? It was right around then a certain paragraph floated up on the final wall. To think that a green zone is located on a wall. To begin with, people were responsible for attaching the concept of rooms on it, weren't they? I abruptly looked down at the floor we were standing on. The floor itself was another type of wall, laying in a different direction. And our footprints were left engraved on the wall we ran on. The fables we had compiled were floating up on the footprints we left behind. By the way, Dokja-si, what are you so focused on reading just now? It was the moment when my life's genre changed. The number of people remaining in the subway cabin is 12. And there are only 3 insects inside the net. One world was dying, while a new world was being born. and I was the sole reader who knew the conclusion of this world. It was from the first scenario, back when we were trying to escape from the subway. Please select your backer. Your chosen backer will become your trusty sponsor from now on. Constellation. Demon-like judge of fire is disappointed in you. Constellation. Prisoner of the golden headband is amused by your choice. Those were from the sponsor selection. Starlights were illuminating our feet. We began running again. The fables created the path we should be running on. Is it true that you're monopolizing the food? Stand up, everyone. The scenario has just begun after all. An arrogant tenant showed up. I see. Heinseongsai, do it now. Destroy everything, please. Past the battles of Gumho and Chungmuro stations, and I'm the ninth quitter. My apologies, but may I inquire what your name is? I'm Yu Jung Hyuk. The memories from the battles of the capture, the flag, and the life and death struggle of the prophets were remembered next. What an amusing thing this is. All this history belongs to the past. Yet why have you all gathered in this place once more? That bastard is nicknamed the Tyrant King. Doesn't matter whether you're a man or woman, you'll be taken as a concubine if you're pretty enough. And if you're not, either you'll be killed off or become his slave. In that case, Dokjasi, you'll end up as a slave if you get caught. The top dog among the Soul 7 kings was, of course, the conquering king Yu Jung Hyuk. We greeted the Gwangwoman's battle of the kings, and that's why I will not sit down on the absolute throne. And I destroyed the absolute throne. However, I won't permit anyone else to sit down on this throne either. Every moment had been a battle against adversity. Not one scenario was easy, and we always had to risk our lives and fight the odds. All these tragedies had become a story in the end, and we were running with that story. Fables untangling endlessly like a ball of threads soon formed a single image. That image soon morphed into a white tiger. A white tiger sporting noble whiskers and stripes was now running beside me. Fable, king of a kingless world, is seeing you off on your journey. The king of a kingless world, my nativity fable, was seeing me off. The white tiger created the path we must tread on and roared out loudly, before coming to a sudden stop as if the road from here on wasn't its to create, its yearning eyes chasing after my path. Fable, one who opposes the miracles, is seeing you off on your journey. Before long, my second fable taking on the figure of a blue hawk was flying above my head. It was the fable I earned by killing the returnee Myung Ilsang, who descended as the calamity of questions. Fable, one who scorned the storyteller, is seeing you off on your journey. Our every fable was enabling us to run on the final wall. The expressions of my companions also changed as their own fables appeared. Lee Hyun-song hesitantly looked behind over and over again, while Shin Yu-sung couldn't hold it anymore and broke down in tears. This was the road they had lived on, and the story they need to finish. Fable, one who hunted the king of disasters, is seeing you off on your journey. The fable I earned by hunting the shadow of Yamato no Orochi back in the Peaceland. A gigantic shadow of a snake was supporting the road we were running on. Every single one of them was a precious story to us. We lived all those moments to their fullest, and that's why all of us were here now. Such a chuchachit. Our fables lost their strengths and collapsed as the storm of aftermaths grew harsher and harsher. Fable, one who murdered the outer god, is seeing you off on your journey. A fable resembling a massive squid protected us from the aftermath storm. Fable, demon king of salvation, has begun telling its last story. With every ounce of energy I could muster, I wielded the unbreakable faith. We shook off the incoming outer gods and dashed towards the final wall. The fables of the constellations were still telling their stories in the distance even now. The flame of conflagration fell out from Uriel's hand. In that last moment, she looked up at a certain star shining in the night sky, and then, it was still not too late. Uriel, the abyssal black flame dragon, and even the great sage, they were all still alive. This story could be changed. The final wall is not permitting your approach. We only had to go a little bit further. Access prevention process has been initialized. And then our steps came to a halt. Right before our eyes stood thin, transparent walls layered one after another. Each wall was made up with incredible density. We struck it several times, but its sturdiness couldn't be broken through the powers of individual fables. We could now see the outer gods ignoring our masters and rushing towards us. The Dakibi king seemed to be relieved now as he shouted something at us, too. I ignored them all and looked up at the night sky. All the stars of the universe had dimmed, but that didn't mean every single of them did. A ripple-like thing spread out from a certain spot in the night sky. The first one to realize what was going on was Han Suyong. She rubbed her eyes hard and muttered out, "He's way too late." The front section of a train could be seen dashing towards us. Surya's sun train was rushing in our direction as the ark's debris could be seen bouncing off its hull. Constellation, supreme god of light, is incarnating into the final scenario's location. Apologies for my tardiness. Demon King of Salvation. He had finally attained the status of a myth grade and arrived in this stage by crossing the night sky. Not at all. You are just in time. Great Fable, Demon World Spring has begun its storytelling. Finally, the condition for the beginning/Gichi had been satisfied. The stage transformation is activating. Episode 98. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 3 Fin. Chapter 511. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 4. Chapter 511. Episode 98. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect? 4. The night sky momentarily turned pure white from Surya's sunlight. Just like how we fought together back in the Demon King selection battles as well as in the Gigantomachia, Surya's train was rushing towards us. We'll pay the train fare later. With Han Suyong shouting out pompously as our lead, we got on Surya's train. An incredible explosion of sparks occurred at the train's wheels. The vehicle did a huge donut once in the air while emitting loud noises, before shooting straight towards the transparent wall as sonic booms exploded out from its rear. Lee Hyun-song shouted out, "It's breaking." Along with the loud crack, the transparent walls began crumbling down. We continued to break past the layers of walls and dashed forward. The final wall, recording the fables of the constellations, was gradually getting closer. The Dakibi King's loud roar was messily intermingling with the fables from the 999th turn. Constellation, Supreme God of Light, is unleashing all of his status. Surya's entire body as he sat in the engine room glowed brightly like a white-hot incandescent sun. Fables dripped out from the wounds visible all over his body. Maybe he too had already paid a hefty price to reach this place. Constellation Supreme God of Lights is final engineer. Even then, his fable didn't stop. Without showing anything outwardly, he used his own body as fuel to operate this sun train. As if that was his duty as the one who lived until now as the Supreme God of Light. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, is seeing you off on your journey. The power output still isn't enough. Despite his fierce will burning throughout his entire body, the train's speed was gradually slowing down. It was all because the closer we got to the center of the final wall, the thicker the density of the protective walls became. And just before the wall, seemingly made out of net of texts, collided against the front of the train, Zhang Huiwan made her move. "Leave it to me, Ichui Wansi." The moment she grabbed Lee Hyun-song's neck tightly, his body shrunk down rapidly and eventually transformed into a steel sword. And this weapon's blade was soon burning hotly in the flames of the hellfire. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is seeing you off on your journey. Development/Sung, Chung. The fable that illuminated the battlefield of Gigantomachia was now glowing brightly to scorch the final wall. Quaquaquaqua. Truly a stupendous amount of flames gushed out from the front of the train, enveloping the frontal surface of the vehicle in intense heat. Zhang Huiwan, releasing hellfire from her entire body, shouted out in a voice seemingly sizzling in lava. "Fable, Schmeeble, it's all going to end right here." Every time her sword glowed brightly, the net of texts was torn apart. She wielded her sword over and over again. Even as the sparks from the aftermath storm ravaged her, she didn't forget to improve further upon her way of the sword. This was the path Zhang Huiwan's life had created. We were running on this path. However, it was still not enough. We needed a much stronger power than this. The sentences on the final wall were unfolding in the distance. In that final moment, Uriel reached out towards the sky. "My fable might come to an end today, but there will be a star that shall never forget this story. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, is seeing you off on your journey." The fable of both Uriel and the abyssal black flame dragon crossed the wall to be transmitted. The fables of good and evil collided energetically and protected us, and wings made out of texts sprouted from the sides of the train. Just like a roaring apocalypse dragon, the vehicle devoured the walls before our eyes and continued to advance forward. "Stop!" The Dakibi King began chasing after us even before we realized it. Fables flooded out from his arms and legs, and despite the 999th turn's individuals pursuing him, he still extended his arm towards us. Such a chuchachit. The probabilities sparks exploded out from the floor, shaking the train's central axis. The vehicle shook hard, and just as it was about to lose its balance, more sentences floated up above the final wall. The great sage watched the thunder spear fly towards his neck and spoke up. "Don't stop, Macnia. The great sage, heaven's equal who never yielded right up until his final moments, was there." At the same time, a man wearing a black coat riding at the rear of the train stood up. Yu Jung-hyuk, the secretive plotter possessing Yu Jung-hyuk, raised his hand to the air. When he did, countless outer gods rose up from amidst the storm of aftermaths occurring on the floor. They weren't the regular nameless ones either. Great Fable, liberator of the forgotten ones, is seeing you off on your journey. Gaga ga go go. Will help, will help, will help, will help. Didn't forget, didn't forget, didn't forget, didn't forget. The nameless ones that helped us or fought against us during the journey to the west propped up the rocking train. As if this vehicle was a ship riding on the rough waters of the Tongtian River, they were carrying us towards the final wall. You have approached the core of the final wall. Eventually, all the walls protecting the final wall crumbled down. The train was damaged everywhere, and Surya must have blacked out as he was no longer releasing his fable. Not too far away, we could see the real final wall. A wall far thicker and expansive than any other I had ever seen. This is the wall that I couldn't cross. The secretive plotter spoke up. Is it also not doable this time too? That was the final moment for the 58th turn's Yu Jung Hyok. I made a mistake. But, during the next turn, countless ends for Yu Jung Hyok streamed by above the wall. It wasn't just him, though. The last hero of Wangsanbil Gaibeek continued to shake his eternal rival who'd never wake up again. Goryeo #1 swordsman and the maritime war god, having lost an arm each, stood back to back and unleashed their final statuses. The wall that recorded the endings of all the constellations. The last moments of all the constellations that included Uriel and the great sage were being recorded on the wall in real time. The companions and I disembarked from the unmoving train and dashed towards the wall. If only those sentences were erased and if all those tragedies could be stopped. You can't interfere with the final wall sentences. Applicable paragraphs are prohibited from being overwritten. Please input the cancellation code. The secretive plotter spoke up. No regular methods will work. I've already used physical force before, but couldn't destroy this wall. Zhang Hui-1 shouted out. We came this far, so there must be. From here on, it's your job. He was now looking at me. Somewhere within that gaze was the third turn Yu Jung Hyok, who had completed the scenarios alongside me. What exactly is the conclusion you wish to see? This was what I needed to do in order to answer that question. Iji opened her mouth. He couldn't do it even after 1863 lifetimes, so... Ajusi, can you really do it? It was as she said. I was not a protagonist like Yu Jung Hyok, nor was I a writer like Han Suyong. However, because I was neither the protagonist nor the writer, maybe there was something only I could do. Maybe I could remember that one thing that the protagonist couldn't see, and the writer had forgotten all about. The job that only him could do, him that read the ways of survival for a very, very long time. I quietly stared into the final wall. I focused all my attention and read the wall's surface again and again. Not too long after that, the wall radiated brilliantly, just like a certain screen in the past that I had been reading over and over again. 3 ways to survive the destroyed world. Everything from that epic tale was being established within me. I hadn't yet read the final revised version of the ways of survival, which meant I didn't know how this story was supposed to end. However, oh dear unfortunate puppet, you have come far too early. I'm sorry, but beyond here doesn't exist yet. The 1863rd turns Dakibi King from the secretive plotter's memories said that. But, what if all these were handed over to me without having been written yet? My companions and I rushed towards the wall. What if someone wanted me to complete this story? Exclusive skill, reading comprehension, is activating beyond the limit. My overheating head felt like it explode, but I kept my eyes wide open and continued to glare at the wall. The fables written on the final wall. Those fables were connecting with each other inside my head. I saw how each fable was connected to another. I saw the cleverly installed narrative devices within the fables and then the context surrounding them. Those that did appear in the novel, but had never been used until its end. When that happened, the previously perfect-looking story began showing gaps within it. Gaps that hadn't been filled. Things that would be collected as time passed by. Things that were waiting for this story's epilogue. Kim Dokja knew exactly what that was. You have awakened a new attribute. Attribute, for Shadow Collector, is activating the story's gaps that only I could have discovered. Someone who watched this tale as a reader from the beginning till its end. I stared at the 5 gaps visible on the expansive wall surface. Hayanga, leave it to me. The first one to step up was Zhang Haiyang. She accurately placed her palm on the wall's gap that I pointed out. The wall of impossible communication has discovered its intended position. The final wall's first theme has been completed. Along with the explosion of blinding light, the wall's fragment slotted back in its spot and then, a single sentence leaked out from there. This tale was a story about an impossible communication. Huiwansi, Gilyanga. Zhang Hui-1 and Yi Gilyang nodded their heads and placed their palms on their own gaps. Then, the 2 portions of the wall that divides the good and evil became one. The wall that divides the good and evil has discovered its intended position. The final wall's second theme has been completed. This tale was a story about indistinguishable good and evil, and now it was Yu Sang's turn. Yu Sangasi. She slowly walked forward, found her gap, and reached out. The wall that decides samsara has discovered its intended position. The final wall's third theme has been completed, and this tale was a story about a tragedy locked in a cycle. With that, 4 gaps had been filled, leaving the last one. I looked up at that empty spot. The last fragment of the final wall. That was the fragment that never appeared in the original novel. Kim Dok-ja. The 4th wall was addressing me. The 4th wall. Both it and I knew exactly what we needed to do here. A blinding fragment made up of texts floated up above my palm. Those texts were now talking to me. I liku y orida. I couldn't say anything. While unable to say anything, I ran towards that last empty gap and slotted the fragment inside. This tale was a story of a reader who wanted to change its conclusion. Right next moment, an incredible shower of sparks exploded from the wall. The code has been lifted. The wall's authority was opening up towards me. The secrets of the wall that even Yu Jung Hyok couldn't cross was now streaming into me. The sentence of the constellations floated up right before my eyes. It was the last sentence of the great sage and Uriel that I wanted to stop so badly. The blades flying in at the necks of the great sage and Uriel. I powerfully grabbed that sentence. Such a chuchachit. Felt like my hand was set on fire. Fables clung onto me and stabbed into my hand like sharp blades. However, I held on. I couldn't let this sentence end like that. The final wall is puzzled by your actions. The final wall is asking you, wasn't this the story you wanted? I didn't want it. Who would want a conclusion like this? Stop. I said, stop that right now. The Dakibi king persistently chased after us, fables dripping from all over his body. Thick murderous aura was filling up his eyes. You must not touch the wall. You'll regret it. There is nothing beyond this wall. Not even what you wished for, not even what you wanted to see. He was wrong. The most ancient dream was beyond this wall. Weni King. The Weni King hiding within my shadow imprisoned the Dakibi king's body. Finally, we meet again, my old friend. The Weni King. Go on ahead, Kim Dokja. Fulfill our agreement. I didn't let go of the sentence still in my hand. The blades flying in at the necks of the great sage and Uriel W. While grabbing hold of that W, I prevented the next vowel from generating. Along with pushashuk noise, my fingers were sliced off. Fables leaking out nonstop screamed out. You are not the Dakibi king. You cannot stop the progress of the applicable fable. It was then, something soft enveloped the back of my hand accompanied by the bot. Noise. With every ounce of her energy she could summon, Bu rubbed her whole body against that sentence as if she had become an eraser. The storyteller had sided with Dokja / the reader. Along with Bu, I smacked down on the sentence with everything I got, over and over again. I swung my fist at the unstoppable sentence, then even stabbed it with my sword. Please, please, please. And eventually. Very faintly, cracks were developing on the letters. The already written sentences were scattering away. The conclusion was changing. Te bades flyin in a tnec of great and URL. The broken words initiated a storm of powerful sparks, before transforming into something I couldn't read at all. Blade sage. Uhu. Countless outer gods howled out. Their cries even sounded reverential as if they were exalting a great god. I held my hand that bled fables nonstop, and witnessed the wall's surface changing. Shin Yusung had come closer without me realizing it to tightly hold my hand. Juicy. You have acquired a new great fable. Great fable, one who breaks the final wall, has been acquired. Great fable, one who breaks the final wall, is continuing on with its storytelling. Starstream is seeing you off on your journey. As the messages exploded inside my head, the wall before our eyes collapsed. The fables written on the wall and our own were now getting all jumbled up. Countless S were spinning around in sync, and that made them resemble circles. And just beyond those pitch-black circles, I thought I could see something. Ha 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 ha, this is it. As per our agreement, I shall be the first one to confirm what's beyond the final wall. The Weni King shoved the Dakibi king aside and jumped right into the black circle. And as the latter began crying in despair, the blade of dark heavenly demon sword pierced his throat cleanly. My companions ran up to me. Everything in this world was crumbling down. The final wall, the starstream, everything was collapsing. The broken wall was getting jumbled up with the companions' fables. It became gradually impossible to tell apart what was a fable and what was reality. Something beyond the circle was looking at this side. I too stared right back at it. Just what is that? Little by little, it became harder to breathe. Something was sucking me in. Everything I experienced, felt, and judged were now streaming above the final wall in sloppy, broken sentences. Every one. I couldn't figure out whether I was saying that or the wall was. I was now simply a description on that wall. Some sentences could only be seen faintly, while some others couldn't be seen at all. Eventually, all the flowing sentences began disappearing one at a time. Slowly, so agonizingly slowly. Just like that, every sentence above the wall came to a st. Episode 98. Have you protected all that you were supposed to protect for Finn? Chapter 512, The Most Ancient Dream 1. Within this faint light gently and warmly embracing his entire body, the Weni King was curled up in a fetal position, dreaming of a certain dream. That was a very ancient dream. A tale from well before his had been decided. He was collapsed on the floor of a tainted forest. Epsilon. We only have to go a little bit further. The Demon King's castle is almost within reach. In this tale, he was a warrior subjugating the Demon King. A warrior that had set off on the Demon King subjugation expedition to protect his world. Unfortunately, he didn't get to fulfill his long-cherished desire. Just before the subjugation went underway, he had to close his eyes, his friend's face the last thing he saw. Gilbert. The scene changed, and now it displayed a war zone. He was now a man from Murim, kitted out in a set of black-colored garments of a knightly operative. Senior Brother Quack. The main base of the demonic cult bastards is right over there. He saw the face of his comrade filling up his view. Longing quickly filled him up. She was the person he loved the most out of all the lives he had lived. It's too late for me. Junior sister, please go on ahead. A whistling noise of an arrow flying in from somewhere later. His vision blackened once more. His head was pounding away. As memories overflowed, the Weni King's ego was shaking unsteadily. Were these scenes from his own memories or stories from the final wall? Where did this story begin, and where would it end? Independent of his will, the tale continued on. He was now a young hatchling. He was also a monstrous creature without a name. He was an expert from Murim, and also a knight from medieval times. And every time that happened, he was an incarnation clearing the scenarios. The last thing he heard in front of the final wall was the voice coming from a shadow without a name. My friend, even during our next life, accompany me. He gasped out loudly and opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the pitch-black darkness. The cold sweat soaking the nape of his neck sent deathly chills all over his body. The Weni King. That was his name. He did have a real name, but that had been forgotten a long time ago. No, he couldn't even be certain whether that was really his name or not. Am I really the Weni King? Within the swirling pitch-black vacuum, the Weni King fell into deep contemplation. It was the kind of contemplation he had never entertained after surpassing the limits of mortality. Who am I? The fable acting as the foundation of his existence was now shaking unsteadily. In order to regain himself at any cost, he began ruminating over his own memories. In the beginning, there was a Weni. He was the first storyteller, a human that sang about fables. But one day, Dakibis appeared in the world and those Dakibis took away the Weni song. That was all he needed to remember. Remember that those damn Dakibis took away the Weni song. Remember the fact that they expelled him from the Starstream scenarios by stealing away his nativity fable. You look confused, my old friend. The Weni King was startled by that true voice and hurriedly looked behind him. The face of the Dakibi King was floating within the pitch-black darkness. Dakibi King. The former growled and unleashed his status. However, things didn't go according to plan. Within this space where nothing existed, the status he emitted only left behind faint sparks. The Dakibi King spoke with a disinterested expression. You aren't allowed to fight in here. Our powers aren't valid in this place. You somehow managed to survive. I thought that you died at the blade of that puppet. It's not much different from having died already. And will die again, too. In the spot where the Dakibi King's gaze landed, they could see a circular exit of light swirling around. The soul forms of these two beings were slowly heading towards that exit. The Weni King shouted out, No, hold on. My fable has just begun. I will be crossing over the final wall. I shall encounter the lazy god that imagined everything of this world, and become the sole creature that knows the secret of this world. Are you that curious about this world's secret? You speak of something obvious. There isn't a single creature not curious about the origin of their own birth. And that's precisely the reason why creatures become unhappy. The Dakibi King spoke in a self-deprecating manner. Why do you think creatures possess the wonderful ability called forgetfulness? The fabled debris was scattering away within the darkness. Stories that had lost their context became just lumps of texts and slowly broke away. They were now stories that no one could read anymore. The Dakibi King gently caressed them, before crushing that fable into powder. There are far too many unnecessary stories in this universe. A process is required in order to eliminate them and to optimize everything. That is what forgetfulness is. Rubbish. The universe is infinite. Just like how the end of the final wall doesn't exist. Even if there are plenty of blank margins left on the wall, just how much of that do you think is permitted to the measly extras? The Dakibi King looked down at his own body slowly crumbling away. Unfortunately, the protagonist the final wall has chosen is neither you or me. I don't know what rubbish you are trying to spew here, but, even then, you shall soon meet the one you so dearly wished to meet. It was then the Weni King's shoulders flinched. The exit of light could be seen. It was such a rapturous, resplendent light. The exit was spinning vigorously and it somewhat resembled a full stop of a certain world. The Weni King suddenly grew scared. Have you seen what's beyond that? The Dakibi King didn't reply immediately. He had this expression of boredom as if all sentences held no meaning after the full stop itself. Still, he did add a comment in the end. What meaning is there, anyway? What? Him saying, what meaning is there to knowing that this world was just a portion of a vast dream? His words contained endless futility of it all. The Weni King couldn't understand what was being said. The light was getting brighter, yet the expression on the Dakibi King was getting blurrier. Soon, the exit of light was literally right before his nose. The worried Weni King asked, why did you continue on with Starstream until now? Maybe that question was unexpected? The Dakibi King's expression changed bizarrely. He quietly stared at the Weni King before making his reply. I wonder. I can't remember it anymore. In that moment, several fables overlapped on the Dakibi King's face. At once, he looked like a warrior subjugating the Demon King, an expert from the dangerous world of Murim battling the demonic sect, and a hatchling spreading its wings towards the wide-open sky. He was, Kim Dokja has opened a door that should have never been opened. And so, this world will forever be mired in misfortune. At the end of those words, the world was blanketed by pure light. They had finally reached the exit. The Weni King staggered unsteadily and set foot inside that light. He brushed past the rays of light and tread forward little by little. The answer was here. The most ancient dream that created this world was here. However, the Weni King couldn't see anything. The noisy blaring of hooters could be heard coming from somewhere. A thick, choking smell that wetted his nose. It became harder and harder to breathe. His body began burning up under the rays of light, as if this blank margin wasn't permitted to him. I told you, this story is neither yours or mine. Along with the Dakibi King's words, the Weni King's body began melting down. We are simply tools of this world. That's all. Even though his legs melted away, followed by his torso, the Weni King never shifted his gaze away from the spectacle before his eyes. That was where the most ancient dream was. The secret of everything in this world was there. That something he had been searching for forever was there. The Weni King saw it, and then finally understood what the Dakibi King was saying earlier. That is indeed. The Weni King wished to shout out so desperately. To shout out, please look this way. Please, I'm right here. Please look at me just once. And then that slowly shifted its head. However, by the time its gaze reached where the Weni King was, the latter was no longer existing in that place. So that shifted its head away. And, while keeping its head down, it began muttering about something once more. Cough. I felt something scratchy inside my mouth after coughing a bit. I spat out the stuffed-up breath and insect-like things leaked out. I took a look and realized that they were letters. Sensations returned and my vision brightened. I saw the letters emitting bright white light before my eyes. They were of familiar contents. Just where is this? Dokjasi? You might get sucked into the book if you do that. Suddenly, the back of my neck grew cold. That was a familiar voice, and with words I had heard somewhere before. Horrifying imagination made a right old mess of my mind. I once thought that if I destroyed the final wall, something like this might happen. However, to think that such a thing would really... Then, accompanied by flapping noises, torn bits of paper danced around before my eyes. I took another closer look and discovered someone lightly shaking a book around. Sangasi. Usanga was standing before my eyes. The surrounding view gradually grew clearer. It was the view of discarded books forming small mounds, as well as bookshelves lining up with nary a space in between, all illuminated by the faint light from a lantern. This wasn't the subway. This was the location I was quite familiar with. Usanga grinned brightly. This place feels so cozy to me now. We were inside the fourth wall. What happened? Even if you ask me, I also woke up just now, you see. Should we go and look for my librarian seniors? As Usanga shrugged her shoulders and began scanning the surroundings, I quickly organized what happened to us so far in my head. We had gathered all the fragments of the final wall and eventually brought it down. The memory of the square circle spinning around was still vivid in my mind. And then? What happened afterwards? What about the other companions? Duanti wa ry kim dokja. A voice I thought I could never hear again entered my ears. I shouted out in happiness. The fourth wall. See len ce in the library. This was definitely the fourth wall that I remembered that sly playfulness included. Separate from how happy I was, though, my puzzlement only grew even bigger instead. Why was I inside the fourth wall? Right now. Dokja-si? More voices could be heard coming from the darkness. They were from the Kim Dokja Company's companions. Just where are we? I found a strange book here. It's called Kim Dokja and the Mysteries of Sex. You should definitely not be looking at such things, Jihaya. How about this one, then? If they have their Bibles, then Kim Dokja has the Ways of Survival. You really want to read something like that? I thought I could hear Zhang Hui-1 and Yi Jihai speaking to each other. And then, a pair of small heads popped out from a nearby mound of books as if they were moles. A juicy, young. It was Shin Yusung and Yi Gilyong. I could also see Han Suyong walking towards us in the darkened view. What a weird place this is. Is this that library Yu Sangha talked about before? She pulled out a book from the shelf to toss it behind her. Meanwhile, Yi Hyunsong standing behind her caught that and stuffed it inside his inner pocket. Suyongsi, you shouldn't handle books so carelessly. You don't even know what these things are. Wowie, what's this? Sounds fun. Behind them, I spotted the unconscious Gong Pildu, Zhang Haiyang and Anna Croft lying on the floor, and finally Yi Sealhua checking for their pulses. At the very least, all of my companions that participated in the final scenario were gathered here. Notiev Eriwund. I got this rather bad premonition after hearing the fourth wall's voice. I still couldn't see that guy yet. Could it be? Ha 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 ha. Yu Jung Hayuk. I can smell him somewhere nearby. Did he finally show up here in order to become one with me? A voice loudly reverberated out from within the deep darkness. It was obviously coming from Nirvana. The now silent Nirvana's limp body rolled around on the floor, and then, a certain black combat boot trampled that poor Sob's head. What an unpleasant space this is. Yu Jung Hayuk. Sparks were still faintly dancing around him, as if he hadn't yet separated from the secretive plotter. Since he's here too, who was it that couldn't come? Constellations aren't here. What happened to everyone back on Earth? The fourth wall evacuating us here could only mean that some sort of a problem had occurred in the outside world. My heart was now growing icy cold. I recalled the fourth wall, as well as the sentences above it, shattering into million pieces. What went wrong? Did the world perish because I tried to change the story? It was then. The fourth wall said something completely unexpected. Timi not movng because not re-adding not image in ing. Even before I could ask about the meaning of that, some creatures appeared first. Have you finally broken the wall, the apostle of eternity and epilogue? Such a day has indeed arrived before us. They were the librarian's devourer of dreams and simulation. I stared at them first before addressing the fourth wall. Let me out of here. There's something I need to confirm. That prompted the librarians to reply, instead. Even if it's you, you still won't survive by going outside. Starstream no longer exists. Everything in that place has now come to a dead stop. Everything had stopped. For sure, the fables that could normally be heard over the wall couldn't be heard anymore. Instead, the noise akin to a giant spring winding up could be heard coming from somewhere. It was at once like the ticking of a watch's second hand, or even the sound of very consistent but slow, rhythmic typing of a keyboard. In that case, I'll go and meet the guy that'll win the clock back. Do you really wish to go and meet the most ancient dream? That being was at the final stop of all these stories. Starstream might have been destroyed, but there was a question that needed to be answered still. Why did a world like this have to exist? I looked back to discover my companions making similar expressions to each other. Every one of us had their own questions they wanted answers for, and had certain ends they wanted to see. And in order to get there was something we definitely had to do first. Yusanga spoke up first. Let's go together, Dokja-si. Me too. I want to go. I'm really curious about the epilogue you wanted to see. A juicy. There. Let's not agonize about this, shall we? Who knows, maybe a really nice dakibi is waiting for us there or something. If not, we can smack him around for a bit and make him more agreeable too. As if to agree with that, Bu added her own opinion. But it was around then that Yu Jung Hayuk broke the silence he had been observing. Before that, do you even have a way to meet him? The wall might be destroyed, but the time flow of the outside world has stopped. If time isn't moving, fables cannot move forward. It will be the same for us. There are some places where time hasn't stopped. Nirvana smiled and pointed to the floor. Right? The time inside this library hadn't stopped at all. Could that bastard be inside this library? That's not it. This library is also just another wall, you see. However, a new passageway has opened up after you have completed the story, meaning you can now cross over to the other side. While saying that, Nirvana guided us somewhere. Somehow, I thought I knew where he was taking us. I recalled the cliff that spanned below the library. This is the end of the library. The end of all stories. The vast, bottomless pit. A valley laid out like the abyss itself. It was the location I discovered back when I entered the fourth wall for the first time. It's exactly that place. I almost fell to the bottom there when I first stumbled in here. Back then, Nirvana told me that if I fell in there, I'd die for sure. He said that was beyond the wall. Nirvana asked me, Kim Dokja, do you really wish to go over there? I nodded my head. Then, Nirvana pulled at a rope hanging from the darkness. I thought something like a pulley was activating. Then a small elevator-like thing slowly rose up from below. Get on. We all climbed aboard this elevator. Then we were slowly lowered into the pit. Exclusive attribute, one who looked into the abyss, is initializing. Finally, the answers I've been searching for was right before my eyes. Fables still remaining within me were getting agitated as well. Just how long did we climb down like this? We were eventually greeted by the sounds of the pulley stopping. I stepped foot on the darkness, only to be greeted by moldy smell. The floor was slick and damp, too, almost like the remnants of a structure that hadn't been used for a very long time. The light from the lantern illuminated the front to reveal a faint line made up of yellowish blocks. Isn't this place? Zhang Huiwen muttered to herself. And right then, we heard the noise of something rushing towards us from the darkness past the yellow blocks. As a matter of fact, the darkness itself was shaking ominously now. It was a loud, explosive noise, as if a monster was madly dashing towards us. A short while later, a pair of faint monstrous eyes appeared from the other side of the passageway. Oh my god, Zhang Huiwen muttered out, but didn't reach for her sword even after witnessing what kind of a monster it was. The rest of the companions reacted the same as well. All because everyone knew exactly what that monster was. The beginning of all these stories. It was the subway. Episode 99. The Most Ancient Dream 1. Finn. Chapter 513. The Most Ancient Dream 2. The subway train slowed down before coming to a stop before us, and then opened its doors. There was no mistaking it. This was the subway we all recognized. Zhang Huiwen's lips bobbed up and down before finally breaking the silence first. Why would a subway show up here? Of course, no one here could answer that question. The first one to make his move was Gilyong. Yusanga shouted out, Gilyanga, you mustn't get on that T. The boy fearlessly stepped foot inside and climbed aboard the subway, and turned around to look at us. As if nothing was going on, he shrugged his shoulders. Hai watched that spectacle, then grabbed Shin Yusung's hand and stepped forward as well. I don't know anymore. Let's just get in first and see what's what. That was the beginning. Other companions, still hesitating, entered the subway one by one. I too followed after them. The moment I set foot on the floor of the subway that trembled ever so slightly, I was overcome with déjà vu. Once upon a time, this was all of Kim Dokja's world. No, that was wrong. This was not my world. This was everyone's and anyone's world. For Yusanga, Zhang Huiwen, Hyeonsong, and Hai too, everyone carried their own different expressions. Just like how I rode on the subway and lived my daily life, it should roughly be the same story with them as well. Someone used to be an office worker, someone was a student, and someone used to be a soldier, but still, a subway is it. Back then, I was really fed up of riding it, but now, I'm really happy to see it again. Zhang Huiwen's words made us carefully scan the interior of the subway itself. All the seats were brand new, while the safety bars were wiped clean too. Not even a hint of filth could be seen on the floor. Of course, what proved to be even more surprising than that was, by the way, why isn't anyone else riding in this thing? Not a single presence could be felt within the subway. This was a sterile, inorganic space where nothing was alive besides us. This vehicle was permeated with such a sense of abnormality. I looked at the librarians remaining outside the subway and asked them, aren't you joining us? You wanted to witness the end of the world too, didn't you? We can't go with you. How come? Nirvana and the other librarians didn't answer. They exchanged somewhat saddened gazes with each other, before finally making their reply. You witnessing the end will be enough for... The doors are closing. The rest of their words couldn't be heard. The doors shut close, and accompanied by the noises of a giant cartwheel turning, the subway began chugging forward. The speed was neither quick nor slow. And outside the windows, we saw the view of the pitch-black darkness lazily shifting past us. I gazed into that darkness for a long time. Just where was this train taking us? It's the line number 3. Han Suyang muttered that out. I also looked up at the subway map. The line number 3. It was the line that I used to commute every day. Strangely, though, the ends of the map were broken off. Even the names of the stations were erased as well. Meanwhile, the subway continued to chug along. Several minutes passed by since then, but it showed no signs of stopping. It seemed that this vehicle was planning to run straight to its final stop without a break. With a plop noise, Han Suyong settled down on the cushion next to mine. She glared at the subway map, her long eyelashes blinking constantly. I asked her, "What's up with that expression? I don't ride on stuff like subways. Why not?" Almost immediately, I realized what a dumb question that was. For sure, someone like her wouldn't have a need to ride on subways. Anyway, what she said next was completely out of my expectations, though. I mean, there's nothing to see here, both inside and out. We both stared at the broken subway map. Without a doubt, a subway train would travel the exact same line every single day. It would then stop at the predetermined time. Similar things would continue to happen within these unchanging sceneries every day. I also hated subways. I used to stare at the smartphone during commuting for a similar reason to hers, too. Subways don't operate for our amusement, though. Oh my? Now that's not something the Constellation Demon King of Salvation would say. I smiled bitterly. We stared in the same direction next at our companions. At the people who endured the apocalypse with me, cleared 99 scenarios together, and reached this place. We won't suddenly go back to the first scenario or something like that, right? No, that can't be. Definitely not. Should I ready some grasshoppers just in case? The companions saw Yi Gilyong clenching his fist with a resolute expression, and broke out in smirks. What did it mean to find humor from the most horrifying memory they held? With what kind of thoughts were they smiling at that story? I spoke to Han Suyong. They need to go back to their old lives. You think they'll be happier like that? All stories are supposed to end that way. And since when did you start enjoying that sort of development? Han Suyong shot back with a retort. Hey you aren't thinking up of anything weird again, right? Are you hiding something from me again? I'd like to, but I've nothing to hide anymore. I was being honest. Even the original novel never reached this far. It was the same story for the secretive plotter or the other individuals from the 999th turn. We were the first to ride on this subway. I spoke up while looking at the end of the faintly erased subway map. Han Suyong, I think, could it be that a final boss is waiting for us there? Isn't that how it normally is? Zhang Hui said that. She wasn't talking to me, however. It seemed that the companions were busy discussing something over there. Shin Yusung added her opinion. Maybe there's a dragon this big. But I don't think a modifier like the most ancient dream would get assigned to a dragon. To get a modifier like that, it must be, couldn't it be the author? The author. You know, that. When Yi Gilyong saying that shifted his gaze in my direction, the other companions seemed to abruptly recall it too, and all turned their heads towards me. 3 Ways to Survive a Destroyed World. They also knew about that novel now. They knew that that novel described the stories of this world, and that only I had read it to its conclusion. What do you think, Dokjasi? Every novel out there couldn't become stories unless a writer wrote them down first. The suspicion my companions held some weight if this world was based off on the ways of survival. For sure, there was a good chance that the most ancient dream was the writer. I too thought that way. However, why do I don't think the most ancient dream is the author of the ways of survival. Why do you think that? I'm not sure, but I have a hunch. To me, the being at the end of this line didn't seem like it'd be TLS 123. I recalled what the Dakibi King said back then. Rather than an author, you could say that the most ancient dream is much closer to being a reader. It's not an existence that writes stories for someone else. It's lazy and can be quite greedy, you see. I even began questioning whether an author was necessary in our current hypothesis. Did this world really begin because of TLS 123? Maybe TLS 123 simply alerted me to the already existing world instead. Just like how the secretive plotter or the other individuals from the 999th turn existed even though they weren't recorded in the pages. Now that I think about, I'm curious. Dokjasi, how did you stumble across that novel in the first place? I was also curious about that. Yu Hyuk, disinterestedly polishing the dark heavenly demon sword, shifted his gaze towards me when that topic was brought up. Zhang Haiyang asked as her eyes sparkled. Was it like some kind of a fateful attraction? I also know something about such a feeling. The first time I held a grenade back when I was a private, I just came across it while browsing the net, actually. Companions seemed to be disappointed by my reply. But nothing could be done about that because it's true. Han Suyong then retorted back. What did you search for exactly to find such a crappy novel? That is, I couldn't remember it all that well now. Ijihai shrugged her shoulders. Oh well, it's not that important now, right? The only thing that matters is that Ajusi did read that novel somehow. That's right. What would have happened if Dokja-si didn't read that novel? I looked at Yu Sang-ah grinning brightly and shut my mouth tightly. I didn't deserve to hear those words. In the end, stars fell and the world came to a stop. We were marching towards a conclusion no one in the ways of survival managed to reach, but there was no guarantee that what I wanted was waiting at the end of the line. I too had no knowledge of the things about to happen from now on. What if it was someone else who read that novel to its end? There were better-suited people than me here. The righteous Zhang Hui-won, the trusty Yi Hyun-song, the straight-shooter Yu Sang-ah, they should have been the one to read the novel. If that happened, maybe the world would have ended up in a far better shape than this. Thank you, Ajusi, for reading that novel. Shin Yu-sung matched my eye level and was now smiling. That's right. I heard that novel was really boring, too. If it really wasn't for Dokja-si, if it was me, I probably couldn't get past the first page. I really hate books, you know? I tried to read a couple of books back inside the Ounce's military library, but, as expected, me and reading were not really a... While looking at Yi Hyun-song scratching his head, I somehow managed to force my mouth shut. Because the ways of survival existed, the people before me existed, too. And because I read that novel, I was able to save them from the dangers. I, someone of no redeeming quality, could be loved by the others. Because of the fables you taught me, I managed to get this far, Hyung. The kid's small hands were tightly holding onto mine. I slowly raised my head and saw the darkness of the subway streaming by. And the fables we lived through were passing us by within that darkness. We silently observed those fables. They were as beautiful as the Milky Way in the wintry night sky, yet just as futile as the fireworks going off. Stories that none among us could forget, but would do so eventually. Zhang Hui-won opened her mouth. Dokja-si, I think it's fine to ask this now, so... I knew already what she wanted to ask me. What exactly is the conclusion you want to see, Dokja-si? No constellations were looking at us now. Even star stream that ruled over the world no longer existed. So, there was no reason to not tell them. I've already seen one of them. I carefully peered into the faces of all my companions. No sentences floated up on their expressions. Even then, I could tell what the conclusion I wanted to see from their faces. And the other one is to repay my debt. Your debt? I shifted my head to discover Yu Hyuk glaring at me. Kugu-gugu. Along with the dull vibration, the train's speed began to decrease little by little. We slowly got up from our seats. Once noisy companions began speaking less and less. Nervousness was filling up their expressions. I slowly approached the exit. Zhang Hui-won stood to my left, while Yu Hyuk was on my right. The fables passing by in the darkness were slowing down. It wasn't just our story existing out there, however. There was the 0th turn, then the first turn. Also, the second and the third turns, too. And that's how 1864 regression cycles have gathered, and in turn opened up this world. Countless Yu Hyuks lived through those turns. Although none of them lived the right way, not one could be called wrong, too. The world was far too cruel a place to debate the ethics of life, and the volume of despair was far too great to tell the tale of hope. However, Yu Hyuk remained resolute because he didn't try to justify himself. His sole desire to see the end of this world. I too carried that same desire. That was the dream of 1865 Yu Hyuks existing from the 0th to the 1864th regression turns, and the end of the world that I wanted too. It's really been long, wasn't it? Yu Hyuk shot back, as if to question what the hell I was even saying here. It's only been 4 years, Kim Dokja. Compared to the time I experienced, it's, right? For years. That was how long we had been fighting together. For years that felt like a lifetime. When I said that, Zhang Hui-won to my left lightly poked me with her sword's hilt. We'll still stick together from now on too, so why do you sound so grimly determined? Don't worry. No matter what kind of a monster is waiting for us, it'll finish it off. I gently smiled. Meanwhile, the subway was slowing down even further. My reflection could be seen in the black window of the exit door. There was a splatter of blood on my cheek reflected on the glass. I wiped it off my face, and then my mood cooled down. The blood was really on my cheek, and not on the window. Doors are opening. Along with Yi Hyun-song's cry, everyone got ready to fight. Dotting? However, contrary to everyone's nervousness, what greeted us was a rather empty subway platform. Sure, there were a few people walking around in the surroundings, but none of them paid us much attention. What's this? There's no... Zhang Hui-won muttered that out, and as we stepped onto the platform, I was overcome with an ominous foreboding. There it was, the unfamiliar sense of reality touching my feet. Faint sparks, along with every single one of my fables, were pointing in a certain direction. Someone was sitting on the subway's bench. A thick school bag filled with textbooks, as if its owner had left school not too long ago. A thin, small-statured child who might have passed off as an elementary schooler were it not for his school uniform, was sitting on that bench. As if he was trying to memorize English words, he was busy scribbling something like a chart on his notebook. As the pulsing migraine assaulted me, I somehow managed to lift my unmoving feet. Kim Dokja made a promise. To end the culprit who made this world. No matter what that existence was. Maybe he was struck by someone somewhere? There was a big bruising on the kid's pale arm. A bruising that I could more or less figure out where he got it from. All strength left my legs and I couldn't move anymore. Time isn't moving because not reading and not imagining. I did think that all of this could be a dream, a lie. I even believed that this was a dream the evil Starstream had created. But now I couldn't deny it anymore. All of my senses were telling me the truth. They said that that child was the culprit behind all these scenarios. You were al rady expecting this ddnt you Kim Dokja. The most ancient dream. The world's most omniscient yet powerless god. The fourth wall's influence is getting weaker. Kim Dok. The fourth wall's influence is getting extremely weak. I thought I heard something fall to the floor, and I saw Zhang Huiwan's sword rolling around on the ground. She was now looking at me. She was looking at the child, then back at me. Her eyes were filling up with despair. As if she couldn't believe this. As if she'd prefer that this whole thing turned out to be a lie. The promise with the secretive plotter is activating. I opened my mouth only to close it several times. Maybe this might be my punishment. It might very well be the time to pay the price for the salvation I received. You have promised to destroy Starstream. Starstream will not be destroyed unless the most ancient dream is ended. I now stared at the child with the exact same face as mine. And the boy slowly raised his head to look back at me. Please end the most ancient dream. Episode 99. The Most Ancient Dream 2, Finn. Chapter 514, The Most Ancient Dream 3. My consciousness kept trying to blank out. What would it be like if the ways of survival was real? Whether that was my own thoughts or something that was recorded on the final wall, or maybe even if there was a world where I can fight alongside the characters from the ways of survival. The imaginations of the most ancient dream, I couldn't be sure. Countless memories rushed in like a sudden incoming wave. Imaginations that unfolded in a messy cacophony became the fuel for the stories in another world. The living reality had become the tragedy. Wait, now that I think about it, what happens to the old world after Yu Hyuk regresses? I should ask the authornum in the comment section. I always thought that I remembered the ways of survival better than anyone else. I was proud that I had read the novel diligently, much more so than anyone else too. So why couldn't I recall much about myself that read the novel? Maybe I was... You have become the character. Sparks overflowed above my incarnation body. The fourth wall's functions were coming to a halt. My heart was madly pounding away, and unidentifiable screams reverberated within my devastated mind. My head faltered, and I somehow managed to suck in several deep breaths. The fourth wall was right. Maybe I already knew. There were simply too many hints. I was far too lucky in this world, and everything in this world seemed to be geared towards my convenience. And, at times, this world even felt sloppy. If all of these were the result of the most ancient dream's blessing, then, the genesis of all the world lines, the original world line. I raised my head back up, then clenched my energyless fists slowly. The fourth wall was no longer around, but my mind was calm. No, I had to believe that I was calm. Jithing, the unbreakable faith screeched out. I slowly walked forward. The boy raised his head up from the notebook to look at me. Suchuchuchu. The boy's eyes that didn't know anything. I couldn't avoid that gaze. Those were the eyes of a child who had no one to rely on in this world, somehow managing to carry on day by day. The boy, busy rubbing his eyes hard as if he saw phantoms, was looking at me. In order to destroy Starstream, the most ancient dream must be stopped. I had made up my mind at the beginning of Starstream, and even promised the secretive plotter to eliminate the culprit of all these tragedies. And finally, that opportunity had come. Demon King transformation is activating. Pitch black wings spread out from the torn shoulder blades. The boy's eyes looking at me widened. A voice that felt so ancient. Right, I used to possess such a voice in the past, didn't I? I walked one step at a time towards such a child. Angel transformation is activating. As the child's face grew closer, I got to see so many other things, such as the notebook the boy was scribbling on. There was a chart recording the power balance of the ways of survival. It was the very same chart that I compiled once upon a time. Yu Hyuk, E Hyansong, Shin Yusung, E Ji Hai, E Seolwa, Kim Na-moon, Anna Croft. Next to the densely packed names, their stigmata and skills were recorded. And finally, even the bruising on the back of the boy's hand covering up his own untidy handwriting. I knew the history this boy had survived, and the future head get to live out what would happen to this child in the future, and what sort of misery lay in wait for him. All of those years, just how much of a meaning was in them. Head get targeted by the school gang and suffer serious bullying. Head get abandoned by his relatives and start living alone far too soon. And wherever he went, Head be pursued by the reporters hunting him down. Head make a mistake during the university entrance exam and end up in a third-rate school. Head get unlucky and pull the shortest straw during the boot camp and get assigned to the front lines. Head fill himself up every day with triangular-shaped kimbap bought from the local convenience store. And eventually stumble into a job with some no-name company by the skin of his teeth and eke out a living that way. During the period of 10 years, Head get to finish reading a certain novel, and after surviving by reading that novel, Head drive everyone he loved to utter misery. That boy would grow up to become Kim Dokja. Monster. The child was opening his mouth while looking at me. That's right, I'm a monster. My appearance was reflected on the boy's irises. That monster was this child's future. Now was the only chance to stop that monster. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Me trying to rush forward with my sword raised up, and Han Suyong's fist striking me in the face. All of them. I couldn't really hear her voice. She was shouting something at me. Her reddened eyes were filled with tears. Her fists were pounding down on my chest, before her rough hands tried to hold onto my shoulders. Dokja! I shoved her away, and then took another step forward. Even though the distance was only a few meters, I couldn't easily cross it. All of my fables were rebelling against me. Powerful sparks enveloping my entire frame suppressed me. My feet didn't want to leave the floor, and my hands refused to move. The child's expression as he looked at me was one of terror. His chin trembled nonstop, so did his eyes. Those eyes trying to decipher whether this was reality or not. The most ancient dream is questioning your existence. The existence that dreamed of all these worlds. And in his dream, I too was nothing more than just another character. Such a chuchachit. The most ancient dream is denying your existence. As if he wanted to reject reality, the child hugged his head and curled up. I im yu jung hayak. Im. The chant that had been recited tens of thousands of times. There is a protective barrier around me. Nobody can harm me. Nothing can touch me. The thoughts he used to escape from the pain when the gangs beat him up began leaking out. The power that rendered reality into not reality. And that power was now being applied in the opposite manner. Ajus. This really small but absolute being was now thinking of everything before him as his own delusions. An opaque barrier was generating with the child's figure as its center, resembling a pitch-black sphere. It was the sturdiest protective barrier that the most ancient dream could create. I cried out like a devil and rushed towards the barrier to swing my sword. As the worlds collided, a blindingly bright explosion of light went off. The blade of the unbreakable faith easily broke apart and flew in the air. I stared helplessly at the flying blade piece. I can't kill him. It was impossible for a way to kill him to exist. If the story began from the dream of the younger me, then the rules of this world were thought up by him too. Winds powerfully blowing in from somewhere roughly flipped the pages of the child's fallen notebook. When the flipping stopped, the setting of the ways of survival the younger me jotted down could be seen on the page. The disconnected film theory, a theory that explains the overlapping of the world lines in the ways of survival, and it, as the sparks faintly danced about, I dazedly read the contents. I read it and then read it some more. I bent down to pick up the broken blade, then opened up all the fables still remaining in me. I stared at the black sphere surrounding the boy and spoke up. I know you better than anyone in this world. Dontermintum. I'm not trying to torment you. I want to run away. I know. But where to? The child's story was transmitted to me, while mine also was transmitted to him. Such a chuchit. There were less than 2 handspans of broken blade remaining in the unbreakable faith. However, that was sufficient enough to carry out my plan. The method to end the most ancient dream. The disconnected film theory is activating. Your existence is resonating with the most ancient dream. I then stabbed the blade into my neck with every ounce of my energy. The loud puwuk noise resounded out. Crimson blood dripped onto the floor like teardrops. Kim Dokja. The blood belonged to you, Jung Hayak. The blade was stopped midair right before my neck, unable to move an inch. Blue veins were bulging on you, Jung Hayak's hand holding the blade tightly. All of you hold him down. It wasn't just you, Jung Hayak, though someone had grabbed me from behind to suppress me. Dokja, see, this is wrong. It was Yi Hyansong. Both of my arms were grabbed, too. Zhang Hui-1 and Yu Sang-ah were responsible. Please stop. There must be another way. There has to be. Yi Ji-hai was hugging my waist. while I could see Shin Yusung and Yi Gilyong holding on to each of my legs. And then, I saw Han Suyong pounding on the barrier of the most ancient dream in my stead. Open up. We didn't come here to harm you. We just want to talk to you for a bit. Even then, the barrier was only getting thicker. I knew the truth that thing would never open up. I held the sword's hilt even harder. This is the only way. Zhang Haiyang shouted out. Please, please stop. There's still time. We still have. No, we didn't have time. The longer we wasted here, the harsher and heavier the sparks surrounding us became. The most ancient dream is denying your existence. The child would continue to deny us, then head erase his delusions. He would turn the reality of another world into something that's not reality. That was why the only one who could do this was Kugugugu. Thick fog suddenly came in from somewhere, and I picked up on the ominous power of chaos. Yu Jung Hyok's expression as he held the blade became weird. You bastard. As he staggered about, the pitch-black fable leaked out from his mouth. That fable gurgled out and traveled down his chin, hit the floor and finally, formed the silhouette of a person. The blade of the heaven-shaking sword gleamed between the jet-black coat. A man who only lived for this moment was standing there now. The secretive plotter. The being who had even forgotten about his real name after experiencing countless regression turns. The man who lived only for the purpose of revenge was here. He glanced in my direction, before slowly approaching the protective barrier. The secretive plotter ignored the dancing sparks and walked forward. In that exact moment, the most ancient dreams fable came streaming into me. I wanted to become like Yu Jung Hyok. Goosebumps rose up on my arms gradually. Why have I forgotten about the memories that ruled over my childhood? The protagonist stronger than anyone in this universe. It was obvious that the secretive plotter wouldn't be affected by the sparks. Just how many times have I thought about this within my imaginations, continuing on like some kind of obsession? No human can control every type of imagination. Just how often have I recited that name every time bruises appeared on my arms and legs, and every time my lips burst open? And that's why the most ideal person to end this dream had already been determined. My sword slowly slipped out of my grasp. From here onwards, it was no longer my job. I just couldn't get in the way of this world's most fair revenge. Secretive plotter. Han Suyong cried out and ran towards him. So did Zhang Huiwen, Yi Hai, and even the kids, too. As if they had realized what the horrible thing he was about to commit would be. Unfortunately, my companions couldn't approach him as if a transparent wall was blocking them. And only the secretive plotter alone crossed the platform and reached the bench with the child sitting on it. He wielded the sword loaded with the powers of breaking the sky energy and sliced apart the pitch-black sphere. When he did, the child curling up like a newborn baby curled up even further. Im Yu Jung Hyok. Im Yu Jung Hyok. Im. The child continued to tremble under the faint rays of light. You are not Yu Jung Hyok. The regressor who had forgotten about his name through the eternity of regressions. Such a man was now announcing his name. I am Yu Jung Hyok. Episode 99. The Most Ancient Dream 3. Fin. Chapter 515. The Most Ancient Dream 4. That was the real voice of Yu Jung Hyok, the one that lived through 1864 lives. That voice was the evidence of the history starting from the 0th turn all the way to 1863rd. And the protagonist of that voice was saying this. He was none other than Yu Jung Hyok, and he was none other than the protagonist of the Ways of Survival. I. The child shuddered pitifully, yet he couldn't open his eyes, as if he already knew his entire world would crumble the moment he did. The most ancient dream is denying his own dream. This is just an illusion, just an illusion, just an illusion. This is no illusion. At the same time as the secretive plotter said his piece, sentences began streaming all around the child. They were texts from the Ways of Survival that the boy read, that I read together with him. Sentences that kept me alive, and eventually would kill me, too. And a certain man was speaking up within those sentences. Yi Hyun-song. It's not over yet. Do not worry. I shall definitely end the star stream. I will never forget you. Shin Yu-sung. Those vivid sentences soon became stories. Stories were imagined, and the imagination was recreated as reality in a different world line. Not knowing that such a thing was happening in another reality, the boy kept desiring the story's continuation. To the next regression turn and then to the next one. To survive, the boy imagined, while being pressured by his relatives, while being bullied by the school gangs. To not feel the pain, he thought about the next part of the story. I shall survive no matter what, and witness the end of these scenarios. He felt solace while looking at the unyielding protagonist. And within that solace, he wished for the protagonist to not give up until the end. Authornim, for how long will Yu Jung Hyok's regression continue on? He wished for this regression journey to never come to an end. Suchu. The secretive plotter didn't say anything as he watched the boy's memories stream by. He should be remembering every one of these events. All those resolutions he had never forgotten, from the 0th turn all the way to the 1863rd. My companions and I also watched those. Yu Jung Hyuk had collapsed after the secretive plotter left his body. He was groaning heavily from all the memories flooding in. Shin Yu-sung was continuously shedding her tears, while Yi Ji-hai plopped down on the ground. Yi Hyan-song and Jong Hui-won too were trying to endure while supporting each other's trembling shoulders. Now they all knew. They knew now that the secretive plotter needed to be compensated for his life. But even then, Shin Yu-sung muttered as if she was in a religious trance, and looked up at me, as if she wanted me to tell her how to overcome this situation. Secretive plotter. Stop. I said, stop. Only Han Suyong alone resisted the shower of sparks right before her face and swung her fists constantly towards the empty air. However, the secretive plotter didn't look back. And so, the pilgrim of the lonely apocalypse had reached the end of his pilgrimage. The heaven-shaking sword that broke over and over again only to be patched up was now quietly crying out. Finally, his constellation backer was before his eyes. It was you. The child's shoulder trembled pitifully as if he was having a nightmare. This was a weak life form that could be killed off in an instant. His heaven-shaking sword screeched out viciously once more. This was the sword that cut down countless constellations. Not even Poseidon, not Zeus, not Nuwa, and not even the Dakibi king could escape from this very blade. No star in existence could survive after daring to oppose him. Here was the opportunity for his revenge, reached after experiencing 1864 lifetimes. The heaven-shaking sword slowly moved. Secretive plotter. No, wait. Yu Jung Hyuk. Neither Han Suyong nor I could stop it. This event, it simply had to happen. Shin Yu-sung, tightly holding my hand, was crying, unable to close her mouth, and gasping uncontrollably. Everything would end with this. I would no longer need to consume someone else's story. Yu Jung Hyuk would be freed from his lengthy journey of regression. However, why wasn't that sword moving even now? The secretive plotter's heaven-shaking sword continued to wander in the air. The blade that threatened to cut the boy down at any moment was now simply brushing aside the eggshell-like protective barrier around the child. Instead, even though its outer shell has been shattered, this bird couldn't fly off to anywhere. The boy's figure trembled uncontrollably. Ominous feeling fables were now circling around him. Hey, this guy's drawing something in his notebook again. Tisk. TSK. He's so much like his mother. Are you Kim Dokja? By any chance, do you know where your mother is right now? I see. Don't you resent your mother? What was your mother like in the past? For how long are you going to keep quiet? If you don't say anything, the whole world will misunderstand you. Slice. The heave-shaking sword wandering in the air accurately cut down the sentences of those memories. The boy's trembling shoulders shook a little less than before. But why? My mind was thrown into disarray. How come? It was then that a true voice resounded out. Is this boy him? A man with a hulking physique rose up from the secretive plotter's shadow. It was the 999th turn's Yi Hyan-song. The plotter nodded his head. Correct. This kid is my sponsor. Now this pisses me off. This little kid was the culprit of it all? Even the 999th turns Kim Namwoon and Yi Ji-hai were here, too. They were the outer gods that endured the 999th turn. It wasn't only Yu Jung Hyuk who wanted to destroy Starstream and end the most ancient dream. No. What was that? In that case, the secretive plotter looked around at his vicinity instead of replying. The clamor of people flooding in and out just to catch the subway could be heard coming from the platform in the distance. He looked back, and the train we rode on was already gone. Instead, there was a Daewha station-bound train that would ferry passengers to their unknown destination in this normal world. And then, the crowd of people brushing past us as if they couldn't see us at all. This station is Daewha. People climbing aboard the subway even before the passengers could disembark, first people pushing and shoving each other, or hurling insults in others' directions. A granny was pushed aside by the disembarking wave of people and fell down. No one tried to aid her. The very first person to witness her plight was an old man sitting on the seats reserved for pregnant mothers. He stared at the granny for a little while. Before unfurling a newspaper, he pulled out to cover up his vision. And above that newspaper, a headline of an article could be seen. The criminal's essay will be published. It was an article that I knew quite intimately. Many people read that, chatted about, and then forgot about that article. A tragedy with nothing special about it. At most, it was a tragedy that occurred to just one life. The secretive plotter and the outer gods were now looking at my fable. Their sorrowful eyes were looking at this tragedy that only went on for a little over a dozen or so years. Oh, you sad, pitiful child. I shuddered almost out of pure shock from those words. My own tragedy couldn't even compare to their pain. The sin of creating an even bigger tragedy because of my own should not be forgiven. Oh, hear ye, my dear God. I have endured a truly lengthy period of time just to meet you, but... The 999th turns Uriel reached out and touched the younger MES cheek. You are this universe's most powerless existence, aren't you? The child's body shuddered once more. I staggered unsteadily back to my feet. Is that why you needed us? This is a very cruel request for help. Indeed. You couldn't even control your own imagination? Is that it? Something was wrong. A blade. I needed to find a blade. The 999th turn's characters were exchanging glances. For a quiet moment there, they were looking into each other. The first one to open her mouth was the 999th turn's E.G. High. It's fine with me. However, will it be okay with you? You came here just for this. Didn't you? It was rather clear who she was talking to. The secretive plotter paused for a little bit before replying to her. It has been difficult. This story was not something that could be wrapped up with that single line. The tragedy he had experienced must not be simplified like that. I wondered why it happened to me. I often wanted to give it all up. I lost count on how many times I thought about killing myself. The secretive plotter, keeping silent for a long time, eventually continued on. However, someone ensured that I could never give up. His hatred-filled eyes were not directed at the body. No, he was glaring at the boy's fable. Both the 999th turns Uriel and Yi Hyun-sung knelt down and gently picked the child up in an embrace. E.G. Hai and Kim Na-moon then held the boy's cold hands. The secretive plotter spoke up as if to proclaim to the world. Now open your eyes, Kim Dokja. The eyelashes of the child, soaked in cold sweat, trembled softly. His whole body shuddered uncontrollably, as if he was fighting against a lengthy nightmare. And so, how long passed by like this? The child's eyelids slowly opened up. The boy's eyes were now looking at the world. He was now looking at the things he once believed to be his own delusions. He was now looking at the Archangel and the Emperor of Steelsword embracing him, and at the hands of both the Demon of Delusions and the Naval Admiral. And finally, really, and the protagonist of the story he had been watching for so long was right before him. Indeed, this is not a dream. Inside this weighty silence where no one spoke, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Tears trickled down from the child's eyes. I knew what those tears meant, and I also knew what the secretive plotter and the outer gods had done just now, and that was why I felt so tortured inside. That couldn't have been their choice. A being that lived with a certain story for a very long time would eventually become unable to escape from that very story. Just like how it was for Agar's, Metatron, the Apocalypse Dragon, and the Dakibi King, it was the same story for the outer gods, too. Perhaps, could it be that the choice they made had already been predetermined from the beginning? I shouted out in a crying voice. He's the most ancient dream. He needs to die. If he's not dead, then your tragedies won't end. Your regression, Starstream, all of them. You must not get devoured by that story. I don't need your sympathy. What I really truly want isn't a tale like this. Applicable individual is not a character. The secretive plotter was now looking back at me with eyes that I couldn't recognize at all. From within a story that I hadn't read before, he was staring at me. It wasn't just him, however, Uriel, E.G. Hai, Kim Na-moon, and even Yi Hyun-sung, too. Applicable individual is not a character. 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 I dazedly stared at the continuously rising messages. The world's most righteous soldier. The noblest archangel. The general who doesn't tolerate injustice. The devil filled with hatred towards the world. The regressor who fought against the system called Starstream. The secretive plotter and the outer gods were now looking at the world of this child, the world that was filled with nearly undetectable malice that could only be felt under the careful observation. Kim Na-moon glared at the fable of such a world and muttered out, "Even without Starstream, the world remains the same." He sounded as if he finally figured out the enemy he needed to fight from now on. The fables the secretive plotter and the outer gods built up were now baring their fangs at the reality surrounding the child. At the end of the vast, lengthy pilgrimage, the regressor chose the world he discovered. The characters reaching the conclusion were finally breaking out of the tale. While embracing their god, they were now heading towards a brand new story. I shook my head like a madman and crawled towards them. This must not happen. I made a promise. To end the most ancient dream. To end this tragedy. My hand, barely managing to feel around the ground, discovered the broken blade. I did it. With this Kim Dokja. The secretive plotter called out to me. When I raised my head, he continued on with what he wanted to say. Do you remember the first scenario? The first scenario, the proof of credentials. The secretive plotter and the constellations saw me for the first time during that scenario. You said this to other people back then. That the scenario's clear condition wasn't to kill humans. I recalled the promise I made to him. Please finish the most ancient dream. The world was blanketed by the blinding rays of light, and my vision grew blurry. My surprised companions quickly gathered around me. You have fulfilled your promise with the secretive plotter. The young Kim Dokja, now embraced by the Emperor of Steelsword and the Archangel, was looking at me. Light was starting to return to the child's eyes that used to wallow in the lengthy dream. When was the dream supposed to end? That would be when the dream was no longer a dream. Only then did everything start making sense. It was the same thing as the most ancient dream ending the moment Yu Jung-hyuk of the Ways of Survival reached this place. The sounds of the next train arriving could be heard coming from the distance. Constellation, secretive plotter, has reached his. At the same time as the secretive plotter gave his signal, my companions and I got sucked into the train that arrived behind us. This place is the epilogue of that story. The characters that saved my childhood were now disappearing beyond the door. Just like the 1863rd turns Yu Jung-hyuk who killed himself to cross over to the New World line, they were now stepping into a world that I didn't know. Within the rays of light, I saw Yu Jung-hyuk's faint smile. He looked liberated. Constellation Secretive Plotters is Most Ancient Dream. Episode 99. The Most Ancient Dream, for Finn. Chapter 516. The Most Ancient Dream. 5. The fourth wall is reactivating. The light in the world flickered on and off several times. I felt the sensation of my body being sucked into somewhere, and within this half-awake consciousness, the friction noise of the trains while meeting the railroad tracks filled up my head. I couldn't accept this. Even though I knew that this wasn't a matter requiring my acceptance, I still found it hard to swallow. Why did the secretive plotter make such a decision? I couldn't forget his final expression. How could he make such a face? He didn't get to complete what he truly wanted, so how come? WH did SEC ret eve pl otter re ally ynt. Tichen. All of the memories regarding the secretive plotter flitted in and out of my head. The story I got to learn through the original novel's texts while enduring such a vast, indeterminable amount of time. What did Yu Jung-hyuk hope to see at the end of this road? Just what was it exactly that he expected to encounter? Even if it's not a conclusion you wanted, do not think of this world as a failed regression turn. Only those words remained stuck in my brain like a curse. Kim Dokja. The fourth wall warned me in a stiff voice as if to punish my arrogance. Ts not a problem youcan judage. The wall was right. Even after that guy had left, I couldn't escape from being this damn constellation. Under the brilliant radiance, the figures of 999th turns Uriel, E. Hyun-song, Kim Nam-woon, and E. Ji-hai scattered away. Could he really become happier with this? He made this choice himself, so was that his happiness, then? He was a being born in the tragedy, so maybe he wasn't aware of that choice being another tragedy. The fables of the younger me and the secretive plotter were getting further away. The man looking back in this direction for one last time was no longer Yu Jung-hyuk from the Ways of Survival. BCA use he's Bjorn in Thetra, Getty Can he Fin ish Teitra Getty 2. This place is the epilogue of that story. The ancient tale I've been reading concluded just like that. You have reached the of all the scenarios. You have now learned of the secret of the world. The only remaining topic for us was on how to live the stories ever after. The part of the story that the Ways of Survival didn't tell me. The most ancient dream has ended. Abruptly, a certain thought popped up in my head, something that had been forgotten after being swept up in the situation. The Dakibi King told me that this world was a dream of the most ancient dream. In that case, what happens to the characters of the dream after the dream has come to an end? The characters from the 999th turn and the secretive plotter had all escaped from the role of characters and were freed from the dream through their own will. If so, what would happen to other people then? After the dream was over, the people from the dream would... Final scenario: clear reward has arrived. The noises of a cheek being slapped around resounded out under the flickering subway lights. Kim Dokja slowly opened his eyes. Hey you awake now? He saw Han Suyong's face up close as she roughly held him by his collars. What happened? That's what I want to ask you. Kim Dokja massaged his head as if he was suffering from migraine, and stood up from his spot. Where are we? Inside the subway. Time for us to head back home, I guess. Han Suyong saying those words seemed rather refreshed, for some reason. The train clunked and shook around. The darkness outside the windows gently wavered about. Dokja-si, are you alright? His companions discovered him and walked in closer. Yu Sang-a, E. Hyun-song, Jong Hui-won, Shin Yu-sung, E. Gilyong, E. Ji-hai, Jang Haiyong, and even Yu Jung-hyuk, they were all here. Everyone was alright. Kim Dokja slowly looked around him. There was no other presence within the subway. It was likely that this train was the same one they rode in earlier. Are we really safe now? I've treated your injuries. Once we return to the fourth wall, we should entrust you to Seal Wasi's care, but Yu Sang-ah, feeling for Kim Dokja's pulse, faintly smiled. His companions approached him one by one. However, even though their gazes were fixed on him, none of them managed to readily open their mouths. Unexpectedly, the first one to do so was Yu Yong-hyuk. Rather than approaching Kim Dokja like everyone else, he leaned against the subway's seat at an angle and glared outside the window. The universe's fable was coming undone on the outside. The once tangled roll of thread was turning into dust and scattering away one strand at a time. It's the star stream. Fables existing in countless world lines were illuminating the space by scattering their bright lights. The star stream they had been living in was right there. The world they cursed and resented, but still couldn't forsake, was slowly disappearing while emitting the most radiant light for the last time. As Kim Dokja dazedly stared at that spectacle, Shin Yu-sung tightly squeezed his hand. It's over now. Overcome by a certain emotion, Lee Hyun-sung suddenly broke down in tears. The bear-like man who never showed a single drop of tears no matter what transpired began sobbing away uncontrollably. Jong Hui-won watched him and bit her lower lip as her nose tip began stinging. As well, Lee Ji-hai raised her head, perhaps not wanting to shed her own tears. It really is over. It was indeed over. This long and expansive tale had finally come to an end. Kim Dokja stared at the distancing meteor shower. He stared, and then stared again. As if she knew what he was thinking about right now, Han Suyong addressed him. This isn't because you read that novel, you know? You also had no idea, right? Companions nodded their heads. They were also aware they knew that this event might not end like this. It was just that they were quietly staring at Kim Dokja and his fable. The world that couldn't be lived in unless one read it. The child who had to read something, anything, if he wanted to live. They were saved many times over by such a child. Reading something in order to survive that was the same story for everyone. It would have been fine by just reading it, but Dokja-si, you tried to change the story by yourself. I think that's more than enough. Jong Hui-won said that. The one who had never reached the end of this world, starting from the beginning of the ways of survival all the way to its conclusion. She softly smiled and patted Kim Dokja on his shoulder. So what do you think? Is this the conclusion you wanted to see? Kim Dokja couldn't reply to her. He was too busy wiping away the tears clouding his vision to do that, so that he could see with his own eyes the view of the world he established. Kim Dokja slowly opened his eyes, and the subway's pitch-black windows were reflected in his irises. The faces of his companions could be seen mirrored on the glass, as if that was a group photo with the universe serving as its background. The conclusion of this world that he so dearly wished to see. Him looking at it right now, as if they were waiting for those words. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-yong began wiping away Kim Dokja's tears. He tightly hugged both of the kids. It was then someone asked this question. We'll be happy after this, right? Only the vibration of the train leaving the station resounded out within the silence like a pulse. Maybe this train would never go back. They would never be able to visit that station ever again. They would forge ahead towards a brand new terminal. As everyone stewed within their own thoughts, quite unexpectedly it was Lee Ji-hai who threw out a realistic question first. By the way, what will happen to the world line we've been living in? When everyone gazed at her, she scratched her cheeks in embarrassment and continued on. You know, that thing. If the Dakibi King is to be believed, this world is merely a dream of the most ancient dream, but if that dream is over, then, for sure, the time flow of the world they were living in froze after the final wall was destroyed. In that case, even if they returned to that world by riding on this train, it'll be fine. Our world is functioning normally. Aha, I see. That's a relief. Ing? Lee Ji-hai stared at Kim Dokja, then at Lee Hyun-sung, and even at Jong Hui-won and Yu Sang-ah. No matter who she looked at, though, they were all making the exact same expression as her. Who replied just now? And then, everyone looked up at the air at the same time. A ball of fine fur was floating up there. Bot. The eyes of the companions narrowed down to slits. Bot. Biu began sweating buckets in the air, but eventually, sighed out grandly and spoke up. You knew something was up already anyway? So why are you so surprised? The companions heard the explanation from Biu. The contents, when simplified, were like this. The world line hasn't been annihilated yet. I don't know the reason, but the stop time of the world is beginning to get written again, you see. Although the worldview shook around a lot after all the large fables crumbled at the same time, it'll still take several thousands of years for the world to die naturally. The sights of the world they used to live in could be seen faintly just beyond the subway's windows. The frozen time of the world was beginning to move once more. Uriel was slowly opening her eyes within this devastation. The black flame dragon was asleep, curled up into a ball. and, wrapped up tightly within the somersault cloud, the great sage Heaven's equal was staring up at the skies above. The constellations were alive, too. Even the maritime war god, the Gorios #1 swordsman, everyone was still alive. Even though they had lost their previous luster, they were still drawing breaths in this world line. Biu spoke up as she looked at those constellations. Starstream still remains. The channel system has crumbled down, and constellations can no longer wield as much power as they used to, but still, it was such a huge fable that it'll take some time for it to completely crumble down. A couple of my companions sighed in relief, a sigh that they themselves couldn't really understand. Ijihai asked again, "But, the dream is over, right? So how can this world continue to exist?" "I already told you, I also don't know. Be smart enough to listen properly when someone tells you something the first time." "Well, it sure is a relief, but since when did you learn to speak like this? Besides all that, look how rude you are. A juicy. Listen to how Biu talks. This creepy kid, until now." Kim Dokja shifted his gaze over to Biu, prompting the latter to feign complete ignorance and open her mouth as if she didn't know anything. "Abahat." Everyone broke out into a helpless chuckle. Ijihai panted angrily, and just before she could shout something, Kim Dokja reached out and wordlessly hugged Biu. This bundle of fur that used to be so tiny at the beginning of the scenarios was now so big that one couldn't wrap their arms around it. Yu Young Hyuk, watching that spectacle, spoke up. "Maybe it's the last miracle." A miracle, was it? That was certainly a word that didn't suit him, because that was the one word he believed the least. Even then, his utterance loosened the expressions of the companions. "Then really everything has been resolved with this. And now all we need to do is to buy the big house where we can live together." The kids spoke up, only to be shot down by Han Suyong. "Our nebula can't go on anymore. This idiot, he completely drained all of its finances in the final scenario, you know. We can always make more money later, right? I mean, just who are we?" Everyone broke into smiles while looking at Lee Gilyong triumphantly shouting out. But then, someone quickly threw out another question, perhaps fearful of these smiles suddenly coming to an end. "What do you all want to do now?" Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gilyong looked at each other after hearing that and yelled out, "The Han River, the ocean, pizzas, fried chickens." As the two children began arguing, someone else piped up next. "I'd like to go to the place that I used to live." It was Jang Hyong. "The place where you used to live?" Yu Sang-h's expression became uncertain after hearing that. It wasn't just her, though they all knew the truth. They knew that the places they used to live no longer existed. The homes where their stories had been kept before the advent of apocalypse had all disappeared now. But could this be magic? Suddenly, the view outside the windows changed. The scenery of the space seemed to scatter, and what replaced it was, maybe it really is a miracle. The sight of Seoul, the one they were intimately familiar with. And on the subway map where every name had been erased off, names of various stations began reappearing. "Next stop is Hongjae Station." Jang Hyong's steps took her towards the exit. From beyond the wrecked terminal, the site of her old suburb could be seen. The train's speed was gradually slowing down. Jong Hui-won asked her, "You still want to go even though there might be nothing left?" Jang Hyong nodded her head. Jong Hui-won could only reply with a wry grin. Like how it was with everyone, there were some things that had to be confirmed even if you knew the end results already. "Okay, let's meet again back in the industrial complex later." The train's doors opened, and Jang Hyong made her exit. She looked around with a disbelieving expression, only to turn back as if she abruptly remembered something she wanted to say. Kim Dok. However, the train started again even before her words could be heard. The next person to speak was Ijihai, silently staring at the map until then. "There's a place I want to go, too." Jong Hui-won asked her, sounding as if she already knew where the younger girl wanted to go. "You want me to go with you?" "Nah, it'll be fine alone. This is what I want to do." Ijihai's grin was soft, her expression light. Jong Hui-won's hand rising up sheepishly went back down. "See you guys in a sec." Ijihai disembarked. The school building she used to attend was visible in the distance. The subway's doors closed once more. Jong Hui-won asked a question. "Is there anyone else who wants to go somewhere?" No one answered back. Most of the companions had no places they wanted to return to. However, that didn't mean they didn't have a place to return to. Yusanga then asked everyone, "We are all going to get off at the same place, yes? Can't we switch trains somewhere? Looks like we'll have to hoof it from Jongro." Han Suyong grumbled and scanned the subway map. Their destination was Gwangwaman, the location of the industrial complex. "We gotta think up of what to tell the others. It's not like we can tell them everything, right? Next stop is Jongro 3rd Street Station." Everything was resolved now, but in reality it'd be not like that. They would be facing the reality of new daily life after their return, that's why. The train's doors were opening up. Yu Sang-ah, holding the children's hands, lightly hopped off to the station's platform with a soft yusha. She looked back and saw that both Yi Hyun-sung and Jong Hui-won had also lightly hopped past the safety line on the ground. What are you doing, not getting off? That left only 3 people behind. Kim Dokja. It was unknown who among Han Soo-young and Yu Jung-hyuk called that name out first. The former asked with a questioning pair of eyes. We are getting off together, right? Someone has activated lie detection LV. That prompted Kim Dokja to smirk softly. Of course. We should. Lie detection has confirmed Kim Dokja's words as truth. Let's go. Kim Dokja took a step forward and lightly slapped the backs of the other 2. That caused the 2 to stagger forward as well. The frowning Han Soo-young muttered something in Kim Dokja's direction, while Yu Jung-hyuk grasped the hilt of his sword, his eyes glaring non-stop. Kim Dokja spoke to the latter. You do know that the scenarios are over, right? From now on, it'll be a criminal offense to carry around a sword. What a foolish utterance that is. It's not over yet, Kim Dokja. He's right. We haven't even figured out who TLS 123 is, and also, the subway's doors were slowly closing. The story of a new world was streaming within the noisy clamor of their voices. Kim Dokja laughed in genuine happiness, and the kids continued to bicker away. A tale of this new world continued to flow on. But then, just as the subway's doors closed, Han Soo-young looked behind her with a slightly unsure, hard-to-read face of someone that left something behind. Even Yu Jung-hyuk looked back, too. The only person who didn't was Kim Dokja. Han Soo-young and Yu Jung-hyuk's gazes ran into each other, and they began growling at the same time. What you looking at? I should ask you that, you basta. And then, the doors closed. The subway began moving again in silence. It was leaving the station that welcomed the beginning of a new story to enter the railway of infinity. Names written on the subway map began disappearing one by one. The sight of bickering Yu Jung-hyuk and Han Soo-young could be seen in the distance. Then, the sight of brightly smiling kids holding onto Kim Dokja's hands, as well as Yu Sang-ah looking up into the sky while shielding her eyes, could be seen, too. And I was quietly staring at that scene. That prompted the fourth wall to ask me, will his re-ally be okay? Right in the next second, my transparent figure emerged from the empty space. Accompanied by a slight case of dizziness, my body fully materialized and revealed itself above the subway. The percentage of memories you currently retain is 51%. I smiled wryly. This was the only way. I looked up, and the messages clogging up the message log all floated up at once. You have cleared the final scenario. You are the only person who knows the secret of this world. Currently, the most ancient dream is absent. The world's time will not flow if the dream doesn't continue. These were the messages only visible to me. You have earned the qualification to take over the role of the most ancient dream. Will you continue with the dream? If this dream was to be stopped now, then the world would forever be frozen still. It truly was a cruel thing, the world that barely managed to gain a chance at happiness stopping for all eternity. Although it started off as a tragedy, this universe was already born. Even though that was the case, there were still some that searched for happiness in this universe, and they had finally reached the terminals they always wanted to get to. Yu Sung Ee and Gil Yong Eyllbsad. I know. You are to see I Ving Tichem. At least I didn't lie to them. I looked up at the sky and carried on. A part of me definitely exited the train with them, didn't it? There was a certain skill I got from the secretive plotter while returning from the 1863rd turn. What will do you now for skills? I'm sure you haven't earned a new skill over there. Indeed, I haven't earned any skills, but is it possible to receive this type of a reward instead? It is possible. What I received back then was, technically speaking, not a skill per se. Currently, bookmark skill is in activation. Due to the blessing of the most ancient dream, the applicable skill's activation period has been changed to infinite. Currently, the 6th bookmark is in activation. The character registered in the 6th bookmark is Director of the False End. The Director of the False End, the 1863rd turns Han Soo-young. Your degree of understanding on the applicable individual is very high. Exclusive skill Avatar LV is currently in activation. You have used up 49% of your memories to generate an avatar. Due to the influence of the world line, the connection to your avatar has been cut off. The applicable avatar will possess its own free will and act accordingly. This is the right way. I felt around the lost portion of my memories, now faint and staggered unsteadily. My other me would continue to live on, oblivious that he was an avatar. He'd live in a huge house with the other companions. He'd go to the ocean with Gilyanji and eat pizzas with Yusunji. He'd get to see E.G. Hai admitted to a university, and then he'd hand over the congratulatory bouquet of flowers to Lee Hyun-sung and Jong Hui-won. He'd go around house hunting with Yu Sang-ah, and search for TLS 123 with Yu Jung Hyuk. And then, head get to read the novel Han Suyong wrote. That would be my salvation. From the beginning till the end, I was always the one being saved. So, this was my small bit of atonement for their sakes. Youyll regret th is you a nt ever me etthmagine. I smiled without a sound. But I can still see them, right? Just like how it used to be a really long time ago. And so, this story would continue on in that manner. That's enough for me right now. I stared at the back of the subway disappearing into the darkness. Now, the figures of my companions couldn't be seen all that well. And everyone lived happily ever after. I always hated that phrase. However, the current me dearly wished for that phrase to become true. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation has reached his. You have become the most ancient dream. The disappearing lights in the distance resembled the constellations that still remembered me. And with that, my endless voyage got underway. Your is Eternity. Episode 99. The Most Ancient Dream 5 Fin. Chapter 517 Epilogue 1 The World of 01. The panoramic view of the cosmos could be seen beyond the pitch-black window. I rested my forehead against the cold glass and wordlessly stared at that dark world. I couldn't tell how long it had been. I wanted to look back if I did. Then maybe they would still be sitting in their seats even now, so I thought. Kim Dokja finally stopped crying. I didn't cry, you dumbass. He lied too. Just for how long are you going to stay as the narrator? The story's over now. The fourth wall cackled on. I felt slightly encouraged by that laughter and took another look beyond the window. The ones I wanted to see were no longer reflected on the glass. The planet Earth I used to live had grown distant beyond my reach. Of course, that didn't mean I wasn't there. Avatar skill is currently active. Due to the separation of the world line, the connection to the avatar has been cut off. Your avatar will continue to live his life with its own ego. The me of 49%. The applicable avatar will no longer be under your control. That guy would never realize that he was an avatar. He'd simply live the life of ever after along with the companions as Kim Dokja. High 49%, though I was trying to divide exactly by 50% each, but it didn't work out. High 49%, though the exact same question again, it was impossible to hide anything from the fourth wall. You already know why. NOTV Eri Liku YOU. No, it is exactly like me. Something that the idiotic, immature, and selfish during the crucial moments Kim Dokja would have done. 2%. That number was the proof and the lie that I remembered my companions far better than my avatar. Even if no one knew of this version of me existing here, even if the companion stories had come to an end like that, but at the very least, I swore to myself that I'd never forget about them. YOU re-GRE ting it. A soft noise came from the clunking subway. I was treated to the view of a completely empty subway interior. The handles no one held onto limply shook about. Dantifael so low Nelly. Am not. I slowly regulated my breathing. It was also like this back when I became the Demon King of Salvation and fell into the story's horizon. In a way, my situation was better than back then. Well, I wasn't currently suffering from the penalty of leaving the scenario, after all. If there was one thing different from back then, it'd be, I'd never be able to meet my companions. Do I have to stay inside this subway forever? Stay. I'm asking if I can go outside. The fourth wall remained silent as if to ponder what I was asking here, before making its reply. Tech air is no concept of access in T his Pila Ce. What do you mean? T his Pila Ce is a sanctum. Pila Ce Whe re the most ancient dream SLE EPS. After I heard that, it began to slowly dawn on me. Every world line related to the ways of survival was a dream of the most ancient dream. All the worlds were dreams that were given life in this place. Along with a flash, all the windows of the subway transformed into display screens. At first, I mistook them for the TAS advertisement installed in the special area within the subway network. Scenes from various scenarios were streaming past the windows. Of course, there was no way that I was looking at mere advertisements. Suchachuchu. A vague migraine assaulted me. The sights of the world lines scattered around the universe were now streaming by. Only then did I gain a new appreciation of just what kind of an existence I had become. He was now the most ancient dream. My shaky steps took me closer to the window. The screen gently trembled like the surface of water, looking fragile enough to be broken at any time I wanted to. Kim Dokja was scared. I didn't need someone to tell me that to know. Every story in this world existed only because a reader read them. If he doesn't watch, the world will come to a stop. Staring at the world and dreaming endlessly. This was the weight the most ancient dream had to bear. I slowly closed my eyes. This was what I chose. And obviously, being able to watch was far better than not being able to. And on top of that, it was the same thing as me having become the ultimate constellation that could peek on every world line out there. So, the fourth wall? WH. The most ancient dream acted like a constellation, didn't he? Under the guise of a constellation, the previous most ancient dream sent messages during the regression turn I lived in. Although it was the subconscious actions of a child who didn't know anything, there was no denying the fact that such an action nevertheless interfered with the system. You are wrecked. Then, how about me connecting to the world line I lived in as a constellation? Youth Inc. Th at YLLB POS Sybil. It's not. NOT the problem of POS Sybil ITY or NOT. I mulled over what that could mean for a bit, before biting my lip. Hard. Right, I shouldn't do that. I understand. I recalled all the hardships my companions and I had to experience to reach this conclusion. We fought to eliminate the constellations and to erase the Starstream system. And we succeeded. But for me to revive Starstream after coming this far, now that would. Luke Kylie you can't even if you wanted to. Why not? I'm the most ancient dream now, aren't I? If I imagined it, it'd become reality, right? Say control eve RYTHNG just because SEY our the most ancient dream. Sparks gently danced along with such a chut. It seemed that the current me couldn't fully exercise the most ancient dream's power to influence. Why our mast airy over the DREM is NTNUF. As I thought. If it was that easy to control, then it'd not be called the dream in the first place. I didn't know when it'd be possible, but at least for now, I couldn't do it. I chewed my lips for a little while, before continuing on. In that case, what about just watching? It was right then. Something inside me wiggled. The inner me that I couldn't rule over, I sensed this humongous subconsciousness taking root deep within me. This subconsciousness extended its roots towards another world line, and through these roots, began pulling up the stories of this world. My vision darkened. Then the sights of the world line spread out like a kaleidoscope. It was the view of the world he missed so much. I thought I saw the distant lights of the industrial complex. Then, I saw the backs of my companions headed there. Not a shade of darkness could be spied on their expressions. In the middle of the group as they walked shoulder to shoulder was another Kim Dokja, kitted out in the white coat. I already knew. Even though I knew, my heart crazily pounded away, my breathing getting shallower, faster. I panted heavily and screamed out. I endured the sensation of vomit welling up, shook my head, and opened my eyes. As I felt for the floor while swimming in dizziness, I realized that I was the only one inside the subway. Hats WR Ong? Do NT Wan na what ch? I did want to watch. Their happy faces. Their expressions of finally escaping from the scenario's hell. I wanted to read the story that I so desperately longed to see. However, I couldn't. If I did, then without a doubt, I do want to go back. I have to see it, right? If I don't, the world won't move forward, right? Why our LRADY watching? What? Subconsciousness is a part of consciousness. YOU are LRADY watching the major ITY of world lines. In that case, no one yet to burden YR's elf. The fourth wall spoke as if to console me. YOUDONTH ave to do in youth ing. Why our LRADY watching subconscious lion UA. I could just close my eyes and forget everything. It'd be fine to enjoy myself within the dream just like a pure, innocent child with no guilt weighing me down. The fourth wall was telling me that there was absolutely no reason to mull over the tragedy once more and get hurt in the process. However, Kim Dokja wasn't a child. I can't do that, said I while wiping away the cold sweat. All these world lines were my sin. I created them and I destroyed them. I must see them. And this was the only way to atone for them. As I slowly stood back up, the world lines appeared on the windows. The countless world lines from the ways of survival, the tragedies of someone, brought to reality because I had read them, were now being displayed there. Perhaps there was something I should see first before seeing the stories of my companions. As if it knew that already, the fourth wall addressed me. YLB a V Airy Long and IGHT. Kim Dokja. I'm sure ITLLB. I smiled back. Don't worry. I can do this properly. This is the story that I adore the most, you see. I know I can definitely watch it until my dying day and not get sick of it. But YOU me GHTGR out to H8 the ST Ori UL of the MOST1DI. If that happens, I spoke while reaching towards the scenes appearing within the screen. That will be the price I must pay. I slowly pressed on the glass, and my fingerprints were engraved on the display. The world is now receiving your gaze. A world line has received the power of life from your consciousness. When I reopened my eyes, my body was levitating off the floor, about a handspan high or so. Felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. I was startled by the bustling nearby and looked around to discover a crowd of people. They walked right into me and past me as if I was invisible to them. Every one of these tired faces belonged to the office workers on their way home. This place. I scanned my vicinity and saw the orange color denoting the subway's third line. Surprisingly enough, I found myself floating above the subway platform. The current time and all sorts of subway-related information were displayed on the LED screens installed on the ceiling. 6:55 p.m. Exactly 5 minutes before the beginning of the scenario. Soon enough, the Bulgwang station-bound train arrived along with the noisy announcement. People climbed aboard the train one by one. I'd have stopped them if only I could. However, nothing would change even if I did. The scenario would begin regardless of where you were anyway. All I could do now was to climb aboard the train along with them and watch all these tragedies unfold. And a face Kim Dokja was intimately familiar with was their dot. The Bulgwang station-bound train number 3434, the car number 3707. A certain man absent-mindedly staring outside the subway window was there. After observing his face for a little while, I ended up smirking a little. When I thought about it, it was pretty obvious. In the end, all these world lines were repeated through one man's regressions. So, it was only obvious that I'd encounter this fool at the beginning of the story. This world's protagonist. Quite obviously, Yu Jung Hyuk failed to sense my presence. No, his disinterested gaze remained locked on the outside of the subway, his mind currently submerged in his thoughts. A face that remained calm even when knowing that the scenarios were about to begin. I had no choice but to be impressed by that. You're really an amazing guy, aren't you? I had already witnessed the end of the scenarios, but my skin still trembled simply by re-entering this scene. Yet, you managed to endure these moments dozens, hundreds of times. The stopped subway train began moving and the time flowed forward once more. That thing should begin soon, if my knowledge served me correctly. During the third turn, Yu Jung Hyuk would begin by killing everyone within this subway car. I recalled the beginning of the third turn that I knew of. I wasn't sure which regression turn this was, but the beginning wouldn't be so different from that. I slowly scanned the surroundings and spotted a man acting suspiciously by the exit. Hu. Several people shifted their gazes over to the man after hearing his intermittent grunts. The man carrying a twisted expression sniggered and looked around himself, then suddenly pulled out a homemade bomb and a lighter. On that day when the paywall began, there was a certain man riding on the same subway car number 3707 as Yu Jung Hyuk. What's that? Hey man, the subway terrorist, Choi Hongyu. The shocked crowd screamed and retreated. People freaked out after witnessing the sparks exploding from the man's hands and stood up from their seats, causing the scene to turn chaotic. As for Yu Jung Hyuk, he was quietly staring at that man. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and snatch that away. According to the storyline I knew, Yu Jung Hyuk should have suppressed Choi Hongyu the moment they climbed aboard the subway and took away the bomb. However, he hadn't done that. Why was this? Yu Jung Hyuk's expression, the one I thought was calmness personified, was now pale white in fright. It was then, the interior of the train became dark along with the screeching noise. People's screams morphed into sorrowful cries as they witnessed the flame being lit up within the darkness. Something had gone awry here. Why isn't Yu Jung Hyuk making his move? Hang on a minute, could this be 7 p.m.? And then, as the tick noise resounded out, the world's rules changed. The free service period of the planetary system number 8612 has concluded. Main scenario has begun. The flames lit up by the terrorist brightly illuminated Yu Jung Hyuk's face, his eyes trembling in pure fear. He stood there, unable to do anything. I too had fallen into a bout of panic. Pages of the ways of survival began flipping inside my head. Just which regression turn was this? Was this around the 900th when he lost his mind? Or around the 1200th? During which regression turn was this half-wit Yu Jung Hyuk? Channel hashtag B7623 has opened. Constellations are entering. Hu. The crowd began running towards the next car of the train, away from the figure of the terrorist clutching the explosive as the man's eyes glared at the surroundings. Extremely small number of constellations are getting interested in incarnation Choi Hongyu, and Yu Jung Hyuk was still standing in the same spot. The one I knew would never react like this. No, Yu Jung Hyuk was someone who'd resort to the perfect showmanship to suppress the situation from the get-go. But now, he was making this stupid face that I had never seen before under the terrorist's threat. One I had never seen before. Never seen? Felt like a lightning bolt had gone off in my head. So that's what this was, this storyline. Countless pages flipped inside my head, before the book itself was closed shut. This was the regression turn that got treated as nothing more than a passing reminiscence back in the ways of survival. Some stories would actually begin from a moment that wasn't written. Please don't kill me. Yuck. This story is the unknown beginning of the ways of survival. This world line was the one that I didn't get to read Yu Jung Hyuk's 0th turn. Epilogue 1. The World of 01. Fin. Chapter 518 Epilogue 1 The World of 02. Yu Jung-hyuk was reading the article of a portal site on a person's phone next to him. Pro gamer Yu Jung-hyuk. For how long will he stay under the radar? Several private matters that other people didn't know, such as discord between the teammates and the tyranny caused by the director's high-handedness, brushed past his mind. However, they were stories from years ago, and he couldn't think of an answer no matter how hard he thought about them. We found their home address. That text message appeared on his smartphone. It was from the detective agency he hired, letting him know that his parents had been located. This was the reason why he decided to step outside the house for the first time in a while. Yu Jung-hyuk wished to know about his origins, to find out who gave birth to him and who had abandoned him, to find out who left behind a little sister in his care when he was on a fast track to success. Yu Jung-hyuk also desperately wanted to find out. Did people like that live here before? I don't know either. It's been too long. Even though he spent a considerable sum to hire the detective agency, the only thing he got in return was an address of an empty house. The agency told him that there was nothing more they could find out. His parents were gone without a trace, as if they had evaporated from this world. How could such a thing happen, though? 28-year-old Yu Jung-hyuk seemed to exist all alone, without being able to recall a single memory concerning his parents, or anything nostalgic from his childhood, as if he was a being crafted to be an adult from the moment he was born. As he rode in this noisily clunking subway of the third line, Yu Jung-hyuk was facing a philosophical quandary for the first time ever in his life. Just who am I? And that was why he didn't react in time. Yuhu. Yuwa. He noticed the ruckus only after a short while later. A giant of a man, with a scraggly beard on his chin, the homemade explosive device clutched in his hand, and the cogged wheel of the lighter turning with pronounced tick. Tick only after someone smacked past his shoulder did he awake to this surreal situation. The terror. The lights in the subway went away the next second. The train came to a sudden emergency stop, and the surroundings rapidly filled up with darkness. Yu Jung-hyuk felt all the hair on his arms stand up. The inside of his head felt dizzy. Was this really an act of terror? Something that he'd only ever heard about was really happening in South Korea. 2. Where should he evacuate to? Should the police be notified? Or, welcome, everyone. Nice to meet you. Yu Jung-hyuk's dilemmas were carefully extinguished by a small CGI-like lump suddenly appearing in midair. It's getting tiring to make the same introduction over and over again, but anyway, this situation isn't a movie shoot nor is it a terror incident. These creatures would later introduce themselves as dakibis. That unknown existence floating in the air observed the situation within the train and broke out into a wide smile. What's this? Ha 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 ha. Dear constellations, please take a look over here. The scenarios haven't even begun yet, but something entertaining is already underway. The dakibi spoke in a languid but cruel tone of voice and laughed. I'm already beginning to look forward to this particular car. I pray that you'll all show us an entertaining tale. Main scenario has arrived. Plus, main scenario number 1 proof of worth. Type main. Difficulty, F. Clear condition. Please kill 1 or more life forms. Time limit, 30 minutes. Reward, 300 coins. Failure, death. Plus, and hell began from then. Bai-hyung, that fool. He was rather adorable back then. There used to be a moment like that in the past, didn't it? While listening to the screams resounding out within the subway, I fell into a bit of ill-timed reminiscence. Are you saying you want to sign the stream contract with me? It felt like only yesterday that I met the guy for the first time and discussed getting into an exclusive contract with him. Back then, I really got lucky. If I failed to sign the contract, then, Kim Dokja, you and I aren't comrades. Then Bai-hyung wouldn't have died on that day. I actually wanted to witness your fable till its end, though. Maybe Yu Jung-hyuk trembling over there might get to feel this sentiment after going through over 1,000 regressions. Scenario? What is that? The passengers of the car number 3707 began murmuring after receiving their very first scenario. Desperate struggles taking place in other locations were then broadcast on the panels in the air of the scenario where if you didn't kill, you'd be killed instead. A game? This is a game. The terrorist Choi Hong-gyu was shouting out. Ha 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 ha. Choi Hong-gyu the terrorist. Information regarding him appeared once in the ways of survival via Yu Jung-hyuk's reminiscence. If Choi Hong-gyu manages to survive, he'll evolve into demonic bomber at a later stage. Choi Hong-gyu pulled out a hammer from his side and proceeded to hit the back of a middle-aged man's head right next to him. The victim's knees powerlessly buckled. If I do this, Incarnation Choi Hong-gyu has achieved the feat of first murder. Choi Hong-gyu began his awakening as he stared at the coins raining down before him. Just like how it always had been, the ones that adapted fastest to Starstream were those that couldn't adapt to the real world. Did you all see that? I just now? You murderer. He's a murderer. Choi Hong-yu watched the crowd freak out and retreat away from him, and tilted his head. Why are you all not doing anything? You're all making me look like the strange one. Don't come near me. Maybe you need this? He smirked towards the crowd, and then suddenly, chucked several tools hanging on his sides towards them. He then wielded the spanner once more and slammed down on the back of the already dead man. It's easy. Like this. You do it like this and then, sprays of sticky bloody rose up from the back of the man. Then everyone can become rich. The timer in the air was ticking down bit by bit. Remaining time has decreased. Remaining time. 10 minutes. Yu Jung-hyuk wordlessly stared at the spanner that rolled towards his feet. Even then, the crowd showed no signs of movement. Choi Hong-yu shook his head as if he was disappointed, and stood up from his spot. Should I just kill everyone? But then, a man suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of a hammer that Choi Hong-yu had thrown. Fuck this. I don't know anymore. A juicy. What are you doing? This man gripped tight the thrown spanner and began attacking everyone next to him indiscriminately. This was the car number 3707 that Yu Jung-hyuk managed to survive. Forgive me. I'm sorry. As voices futilely spread out, people began waking up to the new reality. They couldn't tell what kind of a situation this was, but they were sure of one thing. They'll die if they don't kill each other. Extremely small number of constellations are satisfied by the sight of the applicable subway car. Extremely small number of constellations are expressing their interest in Incarnation Choi Hong-yu. A constellation who hasn't revealed their modifier is sponsoring Incarnation Choi Hong-yu with 100 coins. Choi Hong-yu was laughing in satisfaction at the crowd. As for me, I was watching all these happenings next to this man. Kim Dokja. I slowly removed my hand from Choi Hong-jae's neck. I know already, so don't worry. I must not change the story. Everything happening now was events that have already happened. I looked at Yu Jung-hyuk. He was bending down to pick up a spanner that came from Choi Hong-jae's possession. I could vividly feel the deep conflict he was in from his expression. It was an expression of a man who had chosen to take a life. But why was this? That expression was different from the Yu Jung-hyuk that I knew. The one that I knew would gnash his teeth from someone's betrayal. Yu Jung-hyuk, who didn't trust others easily nor easily made comrades. Yu Jung-hyuk, who always pursued after the most optimal route, and didn't hesitate killing others ahead of time if they were going to betray him later. That was why the third turns Yu Jung-hyuk could slaughter the fellow passengers of the same subway. However, this Yu Jung-hyuk before my eyes wasn't from the third turn. Not from the fourth, not fifth, and definitely not from the 1863rd, either. He was the 0th turn. Yu Jung-hyuk of the 0th turn. His feet broke into a sprint. His feet that couldn't use either the Red Phoenix Shunpa nor Ways of the Wind yet. There were plenty of targets present. A trembling college student hurtled on the floor, a middle-aged man hiding next to the disabled seating an office worker, too absorbed in assaulting the others and not having enough time to look behind. Yu Jung-hyuk ran past all of them, and then, he selected the hardest opponent within the subway car as his target. Hugh? Choi Hong-yu smiled insidiously while observing the spanner flying in. He took an agile step back to evade. Then an ultra-sharp survival knife jumped out from his waist. Along with the swish noise, Yu Jung-hyuk dodged the blade with nary a gap to spare. Why did Yu Jung-hyuk make this choice? I couldn't tell. Why did this guy, frightened out of his mind, make such a choice? Choi Hong-yu still carried several other tools, and not only that, he was in possession of a homemade explosive as well. On the other hand, all Yu Jung-hyuk had was a spanner as thick as a child's arm. Even then, I wasn't worried. Although I didn't know the finer details of the 0th turn, Yu Jung-hyuk wouldn't die in this place. Not before he got to experience all these tragedies, and not before they led him to that vast cycle of regressions. Yu Jung-hyuk wouldn't get killed. Incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk's attribute, Pro Gamer, is awakening. He was awakening his exclusive attribute, the one that I was quite familiar with. It was a skill that allowed him to digitize everything in this world like a video game and analyze them. A skill to control his body, as if he was moving his game avatar. His spanner accurately struck Choi Hong-jae's wrist. The bomber screamed out for a moment as the homemade explosive fell out from his grasp. Yu Jung-hyuk's spanner then accurately flew in towards the neck of flustered Choi Hong-yu next. It was an unavoidable attack, a perfect counter that his talent had calculated. Unfortunately, even he had failed to take into account this one thing. Incarnation Choi Hong-yu is investing 900 coins to stamina, and that was precisely the system of this new world. That hurts. Although a dark red mark was left behind on Choi Hong-jae's neck, it wasn't broken. His muscles swelled, and he grabbed Yu Jung-hyuk by the neck. The latter's complexion paled greatly as he dangled up in the air. While grabbing hold of his victim's collars, Choi Han-jae's free hand picked up another hammer. Die. Right in that moment, Yu Jung-hyuk saw the fallen homemade bomb on the floor, and I realized what he was thinking of. Yu Jung-hyuk throwing the spanner in his hand, and I making my move happened simultaneously. The time flow slowed down greatly. The slowly flying spanner was accurately heading towards the center of the homemade bomb. I quietly stared at this spectacle. Even if that thing went off, Yu Jung-hyuk wouldn't die. That simply had to be if what I read was correct. But why was this? Why were my hands shaking so much like this? The fourth wall. After hearing the air making that such a chut noise, I continued on. Does Yu Jung-hyuk's sponsor exist in this world? He exists. The most ancient dream existed in this world. Or something that was presumably my younger version. If that's the case, why can't I sense anything? That's what's been bothering me. I could sense everything in this world. Everything in the scenarios, including individual incarnations all the way to the constellations blanketing the heavens above. However, I failed to sense just this one thing. Where is the most ancient dream right now? The fourth wall didn't answer me. Yu Jung-hyuk's spinning spanner flew in and was about to reach the homemade explosive. Could it be? How did the most ancient dream manage to form a contract with the 0th turns Yu Jung-hyuk? All those questions simmering away inside my head until now were going off all at once. The most ancient dream dreams through the ways of survival. Indeed, the younger version of me imagined this world while reading The Ways of Survival. And The Ways of Survival was a story that started off from Yu Jung-hyuk's third regression turn. So, could he even properly imagine The Ways of Survival's 0th turn? Was he even capable of picturing a story not mentioned in the original, a world that he hadn't read before? If that's the case, then just who was the constellation sponsor that appeared during Yu Jung-hyuk's 0th turn? The bomb exploded. The shower of debris flying out stabbed into Choi Han-jae's back, then into the bodies of people busy hacking away at each other. Accompanied by a loud screeching noise, the subway's ceiling was caving in. Several pieces of debris were flying straight towards Yu Jung-hyuk's heart and neck. Such a chuchit. You're the owner of the final wall. Your mastery isn't sufficient enough to interfere with the world line. The world line's probability is resisting you. I ignored the probability and caught the flying debris. Along with the vicious heat enveloping my hand, the debris scattered into ashes in my palm. A deus ex machina the world line doesn't recognize is activating. The world has sensed your interference. Right at that moment, Yu Jung-hyuk raised his head. Yu Jung-hyuk crawled out from underneath the collapsed Choi Han-gyu and stared at me. Although it was for the briefest of brief moments, Yu Jung-hyuk felt that there was someone standing before him. Who? Main scenario number 1 proof of worth has concluded. You have acquired the normal clear reward of 300 coins. 100 coins have been deducted as the channel usage fee. Additional reward calculation has commenced. Along with the scenario calculations, the heads of the people began exploding. And as the deluge of blood rained down, I silently looked at Yu Jung-hyuk on the floor. Bai Hyung's excited voice coming from the distance, as well as the fourth wall's words of warning, could be heard next. Even the messages of constellations suspecting the probability streamed in too. In the meantime, Yu Jung-hyuk was staring at the message spreading out before him with quaking eyes. Sponsor selection is commencing. Plus, sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. The backer you choose will become your trusty sponsor. 1. God of wine and ecstasy. 2. Mouse that eats fingernails. 3. Abyssal black flame dragon. Plus, a new constellation has entered the channel. A new constellation is participating in the sponsor selection. Plus, 4. Demon King of Salvation. Plus, Epilogue 1. The World of 0-2. Fin. Chapter 519 Epilogue 1 The World of 0-3. Currently, the applicable regression turn is under the overwrite restriction. Currently, the applicable world line's copyright holder is absent. As the owner of the final wall, you can act as the substitute copyright holder. Will you activate overwrite to interfere with the worldview? The warning messages floated up one after the other in the empty air. Almost at the same time, the fourth wall's voice entered my ears. Kim Dokja. I know already, so stop trying to scare me. I could already tell what the fourth wall was going to say. Probably, it'd be something along the line of there's no meaning in changing the predetermined past. I sensed a certain glare squarely locking onto me from the empty air, but I tried my best to ignore that. Although I had no clue how the original 0th turn unfolded, if the paragraph I read in passing inside the fourth wall's library was true, then the 0th turns Yu Jung-hyuk shouldn't select his backer until much later. He would lose Lee Seol-hwa and Lee Ji-hai during this turn. He'd lose the ones precious to him, those he barely managed to meet, and then And then head desperately think about this one thing as his death approached him. If only I had a sponsor, what could it have been like? I stared at Yu Jung-hyuk as he read the system messages with quaking eyes. Through this turn, his cycle of regression would begin. He'd get to repeat countless regressions and thereby walk on the hellscape of eternity. Even if you cha ngts turn. The past that the secretive plotter lived through won't disappear. I know that. Even if I changed this world line, the predetermined tragedies would still happen. The Yu Jung-hyuk I know would live through the first, second, third, and eventually all the way to 1863rd regression turns. He'd become the secretive plotter and start hating me. However, even if that was the case, I can't pick up any traces of the most ancient dream that isn't me in this regression turn. It was quite likely that the cause of this event was the younger me not knowing anything about Yu Jung-hyuk's zero-th turn. Whatever the case might have been, one thing's for certain at the very least, I could take on that role during this world line. I could become Yu Jung-hyuk's sponsor during this world line. YLLYOU makuhim re gress. The fourth wall asked as if it was intrigued. I shook my head. No, he'll make sure he doesn't. Even if he's cha-inged, the futur won't. I know. That's why I feel even more relieved. The past I changed wouldn't deny the Yu Jung-hyuk I know of. If Yu Jung-hyuk got to experience a regression turn that wasn't tragic, even if it's just once, I slowly extended my hand towards the air. Overwrite has commenced. Interfering with the applicable worldview has begun. As your mastery over the dream is insufficient, currently it's impossible to interfere too aggressively. As the sparks exploded with a loud such-a-chuch-it, messages popped up one after the other. The Demon King of Salvation is registering his temporary constellation name. You're currently participating in the sponsor selection as a constellation. Starstream system is suspicious of your eligibility. Low-grade Dakibi Baihyung finds your modifier unfamiliar. Small number of constellations are flustered by your sudden entrance. I bit down on my lip while observing Yu Jung-hyuk's pale expression. This might prove to be a bad decision. Yu Jung-hyuk might end up even more miserable because I changed this world line. However, if it was the me of right now, Hura, the Demon King of Salvation, well now, a new constellationum has decided to enter the stage. If it was Kim Dokja, the most ancient dream who had witnessed the end of one world and had the knowledge of the scenario's epilogues, then wouldn't it be possible to change the predetermined destiny? Looks like we might need to extend the time since the candidates have increased. Baihyung updated the message floating in midair. Sponsor selection time period has been extended by 5 minutes. The survivors in the near vicinity, having somehow lived through that ordeal, began opening their mouths one by one. Just what is all this? Sponsor selection, is it? I didn't find it weird since I had read The Ways of Survival before, but still, I could guess how confused they must feel after facing a situation like this for the first time ever. Incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk is activating his attribute. In the midst of all this, only Yu Jung-hyuk was regaining his cool. His calm eyes were proof of that. Well, I'm getting curious about what he's thinking here, so exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV, is activating. Although I felt a bit sorry about taking a peek inside the feeble zero-th turn's head, I simply had to look this time. What if, in a 9 million chance, he chose a different backer? Then, you are the most ancient dream. You can utilize 100% of your skills abilities regardless of your understanding on the target. The inside of Yu Jung-hyuk's head spread out like an anatomy chart. What about Mia? What happened to her? I must rescue Mia. In order to do that, I must get through this selection thing before my eyes first. Backer selection. Sounds like I must pick my sponsor. I grew slightly tense. During the original zero-th turn, this guy apparently didn't choose anyone as his backer this early on, but that'd always be nothing more than a story from the original. No one could tell what might happen this time. Unexpectedly though, it wasn't Yu Jung-hyuk displaying his interest in me, but other constellations. Constellation, god of wine and ecstasy, is greeting you. Constellation, god of wine and ecstasy, thinks your modifier is a cool one. It seemed that Dionysus' outgoing personality was the same regardless of the regression turns. If he didn't yield to us back in the final arc, the ensuing battle would have been so much harder. Just as I was about to greet him back, someone else butted in. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon is keeping his eyes on you. Now that I thought about it, this dude was also here, wasn't he? Hey you, aren't you supposed to be eyeing Kim Nam-woon in the next subway car? Just how many bridges are you planning to straddle here? Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, thinks you are copying from his modifier. I was about to ask just which part sounded the same to him, but in the end, held back. Only 3 minutes remained, no need to waste my energy on something completely unnecessary. I shifted my head to discover that Yu Jung-hyuk had begun considering his choices earnestly. I swallowed back my nervous saliva. +1. God of wine and ecstasy. Plus, Yu Jung Hyuk stared at that modifier for a little while before shifting his gaze away. Something feels messy about that name. Soon after, his eyes landed on the second candidate. Plus, 2. Mouse that eats fingernails. Plus, I grew nervous when he stared at that modifier for quite a long time. Wake up, Yu Jung Hyuk. You'd be better off choosing the abyssal black flame dragon instead of this. Sounds weak. I barely managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, man. Stop making people nervous. Yu Jung Hyuk then stared at the third candidate afterwards. Plus, 3. Abyssal black flame dragon. Plus, although obvious, Yu Jung Hyuk would never choose the third option. He might seem drunk on his awesomeness outwardly, but in truth, he wasn't a fan of such flashy and grand-sounding words. That's why, that's a fairly strong-sounding name. Wah! Hang on maybe it might be an unexpectedly powerful sponsor. It's true that he's powerful, but that guy, he makes his incarnations recite weird summoning spells, you know? Hey, Jung Hyoka, please open your eyes properly and take a closer look. The only ones that can handle this guy are Kim Na-moon or Han Soo-young. That's it. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is boasting in your direction. 1 minute remaining until the conclusion of the sponsor selection. And finally, Yu Jung Hyuk's eyes landed on the fourth candidate. Plus, 4. Demon King of Salvation. Plus, I barely managed to calm my mind and along with Yu Jung Hyuk, looked at the backer selection list from behind him. The God of Wine and Ecstasy, Mouse that Eats Fingernails, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, and the Demon King of Salvation. The fourth wall, what do you think? As if it didn't get the intention behind the question, the fourth wall took its time answering back. What I'm asking you is, who sounds strongest to you? Tachat is, ... Not including the actual combat prowess, just judging from the modifiers alone. I thought that a reply should be forthcoming pretty quickly, but it seemed that the fourth wall was actually in a dilemma here. I didn't wait and spoke up first. Not saying this because I'm the Demon King of Salvation, but in truth and also objectively speaking. Hang on, no need to look at it objectively either. Just think about it logically. The God of Wine and Ecstasy. He simply sounded like a drunkard. The mouse that eats fingernails? You weren't looking for a nail clipper substitute, so what would you even need this guy for? The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon? Just one look and you should know not to choose this guy. Even if the 0th turns Yu Jung Hyuk was an idiot, he should not be making such mistakes. The only normal-sounding modifier was mine. And for sure, he raised his finger and pointed at the fourth option as if he was impressed by my modifier. Then he began thinking, what an arrogant-sounding name. Weaklings often use names like this. Even before I could shout something out, Yu Jung Hyuk shot up from his spot and spoke. I've made up my mind. I will. As he formed a triumphant grin, his lips slowly parted. I silently stared at the subway's ceiling. Accompanied by the tsuch-chuchit noise, vicious heat burned on my hand. You're interfering in the world line. Overwrite has commenced. Excessive interference might cause the world line to strongly resist. I used all of my strength to smack the back of Yu Jung Hyuk's head. Kihyuk. Kim Dokja woke up from the powerful impact on the back of his head. How long are you planning to sleep? Wake up already. He opened his eyes and found Han Soo-young lightly dusting her hands. He then wiped away the drool marks on the couch and gingerly sat back up. What's this? Why am I here? Okay, so, what are you doing? Hurry up and get ready already. Did you forget where we're supposed to go today? Yu Jung Hyuk, standing in his trademark pose, was standing next to Han Soo-young, his eyes still blazing nonstop. You're making us wait for no reason, he said. It wasn't just him. Though Jong Hui-wan's head peeked out from behind Yu Jung Hyuk, and the figure of Yi Hyun-song carrying an armful of something could be seen behind her. Is that pizza? It's fried chicken, you dummy. Shin Yu-sung and Yi Gil-yong were swallowing their saliva as they continued to stare at Yi Hyun-song's plastic bags. And finally, Yi Ji-hai standing next to these two children, too. Hurry up and let's go. I'm starving. Kim Dokja saw the spectacle and finally remembered what today was. This world's scenario had ended. When he turned his head, he saw warm rays of sunlight seeping through the industrial complex's windows. And today was Kim Dokja Company's first field trip. As they made their ways towards their destination, Han Soo-young continued to grumble away. Hey, Kim Dokja, what now? You didn't really forget what day is today, right? What day is it? It's December 25th. What day do you think it was? Kim Dokja pondered for a little bit before replying to her. The day Mitra was born? Is that supposed to be Vedas-style humor? They continued walking while exchanging banter like that. Every so often, Yu Jung Hyuk let out a pained groan as if they were getting on his nerves. It was around then that a red sports car came to a stop on the side of the road while making a loud noise. Sangasi. Zhang Hui-wan was first to recognize Yu Sang-ah and quickly raised her hand. The latter, kitted out in a white long padded coat and a pair of jeans, took off her sunglasses and replied back. I'm so sorry, the filming took longer than I thought. Perhaps finding the current Yu Sang-ah not to her liking, Han Suyong verbally tackled her down right away. Oh my? You sure are a full-fledged celeb nowadays, aren't you? Do we really need to eat by the Han River when it's so cold outside? Is there anyone here without cold resistance? I mean, you should still have that sort of a skill remaining, right? We could have just eaten back in the complex, though. As it's Christmas, there should be quite a few people by the river, too. We made a promise with the kids. While watching the two of them bickering away, Kim Dokja felt a certain corner of his heart ache for some reason. Why did this sight feel so nostalgic to him? It had already been 3 months since the scenarios came to an end, so what about Seol Wasi and Pildusi? I can't see the department head Han either. They'll be here. Ah, there they are. Seolwa. Right in front of the UNRU station, Seolwa, wearing a white fur coat, was waving both of her hands with a bright smile. And next to her was Gong Pil-du, staring in another direction with a cantankerous expression. You didn't want to show up for so long that we thought you forgot about us again. Perhaps she felt guilty after hearing that. Zhang Hui-wan quickly replied. There's no way that's true, though. But you did abandon us and return to the industrial complex first, didn't you? WW did go back to find you later, didn't we? What do you mean, find us? We only were able to come back because the librarians let us leave. Seriously, if I look back to that time, What about Han Myongo? Myongosi didn't come, saying that he must spend Christmas with his family. What family does that Ajusi even have? Dada. The companions continued to walk forward under the noisy, festive atmosphere. Lee Gilyong and Shin Yusung clung onto each of Kim Dokja's arms and growled towards one another. Hey you, stop pulling him to your side. You too. By the way, Ajusi, you think Santa Claus is a constellation, too? The group eventually reached the Han River Public Park. Maybe the cold weather was to blame, as there weren't all that many people visible here. What was visible, though, were the collapsed bridges of the river, as well as the pitch-black night sky. Only an extremely few stars remained as proof of Starstream existing up there once before. Without a doubt, everything did come to an end. The group laid a mat on the ground and installed a portable stove next to the children. Yu Young-hyuk then placed a picnic table next to the stove and proceeded to make something with E.G. Hai. Kim Dokja asked, What's this? We're going to make them here. Of course. There are no fried chicken takeaways or pizzeria remaining, so obviously we have to make our own, right? He thought about it and realized that's true. It'd been only 3 months since the end of the scenarios, so pizzerias or takeaways couldn't have been revived already. Han Suyong carried on. Be grateful that we have someone who can make them for us. Chicken drumsticks dismantled in an instant flew in the air, and Yu Young-hyuk's special sauces danced enticingly just above them. Rolled dough spun vigorously at the end of the scabbard, too. It was uncertain whether he was making a pizza or fried chicken, but without a doubt, something amazing was being created right now. In the end, a day like today did come, said Yu Sang-ah as she sat on the mat with her knees pulled up close. Her eyes were staring at the Han River, as if she was submerged in reminiscence. Kim Dokja addressed her. You must be really busy nowadays. It's just, yes, I am. There are lots of things to take care of, so it had only been 3 months since the scenarios ended. The society at large hadn't regained its stability yet. The system's influence hadn't completely disappeared yet, and the criminals retaining their skills or stigmata continued with their crime sprees even now. Yu Sang-ah was this world's hero that defeated them and protected ordinary citizens. They looked so good together. In a spot far away, Zhang Hui-wan and Yi Hyun-song were standing together to look at the Han River. Han Suyong pouted and spat out her words. I bet 100 coins that they won't last a year. It was right then, they heard something exploding in the distance. The startled companions instinctively reached towards their individual weapons. But when they took a closer look, the explosion noise came from the fireworks fired from a distant building. Someone's using stuff like that already? Han Suyong muttered out in disbelief. Kim Dokja stared at that spectacle with renewed interest. Fireworks, was it? He never expected to see them again in his life. Bit by bit, the aroma of their food getting ready wafted in. Kim Dokja. You haven't been reading that thing recently. What do you mean? Kim Dokja thought about it for a second before making his reply. That's right. I should be reading it, though. He hurriedly switched his smartphone on. However, its battery was flat and the device refused to power on. Han Suyong's figure was reflected on the dark screen. It was still impossible to get a bead on her inner thoughts through the look in her eyes. She wordlessly observed Kim Dokja and muttered something to herself, before plopping down next to him with an oopsie. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered to come. All these useless thoughts are making my head hurt instead. Nah, just talking to myself. Never mind that, though there was a part like this back in The Ways of Survival, wasn't it? You remember that? The Ways of Survival. You know, the third turns you Jung Hyuk. Everyone together next to the Han River, chewing on the ground rat's legs. Kim Dokja's expression as he listened to her words distorted in a strange, vague manner. She reached out to him as he began to wobble a little. Hey, what's the matter? You all right? You feeling sick somewhere? It's just that my head hurts without warning. Did I smack you a little too hard back then? How about resting for a bit? No, it's fine. Besides all that, you're right. About what? About the ways of survival. I really like that scene too. It's the scene I like the most from the third regression turn. Han Suyong deeply stared into Kim Dokja's face before forming a refreshing grin. Really now, you ways of survival otaku freak. Another round of fireworks went off in the distance, much larger in scale this time. The children let out a loud cheer as they witnessed the beautiful flames engraving the night sky. Kim Dokja began thinking maybe this was the sight he'd been yearning to see for the longest time. For the longest. Han Suyong opened her lips again. By the way, Kim Dokja. Since from when was this? Her face was pushed real close to his. Her pristine, perfectly set facial features, her pale white cheeks, and a beauty spot just below her sparkling eyes. Kim Dokja became flustered by the faint hint of lemony scent reaching his nose. Just before he could say something, though, Han Suyong approached him even closer. She brought her lips to his ear and slowly whispered in a clear voice. Such a scene doesn't appear in the third turn of Ways of Survival. Along with the fireworks scattering in the sky, it felt as if a powerful shower of sparks were raining down from somewhere. Kim Dokja thought that his vision was flipped around for some reason, only to realize that he was currently thrown onto the ground unceremoniously. Hey you. Han Suyong's icy-cold venomous eyes were right before him now. Everything was definitely over, yet, why did it feel like nothing was over somehow? Zhang Huiwen and Yi Hyunsong running over here from the distance could be seen. Then, the expressionless face of Yu Jung Hyuk, and finally, even the world where all the stories had concluded, too. Under the fireworks brightly dyeing the night sky, Han Suyong's chilly, sharp dagger gleamed dangerously. You, just who the hell are you? Epilogue 1. The World of 03, Fin. Chapter 520 Epilogue 1 The World of 04. Han Suyong continued to experience this weird feeling every single day for the last 3 months. It all started rather innocuously, though. Yu Jung Hyuk, did you know? Know what? That guy, he enjoys his tomatoes now. At first, she dismissed it as just a trivial little change. Scenarios were over now, so the dude must be changing bit by bit too, or so she thought. Hey, Kim Dokja. Why are you so absent-minded lately? By the way, are you sure that the scenarios are really over? Why isn't the system gone? You can still use your skills, right? It might take a little while longer for everything to go away. The scenarios were over, but the world didn't immediately revert back to normal. As if there was a story that hadn't ended yet. The proof of that was how people still could use their skills or stigmata. To be more specific, you can't say that everything is over until we find the original author of that novel first. Han Suyong agreed with Yu Jung Hyuk's opinion. It was possible that this world existed because the most ancient dream read The Ways of Survival in the first place. Before all that, though, was the author who penned the novel in question. Meaning, this story would end only after they found that creature first. Just who is TLS 123? We came up with a few guesses so far, but they were all wrong, right? The most plausible candidate, most ancient dream, didn't look like the author either, and... Hey, Kim Dokja. What do you think? The one with the highest likelihood of solving this quandary was Kim Dokja, the reader that managed to read through all 3,149 chapters of Ways of Survival. However, I wonder. Well, I kinda wonder if that's really important now that we've come this far. Other people could say that, fine. However, he was none other than Kim Dokja, the sole reader who read the entirety of Ways of Survival till its end. He was Kim Dokja, the greatest reader Han Suyong ever knew. Speak. Who the hell are you? That's why Han Suyong began wondering. If Kim Dokja before my eyes is a fake, then, Suyongsi, what are you? Just as the voice of Yi Hyunsong rushing in reached here, Shin Yusung grabbed onto Han Suyong's wrist. What do you think you're doing? Nuna. It was the same for Yi Gilyong as well. The boy awkwardly blocked her front and looked up at her with nervous eyes. The atmosphere of the companions changed drastically once they discovered her sharp dagger. Yoni, can you explain yourself? E.G. Hai had put down the kitchen knife and before anyone noticed it, was standing next to Han Suyong while gripping her twin dragon sword. Isiolwa was completely taken aback, while Zhang Huiwan's eyes were narrowed to slits. And Yu Sang-ah, calmly observing the unfolding situation unlike the others, was seen next. Han Suyong thought about something for a little while, then let go of Kim Dokja's collars while spitting out a long sigh. He plopped down powerlessly and looked up at her like a guilty man. This guy isn't Kim Dokja. I'm not talking about anyone else but Kim Dokja here. No way he can't remember that thing. What are you talking about? The ways of survival. After hearing that, the companions all simultaneously looked at Kim Dokja's face at Kim Dokja, who used to talk non-stop about the ways of survival every day. As if she was a lecturer trying to explain a migraine-inducing problem, Han Suyong held her head and began laying out her case in a calm, logical manner. And even decided to add this at the end, too. What I said just now wasn't from the ways of survival, but something from my own novel. There aren't any scenes of the companions enjoying their meal by the Han River in the ways of survival, you see. How do you know that, Yoni? Did you actually read that novel, too? Just the early parts. At least, I know for sure that no such scenes appear during the third regression turn. That prompted Zhang Hui-1 to retort. Isn't it possible to be mistaken about something like that? From the get-go, remembering every event happening in such a huge novel is... It is possible if it's Kim Dokja. Did you all forget how we managed to wrangle our way through the scenarios? And you really think that Kim Dokja can't remember? Han Suyong turned towards Kim Dokja and growled menacingly. Hey you, tell me how many times you Jung Hyuk killed Asmodeus. Her question simply caused Kim Dokja to dazedly look up at her face. She scowled deeply, but just before she could go on another tirade, his lips opened first. Han Suyong. His voice sounded flat, monotonous. For a moment there, a certain expectation of maybe flashed past by Han Suyong's eyes. And then, my bad. But I really can't remember. I haven't been reading The Ways of Survival lately, so... Look. This punk, he's not Kim Dokja. A juicy. The one to step in front of the dagger-brandishing Han Suyong was Shin Yusung. As if she was trying to mold a clay pot, she held Kim Dokja's hand with both of hers and asked him, Do you remember what I wanted to eat by the Han River? The hands of Yu Jung Hyuk standing not too far away and silently preparing the food came to a halt. The food wasn't finished yet. Kim Dokja replied immediately, It's pizza and cola. Young. Me. What about me? Gilyanji. You wanted to eat chicken by the sea. My bad. Well, definitely go to the seaside next time. Okay? Yi Gilyong's and Shin Yusung's tearful eyes were now glaring at Han Suyong. She frowned deeply. Hold up. Your questions are too easy. With only that, you can't. That prompted Zhang Hui-1 to step forward this time. Dokja-si. What's the name of my sword? The judge's sword. I struggled so hard to get all the materials for it, too. Dokja-si. Do you remember the very first item you gave me? It was an aged iron shield, wasn't it? The companions then began their barrage of questions as if it was a competition. Even Gong Pildu got in on the act, too. Oh, I. Do you remember the penalty fee you paid me during the Chungmuro scenario? But I didn't pay anything? You son of a bitch. You better cough up or... Ajusi, you told me this before, right? Jihaya, to be honest, I think you're the prettiest among all the Kimcom members. I never said that. Jihai muttered dang it, under her breath. He's Dokja Ajusi, all right? There was this vague sense of relief blooming on the expressions of the group. Kim Dokja, observing this situation, spoke up. I don't know what's suddenly gotten into you, but I'm definitely Kim Dokja. And Han Suyong, why are you... Hey, do you even remember how many regression turns there are in the ways of survival? Suyanga. Zhang Hui-1 couldn't let this go on any longer and stepped forward. I don't know why you're acting like this, but we're on a rare outing together, so please do it in moderation. That's right, Suyangsi. There must have been some kind of a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Han Suyong's hand gripping the dagger trembled ever so slightly. Hey Yu Jung Hyuk. Don't you have anything to say? Yu Jung Hyuk, chopping up veggies in silence, heard her call and shifted his disinterested eyes towards Han Suyong. Then, he shifted his gaze over to Kim Dokja, before glancing at the rest of the companions. Finally, he turned his attention back to the cutting board. After observing that chain of events, Han Suyong's shoulders began trembling non-stop. You, really? Her head dropped, and that's how she spotted a can of beer rolling on the floor. She picked it up and popped the lid open, then drank it all in one go. She wiped her lips in anger and spoke up. Screw it. Fine, sure. I'm the lone weirdo among you, is that how it is? Maybe that one can wasn't enough. She proceeded to pop the lid on another one. Fine. I know it's been difficult for everyone trying to break past the scenarios. I know full well that you're too tired to think, and now you just want to kick back and relax. You think I don't want to do that, too? I also want to take it easy. Along with the pushashuk noise, beer foams bubbled up vigorously. But then, you idiots, you really think this Kim Dokja is the real deal? Han Suyong. Shut up. Don't call me by my name. Her cheeks were getting somewhat flushed now. Meanwhile, the fable of predictive plagiarism was creaking into gear inside her head. It's possible that the companions are right. She's wrong, and it's totally possible that this Kim Dokja is the real thing. Han Suyong knew just because he failed to remember a couple of scenes from the Ways of Survival, could she really use that to argue this Kim Dokja wasn't really Kim Dokja? The current her acted too hastily. She failed to be logical. Even then, Han Suyong couldn't stop her emotions. Even as she herself failed to understand the reason behind her own strong reaction, she continued to mutter on. The Kim Dokja I remember is that he was a man who could patiently read a boring novel filled with a ton of exposition that lasted well over 3,000 chapters. In the future, when all the scenarios have ended, I may want to get back to writing novels again. When that happens, read my novel, okay? A man who loved stories more than anyone in this whole world. Fine. He'll definitely read it. But it might be over 3,000 chapters? That's probably right up my alley. Then, it might be boring, too. It's you writing it, so that's not possible, you know? Such Kim Dokja might forget about other things, but no way he'd forget about the Ways of Survival. Was this the fault of the alcohol? It felt as if the heat was gradually spreading even more inside her head. If this Kim Dokja is a fake, what does that signify? A trickery of the original author TLS 123. Or, Han Suyong, why don't we stop there? And a certain hypothesis popped up in her head as she looked at the expressions of her companions. If what the Dakibi King said was the truth, then this world was nothing more than the delusion of the most ancient dream. Meaning, this world existed because he continued to dream. But now, the most ancient dream was no more. He disappeared along with the secretive plotter, as well as the characters from the 999th turn. In that case, how can this world continue to exist? This was a truly horrifying hunch. One that should never become reality. And perhaps, a hunch that had already become their reality. The beer can in her hand fell and rolled around on the ground. Half-consumed liquor spilt out among the other similar-styled cans also rolling around on the floor. She stared at her can, now almost empty, and muttered out in a trance-like state. What if this Kim Dokja is an avatar? Suyongsi, what's suddenly gotten into you? Saying stuff like, you think I'm doing this for fun? Her serious voice caused the expressions on several companions to change. Those that turned back all carried similar kind of looks on their faces now. Han Suyong, the only incarnation among the group that possessed both the predictive plagiarism as well as avatar skills. It was her who took on the role of the nebula's brain whenever Kim Dokja wasn't around. And her judgment was rarely, if ever, wrong. Hyeon-song slowly turned his head to stare at Kim Dokja. Next up was Jong Hui-won, followed by Ji-hai. One by one, all the gazes were focusing on him now. What if Han Suyong's words are correct? A faint crack was spreading within their minds. An opening created by a very minute suspicion. It was enough of an opening for Han Suyong, though. Whether he's really an avatar or not, there is a simple way to find out. By the time Jong Hui-won felt the ominous foreboding, Han Suyong was already gone from her spot. Han Suyong. Ji-hai unsheathed her sword as fast as a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. But by then, Han Suyong was already only a few steps away from Kim Dokja. As the incredulous torrent of wind stormed in, Shin Yusung let out an explosion of dragon howling. Gilyong's insects were wrapping around Han Suyong's ankles like chains, while Hyeon-song dashed in to cover Kim Dokja's figure. Even then, Han Suyong didn't stop. The dude hole get to read my novel. Strings flying out from Yu Sanch's hand restrained Han Suyong's waist, and Jong Hui-won belatedly making her move managed to grab hold of her target's back. But, even as all these events were going down simultaneously, Han Suyong's dagger had already left her hand. Isn't you? Splat. The sound of something splitting up resounded out next. Epilogue 1. The World of 04. Fin. Chapter 521. Epilogue 1. The World of 05. Chapter 521. Epilogue 1. The World of 05. Han Suyong's dagger accurately brushed past Kim Dokja's shoulder. He reflexively grasped his wound. Of course, she didn't miss that. An avatar doesn't bleed. After the star stream system had weakened, even constellations began to bleed real blood rather than fables once they were wounded. So, if that Kim Dokja was the real deal, then he should start bleeding right about now. Have you really gone insane? What the hell are you doing? A juicy. Shin Yusung, freaking out, hurriedly approached Kim Dokja. Even Hyeon-song and Ji-hai, too. And the shoulder covered up by the wobbling Kim Dokja. If what Han Suyong said was correct, then very slowly, his palm left the wounded shoulder. I'm all right. Please don't worry. No one knew who sucked in their breaths first. Nevertheless, they all clearly saw it. Blood was flowing. A deeply crimson blood, no less. Han Suyong too also witnessed it. However, hold up. It's not over yet. There are avatars that can bleed too. What she said was true because she too had created such an avatar before. An avatar injected with lots of memories will bleed. She spotted Yu Hyuk in the distance, still chopping his veggies. She felt utterly annoyed by how his lips didn't even bob once, as if he couldn't see what's happening on this side. Perhaps that was why she ended up saying something she shouldn't have. Well, no, once we cut off his head. An avatar will still move without a head, after all. What did you just say? Only after she saw Zhang Huiwan's expression hardening to a frightening degree did she realize her own mistake. The aura of hellfire danced on the judge's sword. That was Uriel's stigma, never been activated once ever since the scenarios came to an end. Zhang Huiwan spoke in an angry voice. If you try something like that, it'll be your head flying off instead. Han Suyang stared at the judge's sword pointing at her and slowly raised the aura of the black flame as well. She knew the situation was gradually reaching the point of no return, yet she still couldn't stop herself. Isilwa's voice trying to dissuade them was heard next. And when Han Suyang saw the expressions of both Shin Yusung and Yi Gilyong busy bearing their animosity towards her, something inside her snapped. Maybe it was a miracle for them to come this far together. She was acutely aware of her not fitting in with these people. She used to be the king of prophets once upon a time, and was referred to as the false king too. She was nothing more than a villain in the epic tale Kim Dokja had created. Eating pizza and drinking cola with everyone by the Han River? From the get-go, all of that was a conclusion ill-suited to Han Suyang. Kugugugugu. The tense standoff generated by the two opposing flames continued on, only for a clear, innocent-sounding voice to break the flow. What are you all doing? I brought beer. Zhang Haiyang, holding plastic bags on both of her hands, was standing there. Wait, are you doing one of those hidden camera things because I showed up late? That voice, filled with anxiety, managed to wake the companions up, as if they finally recalled the reason why they were here in the first place. And the man who hadn't said a single word until now also decided to say something as well. Why don't you all give it a rest? The status of a transcender scattered brilliantly from the dark, heavenly demon sword, stabbed into the cutting board. And the murderous aura dominating over the park washed away in an instant. It's dinner time. The delicious aroma wafting in stimulated everyone's hunger. Instead, 7 pizzas plus fried chicken were perfectly set up on top of the plates. E.G. High sighed after witnessing that spectacle. Master is seriously. The rest of the group saw the uber-serious look in Yu Hyuk's face and exchanged glances with each other, not knowing how to respond. Zhang Haiyang was the first one to dash towards the food. However, what are you all doing? Aren't you gonna come? Gong Pildu chuckled helplessly after seeing that. The atmosphere relaxed just a little, prompting Kim Dokja to say something. I'm fine. I also get why Suyanji is getting suspicious, too. Honestly speaking, I know I've become strangely forgetful recently. It often feels like important parts of my memories have disappeared wholesale. Dokja, see, this isn't something you can gloss over like the, let's eat first and discuss it later. I mean, it's not every day we get Yu Hyuk to cook for someone, after all. Zhang Huiwan frowned, but spat out a sigh nonetheless. The companions found their spots on the mat and settled down one by one. However, one person wasn't here. In the end, Zhang Huiwan exploded in anger. Really, this is... Han Suyang couldn't be seen anywhere. The faint sounds of fireworks going off came from the distance. Han Suyang stared at the cold water rushing out of the tap inside the bathroom and bit down hard on her lip. I made a mistake. It wasn't like her. She couldn't figure out why she got agitated to such a degree. A thought of calming herself down and returning to explain popped up in her head, but she just didn't know from where she should start her explanation to make them accept it. From the get-go, was it appropriate to call an avatar that shared the memories of fake? The sound of vibration came from her pocket. Suyangsi. It was a message from Yu Sanga. Han Suyang pocketed the phone again, but the device vibrated once more. Han Suyot. Gimme a break. That's a typo. Just as she was about to send a reply, she sensed a presence behind her. Please stop sulking and let's go back. Long, pale fingers held and gripped her shoulder tightly. Han Suyang slapped that hand away and looked behind her. Forget it. It'll only sour the mood by showing up. Anyway, that's not true. Everyone will understand. I said, forget. Do you want me to respond like this, then? Yu Sangh's gaze slowly transformed. Han Suyang frowned deeply. Through the open doorway, she could see the figures of the companions in the distance. And as she watched how Yu Sangha stood there as if to protect that scene, a strange gut feeling suddenly brushed past her brain. Yu Sangh's expression back then, not even trying all that hard to stop her. Maybe, she... Once upon a time, Dokjasi asked me this. If the cause of this world was the most ancient dream, then what would happen to the world if that guy was eliminated? Yu Sangha asked. What? What will happen to a world that no one looks at? Han Suyang grabbed Yu Sangh's collars and shoved her against the wall. You, spit out everything you know now. Han Suyong looked into the still calm eyes of Yu Sang-ah, and the truth gradually dawned on her. There was a time when Yu Sang-ah acted as a librarian of the fourth wall. She was the only one among the companions to actually enter inside Kim Dokja. What exactly did she see inside that library filled with countless books? Spit it out. You saw something in there. That idiot. Just what was he thinking about? Why didn't you try to stop me? Why, when the situation was getting... Because I don't have the right to do so. For the first time ever, Han Suyong's mouth was shut tight after she heard Yu Sang-ah's reply. Protecting the world by dividing himself in half. One becomes the reader watching over the world, while the other becomes its character. Han Suyong also knew. She knew that maybe that Kim Dokja bled because of that very reason. She knew that on that day when everyone was freed from the scenario, maybe the other side of Kim Dokja was still riding on the subway on that day, when she looked back and Yu Jung Hyuk also looked back. Maybe Kim Dokja remaining inside the train was still watching them. If that was the choice of a man who knew this world better than anyone, then how can you even say that? The pair of trembling hands were tightening around Yu Sang-ah's collars even further. But she lightly raised her own hand and grabbed hold of those shaking hands belonging to her captor. This is the choice of a person called myself. You Kim Dokja, you're all the same. Suyanga, do you really believe that other companions don't know what's going on? Han Suyong felt like she got punched in the head. Dokja-si, who doesn't talk about the ways of survival anymore. Do you really think others don't find that strange? Really? In that case, most of the memories we share together, Kim Dokja-si over there has it. The companions sitting on the mat and chatting away could be seen. Figures of Zhang Hui-won smiling brightly, while Yi Hyeonsong was pouring beer-drunk. Gong Pil-du was singing, while Yi Seol-hwa was clapping her hands. Jang Haiyang stood up from her spot and noisily yapped on with an exaggerated voice. So, like back in the demon world, the Kim Dokja they remembered was different from people to people. If Kim Dokja was a reader to Han Suyong, then to Shin Yu-sung and Yi Gil-yong, he was the parent. To Yi Hyeonsong, he was the spent cartridge, and to Yu Sang-ah, the work colleague. To Yi Ji-hai, Zhang Hui-won, Jang Haiyang, and also to Yi Seol-hwa as well as Gong Pil-du. That person is also Dokja-si. Doesn't matter how much percentage he is made out of, there's no doubt that he is Dokja-si. Dokja-si who journeyed together with us. The festive fireworks were still going off in the distance. The children's eyes sparkled under the light. It felt as if the history they had to live through was fading away. Han Suyong dazedly stared at that view, at the smiling face of Kim Dokja among the companions. Without a doubt, that was the scene he had been wishing for. This was where the story of Kim Dokja Company came to an end. Yu Sang-ah was right. Kim Dokja made his choice, and the companions chose to accept his decision. They had been hurt far too many times, and none of them wanted to be hurt anymore. And so, this was their conclusion. Yu Sang-ah asked her, is there any meaning in deciphering which one is really him? Just like how there was no meaning in assigning the tag of real one among the Yu Jung Hyuks from countless regression turns, there was also no meaning in finding out which of the equally divided Kim Dokjas was the real him. Han Suyong replied while letting go of Yu Sang-ah's collars. I'm not trying to find out which one's the real deal. Yu Sang-ah's eyes were trembling, and Han Suyong's face was reflected on those trembling irises. Then, as she was left stunned by the revelation that she too could make such an expression, as well as getting agitated by the fact that she could even say something like this, she finished what she wanted to say. No, what's important is that Kim Dokja is still stuck in that place. Maybe there might not be anyone needing that version of Kim Dokja. You might not find anyone out there wanting to be with that crazy loon who only loved the ways of survival. However, at least just one person, a juicy. It was around then that an urgent voice suddenly resounded out in the distance. There was a commotion rising up from the mat where the companions were currently sitting together. And also, a chilling scent of blood wafted in from somewhere. Yu Sang-ah and Han Suyong realized something had gone wrong, and by the time they arrived there, Shin Yu-sung was sobbing away, her hands soaked in blood. The bleeding, it doesn't want to stop. Kim Dokja, seemingly fine only until a second ago, lost consciousness and had collapsed. Han Suyong's hand holding the dagger trembled ever so faintly. Could it be? It's not because of the wound from earlier. This? Seol-hwa felt for Kim Dokja's pulse. Then her face hardened immediately. His body was shaking ominously, blood trickling out from his shoulder dyed the gauze crimson in the blink of an eye. And right next second, the blood soaking the gauze began evaporating. Pasususu. The droplets of blood crumbled away, like how fables would disappear. Seol-hwa cried out. Take him back to the complex. Hurry. Epilogue 1. The World of 05, Fin. Chapter 522 Epilogue 1 The World of 06. It had been a week since Kim Dokja lost his consciousness. The companions took turns to nurse him as he remained in a coma. Seol-hwa and Aileen continued to administer medical treatment in alternating turns, and many incarnations blessed with famed healing skills also paid visit, as well. Unfortunately, none of them could discover the reason why Kim Dokja suddenly ended up in this state. His internal structure is becoming unstable. We don't know the reason yet. Maybe it's related to the star stream system's weakening somehow. A few incarnations cautiously discussed the topic related to the avatar. Ajusi. Kim Dokja remained unconscious, and while staring at him, Shin Yusung murmured as if to steel herself. This person, he's Kim Dokja. Without a doubt, he is the Kim Dokja that I remember. However, there was one thing that didn't change no matter how many times she told herself that. The power of her constellation sponsor cannot be felt from this existence before her eyes. The fable that warmly embraced her couldn't be felt all that well right now. Fable, savior of the star, is stuttering during its storytelling. Even the fables that connected her to Kim Dokja were hesitating with their storytelling, as if this existence before her wasn't suitable as the subject of their story. Shin Yusung slowly closed her eyes. Currently, the connection to your constellation sponsor is very faint. Currently, the communication channel to your constellation sponsor is disconnected. The sponsor contract that tied her to Kim Dokja was still in effect. There it was, the starlight within the night sky, remaining in the exact same spot and watching her as always. If that's the case, then just whose starlight was that? Shin Yusung stared at Kim Dokja's shoulder that still hadn't healed yet. This arm always protected his companions. With that arm, he painted his world. With that arm, he ended the scenarios and brought down the final wall. She slowly raised her head and looked at Kim Dokja's face. The golden headband put on top of his head during the journey to the west scenario still remained where it should. The constrictive headband lost its powers after the great sage's fable weakened. Shin Yusung reached out and brushed his disheveled hair underneath the headband. Don't worry, Yusunga. Kim Dokja kept his promise. The PC bang she wanted to go together. Inside those fantasy-like moments, Kim Dokja was definitely there. They were gentle, tender moments that a person sacrificed all of his life to bring to reality. She didn't want to deny this conclusion that they only managed to reach through such a long, arduous journey. Shin Yusung buried her face on the bed and sobbed, until the fatigue sent her into dreamland. Someone opened the quiet hospital room's door and entered inside. Hey, it's time to cha. Lee Gilyong entering the room discovered the sleeping figure of Shin Yusung and promptly shut his mouth. He lightly dusted the thin blanket next to the chair and covered her shoulders with it. Then, he settled down on the other side of the bed. Dokja Hyung. He carefully tucked Kim Dokja's hand that slipped outside the bed under the duvet. It was a hand full of scars. It was also the same hand that gave a certain boy his grasshopper once upon a time. There was a time when Kim Dokja was like a god to the boy. Lee Gilyong stared at Kim Dokja for a long time before softly muttering out, Hyung, you're still you, right? He sighed deeply and slowly stood up to open up the room's curtains. There were truly many people walking on the streets outside. People that Kim Dokja had saved. This was the world that he had protected. Lee Gilyong sat near the window and silently counted the number of passers-by for a long while. That stupid idiot. If you were going to make an avatar, you should have done it properly. The grumbling Han Suyong was walking inside the industrial complex. It had been 1 whole week since Kim Dokja had collapsed. She had come to a conclusion in the meantime. I can't expect any help from the companions. Yu Sang-ah was right, this Kim Dokja, and the Kim Dokja she missed were both Kim Dokja. Meaning, this was the true ending he had been wishing for, and everything would be fine if the companions decided to accept it. However, it was possible for at least one person to have a differing opinion about it. Hey shorty. What is it, Black Flame Dragon Ajama? Where is your appa right now? Don't feel like telling you though? You little. Yumiya quickly ran away and hid between the narrow alleyways. She was so unbelievably fast that by the time Han Suyong got there, that little kid was already long gone without a trace. However, Yu Young-hyuk must have been nearby considering his little sister was around here. And so, how long did she continue to walk afterwards? An unfamiliar notice board appeared before her eyes. Kaiksanix District, a residential area set up on the western sections of the complex, was here. The antique architectural style reminded her of the medieval fantasy setting. She only heard about this place from Isu Jiang, but now that she had witnessed the view of this rather unexpectedly well-thought-out cityscape, Han Suyong couldn't help but be impressed. Just as she began thinking that it'd not be so bad to sightsee since she was searching for that fool anyway, Suyanga, an unexpected person, found her first. Yuri, you've been living here? For a while now. I know you've been busy, but still, I'm a little sad that you only came to visit today. You totally sound like a Korean, you know that? Han Suyong was really glad to see Yuri sipping tea before her eyes like this. Yuri D. Aristel. Back in the Kaiksanix archipelago, Han Suyong took possession of this woman and carried out the scenario. Now that she looked back, so many things happened back in Kaiksanix. She wasted decades waiting for that stinking Kim Dokja, for instance. And, by the way, who were you trying to find here? Was it me, perhaps? I'm sorry. It's not, but… TCH. In that case. Han Suyong briefly explained her situation, and Yuri clapped her hands if she understood. Ah, you meant your fiancé? My fiancé? Han Suyong thought about something for a bit, before her expression crumpled. Now that she looked back some more, didn't she almost get married to that guy? Yuri asked in a teasing tone. By the way, which one do you really prefer? My personal preference is the shorter. Never mind that. You know where Yu Jung-hyuk is right now? Is that your preference? Please just answer the question. If it's that idiot. That idiot? Well, what good timing. There he is. A huge shadow ran past the cafe's window with a whoosh. Han Suyong hurriedly shot up and rushed outside the cafe. Hey, what about the bill? Sorry. He'll get it next time. She spotted the figure running up ahead. It was Yu Jung-hyuk kitted out in a tracksuit, currently running through the industrial complex while maintaining a constant speed. She heard the complex's residents murmuring to each other nearby. He's running again, that guy. Why does he stupidly keep doing that when you can just use your skills? It's already been 3 months. This was her first time hearing that. Han Suyong gave chase and studied Yu Jung-hyuk's back while doing so. It was as the residents said, he was moving with his own muscles without using any skills whatsoever. She lightly sucked in her breath, activated her skill, and reached next to Yu Jung-hyuk. What are you doing? The running man, soaked from head to toe in sweat, glanced at her before returning his gaze back to the road. Are you going to enter a marathon or something? But then again, even you would need to find a job in this new world, so… Her provocation failed to elicit a reply from Yu Jung-hyuk. Just as she began wondering what to say next to get a response from this stubborn fool, people they brushed by could be heard muttering to themselves. Look at that, another idiot showed up. These morons, seriously now. Just as Han Suyong was about to give them a piece of her mind, Yu Jung-hyuk opened his mouth first. I'm running because I want to. Why? You feeling frustrated too? He didn't reply. Instead, a very faint shadow was cast over his expression. She couldn't fully understand the meaning behind his current expression, but it still felt like she could get it just a little. How much of that novel did you say you've read? Han Suyong ended up replying in a weirded-out voice from that unexpected question. She didn't think Yu Jung-hyuk would ever ask her about that. Just a bit in the beginning part. What kind of a person was I originally in that world? For instance, during the 0th turn or the first turn. What rubbish are you on about? Why are you asking me that, anyway? For some reason, I can't seem to remember the past all that well. That was the first time she heard this. You can't remember? No, it's not that I can't, but they are completely fragmented. You've regressed for over 1,000 times, so, yeah, even I would end up like that. Although she spoke in jest, Han Suyong got an idea as to why Yu Jung-hyuk's memories were so unclear. Technically speaking, Yu Jung-hyuk was the protagonist of a novel called Ways of Survival. Every bit of info related to him came from the author's setting, and those not told by said author were basically things that don't exist. The novel Ways of Survival began from Yu Jung-hyuk's 3rd regression turn. So maybe he shouldn't be fully recalling anything that happened between his 0th and the 2nd regression turn. Is that really important? What you were like back then? Whether this was an issue of the setting or he really did forget. Regardless of what, the past was past. That might sound like a rather obvious thing to say, but she still wanted to tell him that the truly important thing wasn't the past but the future about to take place. However, Yu Jung-hyuk replied like this first. It is important to me. He continued to maintain a constant breathing pattern. Han Suyong watched him force his body to its limits without the help of any of his skills and got this feeling that she finally gained clarity on something. Yu Jung-hyuk is someone who can clear the scenario the best in this world. Paradoxically, the conquering king who could clear the scenarios far better than anyone lost his usefulness after the scenarios ended. So, in this world where the scenarios were over, just what had become of Yu Jung-hyuk? Han Suyong's lips bobbed up and down several times. You probably were Yu Jung-hyuk even then. Yu Jung-hyuk who'd become the regressor. This was all she could do, returning what he said in the past back to him in full. And in order to change the topic, she quickly followed that up with something else. Besides that, I have something to say to you. Maybe you know this already, but this world line's Kim Dokja he's an avatar. I already know. So he did know. Han Suyong was about to make a retort, but clamped her mouth shut. Instead, getting this far wasn't the issue. No, now that she was here, her lips didn't want to part all that easily at all. Was it okay to suggest to this Yu Jung-hyuk that they should go and rescue Kim Dokja, the one that still remembered the ways of survival? She didn't know the answer to that, and could only swallow back the words circling around on the tip of her tongue. Unexpectedly, it was he who opened his mouth first. If you want to rescue him, then you need to get to the subway beyond the final wall. The problem with that is you can never reach there through the regular methods of crossing the world lines. Han Suyong was surprised for a second there, but still managed to reply quickly enough. If we open the final wall one more time, we can go there. We need to gather the fragments to open the door, though. And looks like we already have one of the fragments. That's what Han Suyong said. Even she could more or less hear the fourth wall's intermittent messages nowadays. These texts butted in irregularly as if to explain the world. Perhaps they were sentences currently being recorded on the fourth wall that this world line's Kim Dokja possessed. The issue is with the other fragments. The wall that decides Samsara Yusanga used to possess. The wall that divides good and evil Zhang Huiwan and Yi Gilyang used to possess. And finally, the wall of impossible communication Zhang Haiyang used to possess. Those walls were used up while opening the final wall. There must have been a way to get them back. But the current Han Suyong couldn't think of one. Han Suyong. What now? This is the third lap. Third lap? Only after hearing that did she realize that the same exact scenery as earlier was laid out before her eyes. It was the sight she encountered when stepping foot in this district for the first time. They had been running in a massive loop until now. What did you see? I was looking at the birds on top of the tower, said Yu Yonghyuk. Those birds always return there during this time of the day. And that cafe, it's always full around this time every day. Have you seen the clock tower back in Kaiksenix? Faces of different people are engraved into the second, minute, and hour hands. Your face is also there. Han Suyong followed after Yu Yonghyuk's words and turned her head. The world as described by him was indeed right here. Maybe he had been staring at the scenery while looping around many times. Why are you looking at stuff like that, though? Have you finally gone insane? Han Suyong felt that him looping alone was truly a pity and could only say that as her reply. That prompted him to say this, however. If you run one more time. Yu Yonghyuk had come to a stop even before she had noticed it, and he was now asking her. If you get a chance to run again, do you believe you can see it better the next time? Han Suyong also came to a halt right there. Incarnation Yu Yonghyuk's stigma is emitting a faint light. In all honesty, she already knew. From a while ago, she realized what he was trying to say. However, she wanted to pretend that she had no clue instead, because she thought that method was not a good one at all. The way to save Kim Dokja. The way to gather the 3 disappeared fragments again. The way that only Yu Yonghyuk could resort to. And that was to return to the world where that wall still existed. And then to walk on the hellish landscape once more. You want to solo that crazy thing all over again? Not even she and Kim Dokja wanted that. On top of that, no matter how amazing Yu Yonghyuk was, there was no way he could, all by himself. No, it's impossible alone. His calm, collected declaration caused her eyes to blink. That's why I asked you. What did you see? The status of transcendence was rousing up from Yu Yonghyuk's rippling muscles. This transcended form that surpassed constellations was evolving once more. Incarnation Yu Yonghyuk's stigma is evolving. Han Suyong looked back at the path she had run past and saw the tower's clock hands circling around. She could see the engraving of her own dumb-looking face on the diligently moving second hand. What would happen if she got to run on that time once more? If so, would she be able to run even better than before? Maybe she might be able to if she made a thorough preparation beforehand. And if she got to work together with the comrades she lived with in this world, too. She looked back, only to discover the regressor that had run on that very distance countless times staring right back at her. I need your help, Han Suyong. Stigma regression has acquired the possibility of group regression. Epilogue 1. The World of 06. Fin. Chapter 523. Epilogue 1. The World of 07. Chapter 523. Epilogue 1. The World of 07. It had already been 2 months since I started observing the 0th turn. There was this one thing I got to learn during this time period, and it'd be the fact that regardless of which regression turn it was, Yu Yonghyuk would always be Yu Yonghyuk. I'm not selecting anyone. Incarnation Yu Yonghyuk has not selected his constellation backer. And with that, the second sponsor selection came to a close. If I were to include the sudden, unannounced sponsor selection that happened in the middle, then this would be the third time. Yu Yonghyuk didn't choose his constellation backer during all 3 occasions. He couldn't choose during the first one because of me, though. Such a chut. My palm that smacked the back of his head still stung quite a bit. Well, I did forcibly butt in during the beginning scenario and knocked out an incarnation about to enter an important event, so even I wouldn't be able to escape from the after effects. Whatever the case might have been, Yu Yonghyuk began showing an unbelievable level of wariness during the sponsor selection events afterwards. Constellations, they are capable of knocking me out cold without the slightest warning. I must not carelessly trust them. It surely was an unfortunate turn of event from my perspective. Still, others also didn't get selected, so it wasn't such a big loss either way. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, complains by asking why he was not chosen. Constellation, Mouse that eats fingernails, is drooling after Incarnation Yu Jung Hyok's fingernails. Constellation, Founder of Humanity, is interested in Incarnation Yu Jung Hyok. Constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, is puzzled by Incarnation Yu Jung Hyok's action. Time passed and Baihyung's channel gradually grew larger, and the number of modifiers I knew had increased somewhat in the meantime. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is greeting the demon-like Judge of Fire. Constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, is snorting derisively. Uriel, Constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is cackling. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is happily greeting the prisoner of the Golden Headband. Constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, has started picking his nose. Right, this was how the proper ways of survival should be. I was remembering the figures of the constellations I knew and had forgotten about that fact for a moment there. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, warns other constellations that the Demon King of Salvation is an attention seeker, so others should be wary. Of course, the one I found most annoying of all was this dude. Just as I was about to say something even at the cost of wasting coins, Baihyung opened his mouth first. Conquering King Yu Jung Hyok, will you really not select any constellation backer? I advise you to think about this one more time. No, I'm not choosing. Well then. Dear constellationums that applied to become the sponsors, allow me to present you with a special opportunity to appeal to this particular incarnation. Baihyung came to be blessed with several Find the Incarnation groups, all thanks to Yu Jung Hyok. And as a result, the huge grin refused to leave his face the whole day long. He probably had figured out that this was his chance to score big. A short while later, a new message window popped up before my eyes. Dakibi Baihyung presents a special sponsorship opportunity. Please sponsor an item to the incarnation of your choosing. I was about to thoughtlessly tap on the confirm icon only to spot a very small fine print all the way at the bottom of the window. 3,500 coins will automatically be deducted when purchasing the applicable item. I spat out a soft sigh. Current coin balance, 500 C. Stu PID Kim Dokja. As I've completely emptied the Kim Dokja company's coffers while clearing the final scenario, obviously I wouldn't have any coins left to my name now. I pondered if I could mass-produce coins somehow by abusing the authority of the most ancient dream, but the efficiency of that was not very good with my current power level, so that plan had been put on hold for now. Constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon says that if you sign the contract with him, he can turn you into a really cool black flame dragon. Constellation God of Wine and Ecstasy says that if you sign the contract with him, the legendary brew of the Olympus will specially be. Constellation Slumbering Lady of Fine Brocade says if you sign the contract with her, the mid-rank starter pack will be. The sponsorship messages from the constellations rain down from the sky. Hell, constellations promising to shower him with early stages special items, the kind that even I didn't get to use, were practically lining up in a queue here. Even in the original novel, Yu Jung Hyok from the third turn didn't enjoy this level of attention. So, how did a mere 0th turn become this famous? Quite simple, actually. Incarnation Yu Jung Hyok is rejecting the offers of constellations. That's not enough. That was all because the 0th turn Yu Jung Hyok was way too full of himself. There are far too many willing to give me such useless things. Isn't there anyone willing to share information on hidden pieces? Constellation, Slumbering Lady of Fine Brocade, is sweating profusely while replying that she doesn't know much about such topics. Is there anyone who can show me something similar to the revelations of the future? Constellation, Master of Skywalk, says leaking such information is against the rules. You all are worse than this Demon King of Salvation. Then, portion of constellations are seriously curious about the true identity of the Demon King of Salvation. And so, the Demon King of Salvation began to enjoy an unprecedented level of popularity during the 0th turn regardless of his wishes. Demon King of Salvation, leaker of the future revelations? Olympus reveals leaking predictions is impossible probability-wise. No Demon King named Demon King of Salvation exists, declares Demon King Association. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Modifier Demon King of Salvation is similar to the one he used to have. By reading the information coming in through the Starstream daily, I gained new appreciation on what the life of a constellation entailed. So, an incarnation becoming a constellation, and being one already at the start of the scenarios could be this different, is it? Your fame has started spreading around Starstream. Portion of gossipers have created a song called Conmen Demon King of Salvation and have begun spreading it. You have acquired 5,000 coins through the rise of your popularity. Whatever the case might have been, it wasn't such a bad deal for me. Dear Demon King of Salvationum, will you continue with your patronage of my channel this month as well? Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, replies with of course. All thanks to you, dear Demon Kingdom, This month's revenue has shot up by a noticeable amount. If it's not too much trouble, may I inquire about your true name? Honestly, I've never seen anyone treat probability like rats, hit as much as you, Demon Kingdom. Ahahaha. That was a compliment, of course. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says he can't reveal his true name. Is that so? How unfortunate. Honestly, I'm slightly puzzled by why someone as great as you decided to stick by this lowly one's channel. It's not like I've got an amazing backing or anything. Bai Hyung's expression showed his lack of confidence. I quietly stared at him for a bit before replying with these words. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says he's simply repaying his debt. A book you've read once before could be read again without too much hassle. However, you could also run into a roadblock in unexpected places. That's how the 0th turn felt like to me. Incarnation Yu Jung Hyuk has not selected his constellation backer. In a certain way, Yu Jung Hyuk's 0th turn was pretty similar to my own world line. Here was a tale that had deviated greatly from the predetermined plot development. Now that we were this far along, it should be impossible to go back to the plot of the original 0th turn, right? Jung Hyoxi, will it be fine to install the barricades over here? The Emperor of Steel Sword, Yi Hyunsong. Aye, Captain. You promised to teach me that swordsmanship, didn't you? The Demon of Delusions, Kim Na-moon. Master, can I go item farming for a bit after this scenario ends? The Naval Admiral E. Ji Hai. And also, one more person had been added to the ranks, someone who shouldn't even be there during the 0th turn. When you're about to pass by the Gumho station, you must recruit that person. Maybe this was me just being greedy. In this world, you sang E Gilyong and even I didn't exist, but at least there was one person that Kim Dokja Company could recruit. Hein Seongsai, it's not level over there. The judge that destroys evil, Jong Hui-won. I watched her go through the checklist of all the things her companions had missed and fell into the reminiscence of the past. I was really happy back then, when we went to the department store together to buy new clothes and visited Eden like a bunch of celebs. Although I handed over a large portion of my memories to the 49% avatar, I still retained quite a lot. I focused myself in order to stay on the right path as the pages of memories rushed in like an incoming storm. That's why you are someone who can only do this, right? The Jong Hui one I remember should be alright. Well, the story of that world came to a good end, after all. Companions in that place should be going to the Han River and to the ocean, spending their peaceful days with a version of me. I murmured that as if hypnotized myself and tried hard to focus on the world immediately before my eyes. TH's ISNTO UR War LDE either. I know. Kim Dokja's world couldn't be found anywhere now. To an existence that saw all the worlds as dreams, there was no meaning to something like one true reality. I found it preferable to become a thoughtless constellation at this point. If I were to become a greedy devourer of stories that enjoyed scenarios and created situations he wanted to see, then I'd get to forget about everything else. Or Bioni, your Mia has done it. And fortunately enough, this story happened to be the one I loved the most. I told you not to use such a manner of speech in front of others. Eyeing. A bitter chuckle floated up on my lips while I observed Yu Jung Hyuk reprimand his little sister's manner of speech. You should fix your own first, dude. Even if he was supposed to be a pro gamer, he must have held normal conversations with other people before. How was it even possible for him to live in society with that crappy manner of speech? Was it all down to his face's probability? The fourth scenario will soon begin. Everyone, get ready. Through the information I conveyed, Yu Jung Hyuk grew stronger little by little. Manage Kim Na-moon well so that he doesn't stray. He really respects you, so if you use that, things will become easy for you. Don't forget that no one starts as an evil person. Information that I sent his way by sacrificing an incredible amount of probability every single time. Don't get cocky in the cinema dungeon and calmly clear it. The last boss there uses mental attacks, so before you face it, get the skill first and ... If you Taigong Pildu down well during the early scenarios, he'll continue to be useful later on. He's not completely irredeemable, so do your best to reform him. The hint is ... At first, Yu Jung Hyuk didn't trust me. But after my revelations came true one by one, he began to believe me more and more. About damn time. Just who was responsible for you coming this far? Anyway, honestly speaking, I was still a bit miffed by the fact that he hadn't chosen the Demon King of Salvation as his constellation backer yet. By the way, how come you know so much about the scenarios, Captain? Someone is helping me out. Helping you out. ... Thankfully, the 0th turns Yu Jung Hyuk wasn't someone who'd forget all about his benefactor. Hand over the next revelation. Yu Jung Hyuk spent a huge wealth amounting to over 30,000 coins and opened up a unknown secret communication line. It was an obvious thing to do since I kept feeding him important information, but still, I wanted to praise him for it. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is granting a portion of revelation to Incarnation Yu Jung Hyuk. The core of the fourth scenario is the absolute throne. Remember that you must never. Tsuchichuchiku. An incredible amount of probability was being exhausted every time I handed over the information to him. The standard denomination of this world was stories. So, it was rather obvious that spoiling the future events would damage the probability far more than smacking Yu Jung-hyuk in the back of his head. It's them. Yu Jung-hyuk's companions all pulled out their weapons at the same time while staring at the enemies flooding in. The closing chapters of the fourth scenario should soon begin. The fourth wall addressed me. Youkn a what youvbnd oing. Re-GHT. Along with Pasususu noise, the ends of my hand were melting down. I observed the figure of Yu Jung-hyuk confronting Seoul's 7 kings. The gleaming, heaven-shaking sword gripped in his hand howled out a courageous roar. No matter how hardutry. The 0th turn story had completely changed from the original. Yu Jung-hyuk of this world line would walk on a different path compared to every other Yu Jung-hyuks. Tachik Gai can any versi wh ots beyond the w all. I knew the meaning behind the fourth wall's words. There was no method of acquiring the fourth wall in this world line. Meaning the last key to open the final wall didn't exist. Regardless of what he did, the 0th turn Yu Jung-hyuk would never be able to get his hands on that key. However, him failing to cross the final wall didn't mean he was fated to be unfortunate. Because as long as I was the most ancient dream, his world line wouldn't be destroyed even after the scenarios came to an end. Certain truths would make everyone unhappy simply by their existence. Even though I couldn't show him the truth, I could show him the ending perfectly suitable for this story. Congratulations. Incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk has passed every trial of the absolute throne. Eventually, Yu Jung-hyuk defeated Seoul's 7 kings and stood before the absolute throne. The attention of every constellation within the Seoul Dome, as well as all the citizens gathering in the Gwangwamun, was closely focused on his actions. He slowly unsheathed a certain sword hidden within his inner coat. It was the 4-in demonic beheading sword. I substituted for the Lord of the Big Dipper constellation and lent him my powers. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation is looking at Incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk. One by one, 7 stars grew brighter and brighter, and the 4-in demonic beheading sword held in his hand emitted blinding light as it evolved into a star relic. Outer gods are astonished by your incredible strength. The lords of the Big Dipper constellation are startled by your presence and are passing out from shock. All the constellations of the Korean peninsula are. I do not have any intentions of representing humans as disgraceful as you. Yu Jung-hyuk continued on. I do not plan on becoming a plaything for you vulgar constellations, and I shall not sit on this absolute throne. Those were words I thought I heard before from somewhere. Yu Jung-hyuk's sword flashed next. And he'll make sure no one else sits on this throne, either. The 4-in demonic beheading sword, the weapon that could cut apart the star relic's connection to a constellation. Yu Jung-hyuk used this very sword to ceaselessly slam down on the absolute throne. He slammed down over and over again. Soon enough, the loud crayak resounded out. The night skies of Star Stream brightened as if a midnight sun suddenly materialized, and an explosion of messages flooded out. The storm of probabilities aftermath caused by the distortion of the scenario had begun. I quietly extended my hand and blocked that overflowing storm. The world line is dissatisfied by your excessive meddling. The applicable overwrite is beyond your mastery level. Portion of your fable will be lost. The current Yu Jung-hyuk was going through the 0th turn. Since he wasn't a regressor, he had no information related to the future, and he couldn't regain the techniques he used in prior turns through inheritance. From now on, the scenarios would only get tougher. He couldn't use bookmark, like me, and couldn't rely on omniscient reader's viewpoint either. As that was the case, Kim Dokja knew very well what's necessary to fill that void. Yu Jung-hyuk would not have to go through the regression. Had not become the secretive plotter and had not become the tragic pilgrim wandering in between the world lines. Yu Jung-hyuk would get to see his deserved conclusion in this world. Incarnation, Yu Jung-hyuk has acquired his first ever fable. Incarnation, Yu Jung-hyuk's new fable has been created. He looked up at the sky. And also a fable taking on the form of a white tiger was looking up at me from behind him, too. It was none other than that very fable that protected me once upon a time. Fable, king of a kingless world, is born. I could see Yu Jung-hyuk's elated face through my disintegrating right thumb. Kim Dokja should not exist in this particular story. Even then, this was the story Kim Dokja dearly wished to create. When I slowly closed my eyes, it felt like pages were floating up right before me. Ancient pages with traces of someone already having doodled on them. In that moment, Kim Dokja made up his mind. He decided to personally write the story that didn't exist in the original. I began jotting something down above those pages. 1 page, 2 pages every time a page flipped by, time went by 2. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. My fingers disappeared one by one every time a scenario was cleared. They would regenerate sometime later, but their size would always be smaller than before. I used those fingers to write the revelations on the ending Yu Jung Hyok from the original desired, the conclusion I wanted to see, the mistakes I made, and things I gained new understandings of. All these stories gathered as one, and soon became a fable. And so, just how long passed by like this? I slowly opened my eyes. Eventually, Yu Jung Hyok of the 0th turn had reached the final pages of the scenarios. Epilogue 1. The World of 07, Fin. Chapter 524 Epilogue 1 The World of 08. Chapter 524. Epilogue 1 The World of 08. Yu Jung Hyok's heaven-shaking sword scythed through the air. It cut down the constellations blocking his path, and sliced apart the incarnations acting as their underlings. Yu Jung Hyok truly fought hard. He was followed by the companions that broke past the scenarios together with him: E.G. Hai, E. Hyeonsong, Jong Hui-won, Shin Yu-sung, Kim Na-moon, E. Seol-hwa, Gong Pil-du. System operation. Seoul's 7 kings were also together with them: King of Hidden Shadows Han Dong-hoon, King of Beauty Min Ji-won, Go Yu Jung Hyok. The King of Transcenders Jang Hyong was also here as well. Well, take care of this conquering king. Not only them, but also incarnations from other nations such as Fei Hu and Ranveer Khan, and even his sworn enemy, Anna Croft, helped him. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is cheering on incarnation Yu Jung Hyok. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is... Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon. No other regression turn should be as complete as this one. Pachenmang were moving out. The Pachenmang, Po Tianmong, that was the name of the coalition Yu Jung Hyok had created. The conclusion I completed, as well as the blueprint laid out by the 1863rd turns Han Suyong fables, the concentration of essence from all the regression turns found within the ways of survival, had begun telling their stories. Fable, King of a Kingless World, is talking a big game. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, has begun its storytelling. It was as if every story happening up to now existed solely for this moment. But how? You shouldn't be able to come here yet. Eventually, they could see the astonished expression of the Dakibi King beyond the wreckage of the final arc. Yu Jung Hyok and the members of Pachenmang unhesitantly dashed towards him. Oh, you foolish incarnations. Killing me has no meaning whatsoever. If Starstream is destroyed, then you'll all disappear too. A world line with its events concluded will be abandoned. No one wants to look at such a world line. The Dakibi King resisted desperately. As if to prove that his words were right, he utilized every single fable he possessed to fight back. However, it was not enough. He vomited out fables and knelt down. Even as he fell, he continued to grin. It's all over. Soon, this world line's destruction will commence. It's simply not feasible that the Great One would wish for a story like this. However, contrary to his expectation, the destruction did not commence. The Starstream was fine. The brows of Dakibi King shot up high. Starstream's final scenario has been concluded. Could it be? During his final moments, Dakibi King looked behind him as if to comprehend a certain someone's gaze surely looking at him from beyond the expansive, final wall. And right next moment, a line of text floated up over said wall. The Legend of Starstream, Conquering King Yu Jung Hyok. The title card rose up on the screen, and along with a beep, it was turned off. The now darkened panel reflected the view of a classroom and that of children sitting closely together. Their sparkling eyes were all focused on the face of a certain man getting ready to start his lecture. He slowly opened his mouth. Yu Jung Hyok. Children really loved that, Jung Hyoksi. As expected, you're really great at teaching kids. They all seemed bored by my dull story, however. Seol-hwa grinned wryly at Yu Jung Hyok's monotone voice. That's not true. He put his coat on without showing any visible changes in his expression. It had already been 5 years after the scenario of the 0th world ended. After the scenarios ended, Yu Jung Hyok and his comrades began rebuilding the world. Han Dong-hoon got in touch with the government and created a new governing structure, while Lee Hyeonsong and Jong Hui-won went around suppressing the acts of terror from the criminal organizations. E.G. Hai defended the country's borders and helped out with reaching agreements with incarnations from other nations, while Lee Seol-hwa and Shin Yu-sung rescued orphan children who lost their parents to the scenarios. The institution called Star Counting Night had been created for that purpose. While leaving the institute, Yu Jung Hyok noticed the young children looking up at him. They were orphans created by the constellations, but these kids would grow up while counting the disappeared stars. By the way, Ajusi, one of the children grasped the ends of Yu Jung Hyok's clothing. He looked back and the child, having swallowed the brave pill, was now pointing at the older man's head. Gray hair. At around the 7-year mark after the scenario's conclusion, Yu Jung Hyuk got married. His partner was Lee Seol-hwa. E.G. Hai dabbing away her tears. Gong Pil-du officiating in the ceremony. Jong Hui-won catching the bouquet. Shin Yu-sung sneaked out of her university class and sang the congratulatory song. They didn't have children of their own. Both of them didn't want to have any. There are too many children needing parents in this world already. They established the institution and looked after the orphans. It was a decision that fit their personalities perfectly. Time continued to tick by 10 years, 15. Just like pages flipping past faster and faster in order to reach the conclusion. The time flow of the 0th turn continued to march forward relentlessly. Yu Jung Hyuk grew older, just as he should. More specifically, only he grew old all because of an attribute he picked up while clearing the scenarios. The legendary attribute. Life lived to its fullest. During his 1000+ regression turn, Yu Jung Hyuk never once used this skill. It was an attribute that a regressor like him had no use for. An attribute that, at the cost of living a fixed lifespan, fully unleashes the user's latent talents. However, the current him was from the 0th turn. He had no experience earned through regressions to fall back on, nor did have much of a talent to speak of either. And that was why he had to choose this attribute. Because only through this particular attribute could he be able to clear the remaining scenarios. Master, how old are you this year? E.G. Hai asked. I've already forgotten about such things as my age. It's been 20 years since the scenarios ended, so… Oh my god. It's already… Humans all grow old and die. Arg, Master. Seriously. As long as the star stream system existed, immortality wasn't an impossible dream. It wasn't uncommon to see beings that lived for hundreds, sometimes for thousands of years, just like the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint or Kyrios. Not only that, if you compiled enough fables and became a constellation, you could literally enjoy everlasting life. However, Yu Jung Hyuk didn't do that. Stories without sacrifices do not exist. The night sky where the bureau no longer existed, and constellations had fallen. While staring at such a sky, Yu Jung Hyuk continued to live in this world's days and nights. Then, 25 years later. And eventually, on a certain day after his hair had grown completely gray, he left the city. Captain, will you really seclude yourself in a backwater place like this? Shin Yu-sung asked. I don't enjoy noisy things. But, what about Seol-hwa Yoni? Yu Jung Hyuk wordlessly polished his heaven-shaking sword. In a world with nothing left to cut down, arduously devoting himself to the ways of the sword that had lost its purpose, that was Yu Jung Hyuk's chosen method of utilizing his remaining life. Stuff like training in the ways of the sword can be done back in the compel. Shin Yu-sung couldn't finish her sentence, however. The clear surface of the heaven-shaking sword's blade reflected Yu Jung Hyuk's face. No one would think of him as a man in his 60s. Despite that, Yu Jung Hyuk would definitely die later. And Lee Seol-hwa, left all alone, would have to carry on living a long life without him by her side. Shin Yu-sung's lips bobbed up and down several times, and just as she finally managed to open them fully, Kim Na-moon butted in first. Conquering king, you're now all decrepit and stuff. I guess I can finally win against you this year, right? He shouted out triumphantly and unfurled the bandages off his fist, then dashed towards Yu Jung Hyuk. Kuakak. My arm. My arm. No, wait. My eyes. Kim Na-moon was flung away in one hit. He moaned in pain and collapsed on the ground. Companions snickered softly, the sounds of Jong Hui-won and Lee Hyun-song holding hands and chatting away, the figures of E.G. Hai and Shin Yu-sung bickering with each other. I stared at all these scenes and at the same time, read the sentence overlapping above them. Maybe I could have witnessed similar sights and sounds as this one. It might have been a bit different, though Starstream had been destroyed and the influence of its system was weakening in the world I used to live in, after all. The people of my world would grow old, just like Yu Jung Hyuk here. And amidst my companions steadily growing older, I too would have grown old as well. Yu Jung Hyuk's gray hair danced in the air as he watched his companions leave. His back remained straight and tall even in his advanced age. His skin still retained its elasticity, and muscles on his arms were still strong. Even then, his eyes no longer gleamed brightly like in the past. Kim Dokja Youvbn here for too long. The fourth wall addressed me. WHNSTA ing ins id 1 dr eam for too long. Igts harder. I understood what it was saying. I was the most ancient dream, and I had a duty to pay attention to all the worlds equally. However, I couldn't easily let go of this 0th turn. It felt to me that, if the story were to end here, then all the tragedies would begin anew somehow. In that case, if I continue to hold onto this story for as long as I can… Demon King of Salvation, Yu Jung Hyuk raised his head to look at me. Are you still curious about my story? I hesitated a little before replying. Constellation, demon king of salvation, replies he still is. This world is no longer mired in scenarios. There are no stimulations, nor any irregularities. Yet why do you still wish to watch this story? Constellation, demon king of salvation, replies that this is the story he wanted to see in the first place. You're truly a strange creature. Fables began rising up from behind you, Jung Hyuk. Fable, king of a kingless world, is looking at the demon king of salvation. Fable, demon world spring, is looking at the demon king of salvation. Fable, season of light and darkness, is looking at the demon king of salvation. Fables were telling their stories while looking at me. The very same fables that I earned once upon a time. Memories they had built up were now unfolding behind you, Jung Hyuk's back. The world that I designed, the one that you, Jung Hyuk, brought to reality. The zero-th turn story, completed in this manner. Sometimes, this piece feels like an illusion, and every now and then, I get the feeling that my life has been completed by someone else. Constellation, demon king of salvation, is... I didn't mean to say I'm unhappy. You, Jung Hyuk, smiled faintly. I dazedly stared at him for a moment there, having finally learned that he was capable of such a smile. I was always worried about how I should live my life. While lightly wielding the sword in the air, Yu Jung Hyuk continued on. Every one of his sword swings contained his fable. The incarnation who knew how to shrewdly apply the set rules, that was him. Yu Jung Hyuk might have spent his life fighting the system, but in all honesty, he was someone who'd shine even brighter when that very system was in play. A fight that can't be won holds no meaning to me. His ability to analyze the situation faster than anyone, his quick wit allowing him to clearly calculate the gains and losses, and his talent at deciphering the advantages and disadvantages in a battle. However, I've grown curious lately. What would have happened to me if you didn't help? What kind of a life would I have lived if I didn't win? I knew better than anyone what kind of a life Yu Jung Hyuk lived after failing the zero-th turn. I knew all too well what would happen to him, what kind of a life he'd live, and the kind of ending he'd witness. You probably are aware of it already. I do not have much time left to live. Epilogue 1. The World of 08, Fin. Chapter 525. Epilogue 1. The World of 09. Chapter 525. Epilogue 1. The World of 09. Yu Jung Hyuk planted his sword on the ground as he wobbled. His irises were becoming translucent next. His eyes, exhausted from fighting a lengthy battle, were losing their sights. If I choose you as my constellation sponsor, will I get to finally meet you? Constellation, demon king of salvation, is shaking his head. Just where are you exactly? All the stars in Starstream have fallen, so from where are you watching over me? Yu Jung Hyuk continued to mutter out. No, wait. I know the truth already. You are probably beyond that wall, aren't you? I couldn't say anything. I didn't expect the zero-th turns Yu Jung Hyuk to be able to catch on to that. He continued to speak in the meantime. Something felt off to me about this world. It was my first time hearing such a shrewd tone of voice coming from him. One day, I suddenly came into existence in this world. A man who came to exist in this world without a warning. Without any memories of my childhood, I was suddenly cast into this world. I wandered around an illegal work site, and through sheer luck, got spotted by the director, and thus became a pro gamer. But then out of the blue, someone abandoned a child on my doorstep. A child, supposedly my younger sister. A conveniently crafted life. A series of adversities created solely to become a tragedy later. Once I searched for my parents. However, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find them. Even the professionals that could unearth the president's hidden illegitimate child couldn't find my parents. It was as if such things didn't exist in this world, to begin with. Constellation, demon king of salvation is... So I ask you, demon king of salvation, who am I? My heart was in pain. The fact that Yu Jung Hyuk had eventually reached that question was endlessly tormenting me. I needed to say something. Anything. Does the secret of this world lie beyond the wall, where you are? Constellation, demon king of salvation, asks you if you're not happy currently. I am happy, he replied without a shred of hesitation. And that's why I'm even more curious about what lies beyond the wall. Constellation, demon king of salvation is... I'm curious about the reason behind all the goodwill you've shown me. I'm also curious about the meaning of my life, where I was born, and why I had to come here. If I had one more chance. From somewhere, sounds similar to the ticking clock hands could be heard. Kim Dokja. I couldn't show you Jung Hyuk what's beyond the wall. Even if I was the most ancient dream, that was still impossible. Yu Jung Hyuk continued on. You told me this once upon a time. If I sign the contract with you, you will grant any one wish of mine. Back then, I didn't accept your offer because I was suspicious of you. However, if it's not too late. His fingers hovered in the air, searching for a log message that reached him in the distant past. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, wishes to become your constellation sponsor. Will you accept the offer? I shall accept it now. Dizziness rushed in and the shaking of my surroundings worsened. I called out to the fourth wall. The fourth wall. Youcant. It already knew what I was going to say. The prerequisite condition needed for Yu Yunghyak to cross the final wall was to gather all the fragments of the final wall. However, the fourth wall had no intentions of transferring to Yu Yunghyak. I gritted my teeth and sent a message out. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says that wish can't be granted. Why not? Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says that it is a truly arduous path, that's why. An arduous path? If I couldn't transfer the fourth wall to him, then there was only one option for him to see the conclusion. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says that if you wish to cross the wall, you must regress first. Regress? Along with the tsuch-chuchit noise, my entire figure was dyed in the sparks of probability. The world line was telling me this. It was saying that I mustn't inform him of this. It said, this information wasn't something the current Yu Yunghyak should know. Despite that, I bit down hard on my lip and shook off the world line's opposition. Even if I had to sacrifice much more probability, I wanted to show him the truth. 1864. 1864? What's that supposed to mean? Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says that is the number of times you must regress before you can witness the conclusion. Memories from the life I had lived became a fable and began unfolding next. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, says that even if you manage to live all those regression turns, the odds of you successfully seeing the conclusion will be extremely low. Not only that, the current Yu Yunghyak had broken free from the original world line. He was no longer Yu Yunghyak from the original novel. Even if he did reach the 1864th turn, there was no guarantee that he'd meet Kim Dokja in possession of the fourth wall. THRIS. What? RASE the me mo rise of th is TURN. Goosebumps broke out all over my skin. What if I give Yu Yunghyak the fragmented memories similar to the original and send him to the next turn? If so, the world line should think of this Yu Yunghyak as the original's Yu Yunghyak. He'd be incorporated back into the original's world line and live through the first and the second regression turns without any memories from this life. However, Yu Yunghyak would become miserable once more. Why are you to see I ding tichet? I slowly raised my head. Yu Yunghyak was still talking to me. I don't care even if the odds are low. Incarnation, Yu Yunghyak, has accepted your offer. The fable began its storytelling, and the starlights seemed to extend even further. Your incarnation is waiting for you to say something. I remained silent for a long time, and eventually I came to a decision. I had no choice but to tell him. I slowly regulated my breath and opened my mouth. Yu Yunghyak. Been a while since I spoke in my true voice. An incredible storm of sparks raged on around me. I tried to suppress the incoming waves as much as possible, yet it was still this bad. Yu Yunghyak opened his eyes wide and looked up at the sky. Was that your real voice? That's right. I can hear it surprisingly well. Yu Yunghyak, going slowly deaf, muttered softly. A faint crease spread over the old man Yu Yunghyak's expression. I pretended to not see that and spoke. I can send you back. However, if that happens, I won't be able to help you from the next turn onwards. The only way to make him reject the offer was to tell him the truth. You'll have to use nothing but your own powers to break past the scenarios. Those scenarios will be far worse than you can ever imagine, and you might end up encountering something you didn't want to at the conclusion you'd eventually reach. I thought back to Yu Yunghyak. I thought back to the sorrows of the third turn, the anguish of the fourth, and the despair of the secretive plotter. And if you do choose regression, then you will lose the majority of your memories as you cross over. Those words caused the soft sounds of Yu Yunghyak sucking in his breath to come out. No matter how resolute his determination might be, this one should be a hard pill to swallow. Only the tiniest fragmented memories from the scenarios will remain in you. Meaning everything precious to you will disappear. Wa you remember, Hyeonsong, e.g. Hai. All of them will. Just because I will forget about them, that doesn't mean they'll suddenly stop existing. I shut my mouth then. They definitely continue to live in this world. They definitely continue to live in this world. Like branding a seal, those words slammed into a part of my head and invaded deep inside. It felt as if a gigantic hand of fate was pouncing upon me. At that moment, Kim Dokja realized that this was the true completion of the 0th turn. The reason why there was no trace of the most ancient dream in the 0th turn. The reason why, despite that fact, Yu Yunghyak still managed to cross over to the first and then to the second regression turns. Maybe it was, you dumb bastard. I gathered my hands and used the power to manipulate the dream gathered in me. The storm of probabilities aftermath crashing in caused my whole arm to scream in pain as if it was getting twisted and torn off from my body. I recalled all of Yu Jung Hyok's regression turns that I knew. I gathered all the lives he had led, as well as the fables I knew, and created a certain stigma. A stigma that acted as the motive power of this world, as well as the source of all of Yu Jung Hyok's tragedies. Stigma regression has been generated. Your stigma has been transferred to your incarnation. Looking satisfied, Yu Jung Hyok accepted the stigma. Stigma regression LV.1 is getting ready to activate. You said earlier that I'll lose my memories. I did. Will I lose everything related to you, too? I hesitated with my answer. Yu Jung Hyok asked me again. Even all that convenient information you told me. Too? Yes. I see. If you regret it, then it's not too late to. You also said you want help me from the next regression turn onwards. I can't help you. It's fine to help, however. Even if I want to, I can't. I heard that the scenarios exist not just for the incarnations but constellations as well. Maybe it was the same story for you. Tell me, you fool. If I continue to regress, will I ever get to meet you again? I couldn't say anything. These were utterances of someone who didn't know anything. In every sense of the word, he was the 0th turns dumbass continuously babbling on while having no clue about his own future. Along with the words that hadn't been said yet, Yu Jung Hyok's ears began disappearing. The night sky was reflected in Yu Jung Hyok's eyes. As if he was a child wondering about his origins, Yu Jung Hyok estimated where in the sky the wall might be and extended his hand towards it. Head become the secretive plotter someday and at the same time also become the 1864th turns Yu Jung Hyok that I knew. Head grow to resent me and eventually reach the truth of this world. Stigma regression LV.1 is activating. You have agreed to the activation of the stigma. Yu Jung Hyok's body began scattering away little by little. His arms, his legs, and then his torso too. During the final moments, he called out to me, Demon King of Salvation, with a truly strange and mystifying expression. I shall pray that you may continue to exist somewhere, too. Yu Jung Hyok's incarnation body scattered into silvery powder and he left this world line. The influence of the applicable world line's overwrite function does not extend towards the character Yu Jung Hyok's next regression turn. Your incarnation has forgotten your modifier. Your incarnation has forgotten all memories related to you. All information related to you are now marked as? All of his memories that couldn't be recorded anywhere would now be lost forever. In that case, where would all those memories go? I stared at the flickering light for a very long time. Hey Yu Jung Hyok, why aren't you saying anything? Yu Jung Hyok ended up staggering after receiving a loud impact to the back of his head. He turned around to discover Han Suyong and her deep scowl. I said, how do we do this group regression thing? I can suddenly remember. Remember what? Yu Jung Hyok stared back with a stupid face and muttered in her direction. The 0th turns memories. Epilogue 1. The world of 09 Thin.